What if catastrophes ruled her arranged marriage? Part 2. What if agreeing was only the beginning of the nightmare? Contracts replace vows, secrets replace trust, and the man she must marry is hiding everything. Stupid fucking bastard. How dare he treat me this way? I was more than understanding, and I thought we were getting along fine and had become friends, but apparently I'm an idiot. Oh Edward, you're going to regret ever hearing my name. To say that Bella was pissed was a gross understatement. During the whole drive home, while angry and hurt, tears ran down her face. She plotted her next steps. Bella had been willing to tolerate his whore, simply because they hadn't known each other and their families had arranged the farce, but now things were different. No one, absolutely no one, was allowed to treat her like Edward and his bimbo had done today. Edward should have known better than to antagonize her, but soon he would know why he shouldn't have done it. Once she was back at the house, she paid the driver and got inside. In her room she changed clothes and got the folder with the prenup. Sadly, it was weekend and Ben was most likely celebrating with Angela their engagement, or she would have called him or Jenks to get everything ready for an annulment. That meant she had to wait until Monday morning before she could do anything legal. But that didn't stop Bella from starting her revenge. She carried the contract back downstairs and dropped it in the kitchen. That's when she saw Edward's keys. The keys to his beloved Aston Martin. Yes. With a diabolical smile she grabbed them and went to the garage, where she got into the really beautiful car and drove it to the front door. Yes, it was really the perfect place for what Bella had planned. She went back inside and entered Edward's office and found what she was looking for. There, right behind his desk, was a baseball bat. It was signed by some player Bella didn't know and didn't care about. She grabbed the bat and inspected it for a moment. The bat was made out of aluminum and would be just perfect. Slowly she walked back outside and looked at the car. Edward loved this particular car. It was his favorite because of its speed and lots of other reasons. No one was allowed to drink or eat in it. You couldn't even get inside with your dirty shoes without Edward sending into hysterics. Well, I don't plan to dirty it. I'm going to do something much worse. Bella tightened the grip on the bat before she swung it and bam. Bye-bye, driver window. Again and again Bella let the bat connect with different parts of the car. The hood, the lights, all the windows, the passenger door. During the third blow she started crying and screaming. That's for disrespecting me. Bam. For humiliating me. Bam. For doing it in public. Bam. For throwing my kindness back at me. Bam. For fucking hurting me. Bam. Bam. I hate you. Soon her anger had run its course and she was left breathless. Standing in front of the demolished car, she suddenly felt exhausted. Bella let the bat fall to the ground and walked inside the house, but not before changing the security codes and activating the alarm. I don't know where you're going to sleep tonight, Edward, but it won't be here. As soon as the door was closed and locked she went upstairs and dropped onto her bed. Bella had thought destroying the Aston Martin would have made her feel better, but it hadn't. Instead of the burning anger, she now felt empty. It wasn't fair that she should feel like shit. Edward was the bastard and he should feel bad and not Bella, who didn't know what she'd done to deserve this kind of treatment, but it didn't really matter anymore because she wouldn't be married to Edward Cullen much longer. But even that didn't make her any happier. Edward sat in the back of the car as Garrett drove him home and couldn't believe what had happened. Okay, he hadn't felt great and maybe it hadn't been the smartest idea to dope himself just so he could attend the fucking ball. Edward should have listened to Bella and just stayed at home. Hindsight was always 20/20. He closed his eyes for a moment and remembered how a not-so-great night had become a night out of hell, and he hadn't even talked to Bella yet. He'd left Bella at their table to go to the restroom to cough and to put some cold water to his face. He felt like his head was going to explode any minute and was a little lightheaded. Once he thought he could go back without looking like death warmed over, he left the restroom and started walking toward the table where Bella was waiting for her dance. The only dance she and every other female would get from him, because he just knew he couldn't take more. But before he could cross the dance floor, someone grabbed him and spun him around. He needed a moment to orient himself because this sudden movements did absolutely nothing to improve his lightheadedness. When the world stopped spinning like crazy, he recognized who had grabbed him and was now swaying with him over the parquet. Tanya, what the fuck are you doing? Edward couldn't believe that Tanya was dancing with him. He thought he had been more than clear about ending their affair. Apparently not. Tanya just laughed as if the whole situation was a great joke. I'm dancing with you, silly. What does it look like? Get your fucking hands off of me. Edward growled lowly. He didn't want to attract attention. His tone didn't stop Tanya though, in fact it seemed to spur her on. She wrapped her arms around him and tried to grab his hair, but Edward wasn't in the mood to play any of her crazy games. With a swift move he maneuvered them off the dance floor and behind a column where he none too gently ripped her hands off of him. Ah, Edward, that hurt, Tanya cried and looked like she wanted to cry. Not that Edward cared. All he wanted was to go home and crawl into his comfortable bed and sleep through the rest of the weekend. Stop whining, he snapped. You're making a fool out of yourself. A pathetic fool. Stay the fuck away from me, Tanya. I don't want to see you ever again. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? Quote. A single tear ran down Tanya's face and she looked truly hurt. Edward had to admit that she was a good actress, but this knowledge only solidified his beliefs. That she had played him like a fiddle and he had done what she'd wanted. Like an idiot. Edward, don't say things like that. We were so good together, or have you already forgotten the wonderful times we've spent together? Huh, she really seems to think that we could get back together. Dream on, bitch. No, but I finally see what kind of person you are, Tanya. You're manipulative, vicious, selfish and really ugly where it counts. I would never touch you like that again. Edward sighed and watched as her face transformed. She looked raving mad, but Edward just walked away and let her fume. Ouch, my head hurts and my lungs feels like everything is full of slime. Uck, he kept his head down as he made his way back to the table, where a very angry voice growled his name. Edward Anthony Cullen. Shocked to hear his Nana address him like that, he looked up and was met by the angry and disappointed faces of his family. Nana, Emmett and Rose looked really angry, while his parents seemed to be more disappointed. Alice didn't seem to know what she should think and Jasper just shook his head unbelievingly. What? He asked because he had no idea why his family would look at him like that. But he did realize that Bella wasn't at the table anymore and neither was her purse. Where's Bella? Apparently, that had been the wrong thing to ask because Rose looked like she was about to tackle him. And Nana glared at him before she talked to him. Never have I been so disappointed in you, Edward. I thought you were a reasonably intelligent man and had morals and manners. But it seems I was wrong. Be thankful that your grandfather isn't alive anymore or he would have dragged you out of here and put you over his knees. Okay. Something doesn't add up here. Why is everyone so angry? Nana, what are you talking about? Edward asked. He hadn't done anything wrong. Okay. Maybe he had been a little harsh with Tanya, but out of all people, Edward would have thought his grandmother would have welcomed it. It was no secret that she didn't like Tanya. I am talking about your wife. Poor Bella had to watch you parading around with your mistress. Oh fuck. I never agreed with this silly agreement. But it wasn't my place to say anything, but this behavior is unbecoming. And to answer your question, she left. As soon as she saw you two together, she left the room. I think she needed some time to calm down. How dare you treat Bella so disrespectful? But I didn't dance with Tanya. Edward interrupted his grandmother as soon as he understood what she was talking about. Please, Edward, Rose sneered. We all saw you. No, you thought you saw me dancing with her, but I didn't. I didn't even know she would be here tonight. This is not her usual métier. She grabbed me and moved us to the dance floor. I needed a moment because my cold is making me a little dizzy. I told her immediately that this kind of behavior is unacceptable and pushed her away from me, Edward tried to explain, and they seemed to believe him because Rose cursed Tanya under her breath, but that wasn't important now. He needed to find Bella and explain everything to her because she was most like hurt and very angry at this moment. Rose, could you please check the restrooms? Maybe she's there. I will, and you better be telling the truth or I'll castrate you myself, his sister-in-law threatened, and he believed her. I'll help, Alice offered, and together they searched his missing wife. He tried to call her but only the mailbox answered, and after 15 minutes it became clear that she must have left. He called Garrett to bring the car and told his family he would drive home and see if maybe she'd gone home, but if she wasn't he would call her friends. Hopefully he would be able to find her. Mr. Cullen, Garrett said, and pulled Edward out of his thoughts. We're here. Edward looked out of the window and saw that Garrett was already on the driveway. The house was dark but a car was parked in front of it. As they came closer, Edward could make out what car it was, and with growing horror he recognized his beloved Aston Martin. The car looked like someone had worked it with a bat or something like that. A tortured whine escaped him as Garrett stopped the car. Well, it seems that Mrs. Cullen is here and that she's more than a little angry, Garrett said, but Edward didn't comment immediately. He stumbled out of the car and raced towards his battered beauty. After he'd inspected the damage he turned to his security guard. Really? What made you think that? A frustrated sigh left him as he turned towards the front door. Bella is really angry and I can't even resent her for it. Come on, Garrett, let's get inside and see if she's destroyed more than just my car. Yes, but you may want to let her calm down first. She chose your car because you favor it and she knew it would hurt you, Garrett commented as they walked to the door where Edward tried to deactivate the alarm. But his code didn't work. What the fuck? He whispered before he looked at his guard. My code isn't working. I can't open the door without triggering the alarm and notifying the cops. Garrett chuckled darkly at that. Wow, Bella is really angry. She doesn't want you in the house and we can't do anything from the outside. Try ringing the bell and calling the phone. Landline and cell phone. Good idea, Edward agreed, but Bella didn't open the door, no matter how often he rang the bell or knocked. Next he tried to call her, but either she ignored the calls or both phones were put on silent. But it didn't matter which was the case. The result stayed the same. Edward was unable to enter his own house. Well, it seems I have to sleep at my parents' house tonight. Would you drive me, Garrett? Edward asked. Because he couldn't deactivate the alarm, he couldn't get to his cars, which meant that Garrett had to drive him or he would need to call a taxi. Sure, sir. His parents and grandmother, who would spend the night at her son's house, were very surprised to see Edward when they returned. Esme of course thought something was wrong and demanded an explanation, which Edward grudgingly provided. Carlisle and Esme were shocked to hear that Bella had not only demolished the Aston Martin but also locked Edward out of the house. Elizabeth, though, didn't appear surprised at all. In fact, she was laughing once Edward had finished. He didn't know what his Nana found so funny about the whole situation and inquired the reason for her amusement. What, my beloved Nana, exhilarates you so? I don't think this whole matter is even remotely funny. His parents also watched Elizabeth with strange looks but hadn't said anything yet. Oh, Edward, it's not that I find this drama amusing, but it is entertaining to watch you reap what you sow. The old lady explained with a smile on her lips. I didn't do anything. I didn't ask Tanya to meet me there or to dance with me. It was a misunderstanding, Ed. Ward exclaimed and raked his hands through his already tousled hair. Tonight, Elizabeth stressed. You didn't do anything tonight, but that doesn't mean Bella's anger is unreasonable. This clause in your marriage contract is absolutely insulting. I know, you weren't happy about your grandfather's decision that you needed to marry and that you wouldn't be able to wed Miss Denali if you planned to become CEO, but at least you could have given Bella and yourself a chance to get to know each other before you asked her to tolerate your infidelity. Infidelity? We didn't know each other, Nana. Would you have rather we were bitter towards the other because we had to live in a monogamous relationship? Edward asked her, and you could hear how bothered he was by his grandmother's accusations. No matter how justified they might have been. A part of him didn't want to look at things from that point. No, I didn't want you bitter, neither of you, but from day one you made her feel like the other woman. The mere existence of Tanya Denali put a strain on your relationship with your wife. It would have been much smarter of you to develop a relationship with Bella without involving a third party. And I'm not talking about a romantic relationship. I've stood by and watched you make your own decisions and mistakes, but no more. You're going to sit down and hear what I have to say. Without interruption, Edward sat there stunned and could only nod as his grandmother pinned him with one of her famous icy glares. Not even her husband had dared to argue with her when she looked at him like that. Carlyle, who also knew the glare, dropped his head and stayed silent, but he squeezed Esme's hand to advise her to stay silent, too. He only knew too well that once his mother started reprimanding, it was better to make yourself invisible or you were the next. Satisfied that her massage had been received and understood, she nodded once, before she focused on Edward again. Bella is a wonderful woman, and she even accepted that horrible clause in the prenup. I really don't understand why you started your affair with that woman. Maybe she was your act of teenage rebellion, late as it may be. You were always an easy and well-mannered child. Even during puberty you didn't give your parents too much trouble. You always knew what you wanted and what you needed to do to achieve your goals. Relationships were not too serious, but you always treated them well. And then that trollop enters your life and you start spending more money in a month than you did before her in 6 months. I don't want to get too deep into this nonsense, because your marriage is more important than a quick roll between the sheets. Mother, Nana, oh, hush, I'm old not dead. Ed and I had a very healthy sex life. Carlyle groaned, tortured as he heard his mother talk about her sex life with his father and Edward. Well, he was doing what every mature person would do. Putting his hands over his ears and muttering, "La la la, can't hear you." Edward, stop acting so childishly and pay attention. What I'm trying to explain to you is that Bella has been more than understanding and tolerating, but one can only take so much before they explode. And if I'm not terribly wrong, then you have crossed that line tonight. It doesn't matter if you were at fault, because Bella surely isn't only acting so viciously because of one thing. It's the whole situation that has become too much for her. You should prepare yourself to do some serious groveling, because it's going to take a lot to make her forgive you. She would be well within her rights to demand an annulment. Let me ask you one last thing and then I'll let you alone, so that you can think. What would you have done and felt if Bella had treated you like that? You're very proud and passionate. I don't think you would have been able to handle this situation with as much grace as Bella had. Think about that. With one last pointed look at Edward, she stooped up and walked out of the room with his parents following her. He stayed behind with a troubled mind and much to think about. He didn't like the picture his grandmother had painted of him. But Edward couldn't deny that some of it, if not everything, was right. And he didn't like that one bit. Edward had never believed himself to be thoughtless or insensitive, but, even if he wanted to, and he really did, Edward had to admit that he hadn't given his marriage a chance to grow. Not really. He had been too busy managing the business and being defiant. No, I wasn't defiant or sulking. Being with Tanya had been my decision. Even if it had turned out to be a bad one. I've always followed the rules and done what I was supposed to. Okay, maybe I haven't had as much free time as Emmett or Alice, but I knew very early what I wanted to do with my life. This doesn't mean my involvement with Tanya had anything to do with a belated teenage rebellion. No, absolutely not. Well, maybe, perhaps a little bit, okay. Yes. He hadn't begun his relationship with Tanya because he loved her or because she was a great person. It had been lust, nothing serious or deep. Being with her had been irrational and just for pleasure. I had made him feel like he was just like everyone else. Young and stupid. Emmett had dated quite a lot of women before he'd met Rose, and his parties had been legendary. He'd had a wild youth and had enjoyed every moment of it. His little sister hadn't dated nearly as much as Emmett had, but she'd still partied and done lots of things with her friends. Shopping, sleepovers, and some pretty crazy things. Edward himself hadn't done anything like that. Of course, he'd dated, but it had never been too serious. His girlfriends had been part of his way to become nay of the youngest and most successful businessmen under 30. Edward had always believed that he'd made the right decisions, but his pop had thought differently. Edward Cullen Sr. had been one of the most successful men in the U.S. He had been happy to see that his grandson wanted to take over the family business once it was time for the old man to retire. He had been proud of Edward's many achievements, but now Edward remembered one of their talks while he had been in college. Him and his grandfather sat in the very comfortable leather armchairs in his personal study and had drunk some tea chocolate that his pop was quite fond of. Edward had just told him about one of his video conferences with Germany, and although Edward Sr. was pleased to hear about the outcome and his grandson's dedication, something seemed to trouble him. "Edward, I'm happy to hear how well you're doing, but don't you think you should spend some of your time doing something else for a chance?" Edward was confused because he didn't understand what his grandfather was talking about. He loved what he was doing, and it was a great feeling to be accepted by more experienced and older businessmen. It showed Edward that he was doing it right and that he would be able to lead the business when it was time. "What do you think I should be doing instead? I like being at the office and learning how things are done." Edward Sr. sighed but still smiled as he looked at the young man his first grandchild had become. "Oh, I know, Edward, but you're always so focused on school or work. The only close friend you have is Jasper. You're young. Enjoy this time before it's too late. Go out, have some fun, meet new friends. Hell, do something stupid but be young and live." They both stared at each other while the younger thought about his grandfather's and mentor's words. "I don't want to go out and meet some scantily clad women or hang out with people who couldn't care less about their future. I know Emmett enjoys such things, but I'm different." "I know you are, Edward," the older one said, and didn't seem to like his heir's answer. "But take it from someone who has lived and seen quiet a lot over the decades. If you don't sow your wild oats now, you might regret it, or do something stupid later in life, when things won't be so easily forgiven." At that time Edward had mentally scoffed at that. He couldn't believe that he would ever find himself in such a situation or regretting not having savored his adolescent. "Well, fuck, the old man was once again right. I'm really one stupid idiot." The day after the ball from hell, Bella didn't feel much better, but she planned to contact Jenks and talk to Ben as soon as possible. For now though, she would talk to Jane. Her best friend might be strange and lightly evil, but she always gave good advice. After lunch Bella had called Jane and asked her to come to her house, and Jane, being the good friend that she was, had immediately driven there. And Bella didn't even need to tell her something had happened, because Jane had seen the Aston Martin, which Bella had all but forgotten about. Ops. Jane simply raised an eyebrow at her when she entered the house and walked towards the kitchen where she poured herself a glass of wine. She already knew she would need it. "Care to explain to me why your husband's car looks like an angry vulture mobbed it?" were the first words out of Jane's mouth when they sat on the couches in the living room. "I'm going to end this farce of a marriage as soon as possible," Bella responded in a bitter voice, and her answer made Jane nearly choke. She had expected many things to hear from her friend, but certainly not that. "Sorry, what did you say?" "Monday morning I'm going to contact Ben and Jenks so that they can start the annulment. I've had enough and it's time to end this. The ball last night was just too much for me to take." She still couldn't believe that Edward had treated her so disrespectful. Bella hadn't been happy about the Tanya situation, but at least Edward had treated her right, but she would not be sitting at home while her husband paraded his whore around for all the world to see. Jane looked shocked and more than confused. "Okay, I take it something happened last night. Something you're obviously not willing to forgive. Tell me exactly what happened. I thought you two were getting along just fine. You were only worried he was pushing himself too hard." Bella just scoffed before she told her friend what had transpired at the ball last night. At first Jane had appeared surprised, but soon anyone could see her anger. It was a good thing Edward Cullen wasn't at home, or he would have had to deal with a very pissed off Mistress Jane. But her anger left her a little when she heard that the spouses had yet to talk about anything. Now, Jane hated, no, loathed, cheating and disrespectful treatment, but she knew Edward wasn't really stupid, so she asked herself, why would he provoke Bella that much? Bella had made her conditions clear and the prenup was indisputable. Edward had to know the risks of his behavior. Why haven't you talked to Edward yet, Bella? Jane asked after she had calmed down and thought about the mess. Bella just glared at her. I don't want to talk to him. I don't even want to see him. All I want is for this to be over and done with. He doesn't deserve a chance to explain himself or to hear what I have to say about it. If I never see him again, it would still be too soon, she raged as she got up and stalked through the room in an attempt to get herself back under control. I understand that, Jane said, and she really did, but she still thought a talk was necessary. Not so much for Edward but for Bella. I still advise you to talk to him. I know you don't want to, she quickly added when Bella opened her mouth to say something. But you need it as some kind of closure. I know you, Bella, and I don't want to dictate what you should do, that is your decision. But, and that is a huge but, I know you would like to yell at him and tell him why you're doing the things you're planning to. You deserve to have no regrets once everything is over, and I simply don't believe you will achieve your peace of mind by refusing to talk to him. Oh, and you really need to let him into the house. It's also his. Bella dropped her head as she heard her Frian's arguments, and sadly she had to agree with her. She wouldn't be able to truly let go without one last meeting with Edward. God, how she hated this whole stupid affair. Okay, I'll send him a text and let him know that I want to speak to him and that I changed the codes back, Bella grumbled as dropped back onto the couch, where she grabbed her phone and sent a short message to her soon-to-be ex-husband. I know this is hard for you, but I won't even pretend to know what you're going through. You know me, and I would have most likely blackmailed my family or destroyed everything they held dear. But you were always much kinder than I am. I think I should go now. Edward will most likely arrive as soon as he can. Talk to him, but do what is best for you, and if you need me, well, you know how to reach me. Jane whispered as she hugged her friend tightly and hoped that everything would work out for both of them. She didn't say it out loud, but she was certain Edward and Bella could be really happy together. If just the stupid bitch would disappear and they had more time alone. Maybe she should make sure that little Miss Denali had to leave the city, or even the state. Yes, that would be the best, but she would wait until she heard from Bella again. But just because she wouldn't take actions against the bitch just now, didn't mean she couldn't start gathering everything there was to know about her. No one hurt her loved ones and got away with it, Jane thought with an icy expression on her face. Bella waited nervously for Edward to arrive, and not even an hour later did she hear him arrive with Garrett, who had apparently picked him up from wherever Edward had spent the night. She watched as both men got out of the car and walked to the destroyed Aston Martin. Edward and Garrett seemed to cringe as they viewed the damage by daylight. Bella felt bad that she had taken her anger out on such a beautiful car, but she wasn't remotely sorry for hurting the asshole, who was now entering the house. She didn't move to greet him. Bella stayed where she was and waited for him to come to her. Slowly, no, carefully, he entered the living room and gently sat down on the couch closest to her. "Hello, Bella," he said after a few minutes of uncomfortable and tense silence. Bella didn't say anything. She just handed him a copy of the prenup, on which she had highlighted the clause about discretion. Edward was confused, but soon his face showed that he understood what Bella wanted. He swallowed before he met Bella's eyes. "You want a divorce?" "No, I want an annulment. This has never been a real marriage, so I won't treat it as such. The annulment will be handled quietly and quickly. I don't want to drag this out, and I don't even want any of your money or this house, so don't worry. All I want is to live my life with dignity." You treated me like some sort of gold digger, but I never even wanted to be married to you. I was forced into this. You at least had some kind of choice." Bella screamed and tried to stay standing or she would slap the shit out of him. Edward furrowed his brows as he listened to Bella. Now, after a really long night, he could understand why she wanted out of this marriage. He could even accept her pummeling his car with a bat, but he didn't understand the last part. "What are you talking about?" he asked. "I know our families arranged our marriage, but both of us had a choice to say no. My grandfather only made the deal because he wanted me out of her reach. Well, at least I think that was his reason, but I never heard about anyone forcing you." Bella let out a sarcastic laugh before she leant forward and told him the truth. "Of course, you never heard anything about it. My family knew yours would have never agreed otherwise." She sneered and then she told him about the threats and how Gerald Swan would have used all his power to make her miserable if she hadn't agreed to marry Edward. Her husband had turned gray under his soft feverish glow and his eyes portrayed his shock, but Bella wasn't done yet. "So you see, Edward, I really didn't have a choice. Angela, Ben and all the others would have lost their jobs and there wouldn't have been a choice to get that much money. We're not talking about a few $100,000s, no, we're talking about a few millions. And even if I had paid back every single cent, I wouldn't have been free. My family may not be as important or powerful as yours, darling, but that ass of a grandfather still has some very influential friends. Some of them would do a lot just to make sure that my grandfather stayed happy. I may not understand much about insurances and the stock market, but I would bet my ass that some of the deals my family sealed were not entirely legal. I chose what I thought to be the lesser evil, and now look at me. You and your whore don't even bother to hide your affair." Bella was red in the face and panting once she'd gotten all that out. It felt good to finally say these things. "Bella," Edward sighed quietly after a few moments, in which he had watched her and tried to understand what she had told him. He had known that the Swans weren't a very loving family, but he hadn't believed that they had truly forced Bella into the marriage with him. This circumstance made him feel even worse about how he'd handled their marriage. But he wasn't willing to give up. Their marriage deserved a real chance, and at least Edward was willing to fight. Especially now that he'd finally understood what kind of woman Tanya was and how stupid he had behaved. The question was if Bella was willing. But first he had to explain what had happened. "I haven't danced with Tanya," Edward began and quickly continued as he saw Bella's face rapidly changing colors. "Please let me explain. I have never lied to you. True, I might have acted like a selfish bastard, but not once have I lied to you. Please listen," he begged, and after it looked like Bella wanted to just jump over the low table and throttle him. She gave him a tense nod. The only reason she even considered letting him continue speaking was because he spoke the truth. He had never told her a lie. Both had been as honest as possible, and so she was willing to hear his side of the story, but if he didn't have fucking good explanation she would throw him out. "I didn't know she would be there. Tanya loves parties and not charity balls. I was about to return to you and ask you if we could leave sooner than planned because I didn't feel good. Suddenly she grabbed me and spun us onto the dance floor. I needed a moment to orient myself, because the sudden movement had made me dizzy, but as soon as I realized who had grabbed me, I told her let me go and walked back to the table, but you were already gone. My family was livid. Not that I hadn't deserved their anger. I've really treated you badly and Nana ripped me a new one. But you have to believe me, that would never disrespect you in that manner. I think my involvement with Tanya was a mistake. I'm sorry for hurting you." The last part was whispered and Bella could see that something had changed in him. Not everyone would have believed him, but Bella did. After everything that Jane had told her about the bitch, she could absolutely imagine her doing something like this. "I believe you, but that doesn't mean I won't go to my lawyer's first thing Monday morning," she said and looked him square in the face. "Bella, please, I know I don't deserve it, but give us a chance. I really think we could work." Bella was surprised to see that Edward really seemed to mean it. But she didn't understand his reasonings and they weren't too important to her. Edward, I can't go on like this. You have to choose, Tanya or your wife. I won't continue to live in a marriage with 3 people. If this marriage should even have a chance to work, and I'm not saying that it has one, then things need to change. We won't talk about this today, but tomorrow. After we have thought about what we want, we'll sit down together and decide what to do. And now excuse me, but I need to do some work. Bella didn't wait for Edward to respond before she left the room, but just before she closed the door she heard him saying something. His voice was so soft and quiet that she was sure she wasn't supposed to hear it. But she did. I choose you, Bella. The next 24 hours weren't easy for either inhabitant of the house. Both Edward and Bella stayed mostly in their rooms and thought about the next day and what should be done concerning their marriage. Ella didn't want things to stay as they were, but she also had to admit that there was no way that they could keep the failure of their marriage hidden. Not to forget that there was still the arrangement with her grandfather. Bella needed to keep things as quiet as possible. Phoenix would start advertising Inheritance of Light soon, and if everything went as planned, then the book would be in stores just before Thanksgiving. Bella would be damned if the book or Phoenix were in any way associated with the annulment. Once again, Bella found herself at a crossroad. Both options had good points and bad points. But there was no way she would disadvantage the book's success by a social scandal, and their annulment would be the biggest scandal of the year. At the end of the day, she knew she would need to talk to Edward. It didn't matter if she liked it or not, but Edward could make this very difficult for her. Why is my life never easy? Edward, on the other side of the floor, wasn't faring much better. It hurt to admit that he'd acted like a Class A asshole. He liked Bella and had so since their first real meeting, but he had been stubborn and immature. His relationship with Tanya had been over weeks, if not months ago. Edward hadn't enjoyed his time with Tanya for quite some time now, because she had been too high maintenance and annoying, but he hadn't seen her worst behavior until this week. They hadn't even seen each other more than once a week, at most, and sex, hell, he couldn't even remember when he'd last slept with Tanya. Shortly after the honeymoon, things had become stressful at work, and he simply hadn't had the time nor the desire to have sex with her. The only reason why he hadn't ended things sooner was as simple as it was stupid. He just hadn't wanted to deal with the aftermath. Sadly, Edward had to deal with it now. She'd tried to call nearly a dozen times in the last 2 days, and that didn't count the messages. He was just lucky that she hadn't started complaining to Alice yet. Or his little sister would be talking his ear off. There was a really good reason why one should never start anything with your siblings' friends. It could only end bad. But for now he would simply ignore her and concentrate on Bella and the business, as he should have from the very beginning. Bella had made it clear that things needed to change, but he hoped he could sway her away from the annulment. He could understand why she wanted it, and a small part of him even agreed with her, but he wanted to try, really try, to make this marriage work, before they gave up on it. I sound like a hypocrite. And I'm aware of that, thank you very much. Edward wanted to ask for advice, but he knew he and Bella needed to deal this on their own. Too many people had manipulated their marriage for too long, and it needed to stop. It didn't matter if their intentions had been good, and Edward was eternally grateful for his Nana's intervention, but they needed to manage this crisis on their own. Edward knew that he needed to make an effort and to make some compromises to show that he had learned from his mistakes. He didn't know why, but somehow Edward felt like he would regret it, if they would part now. With a soul-deep sigh, he grabbed the prenup and started working on saving his marriage that he hadn't wanted at first. Neither Edward nor Bella felt rested next morning, and both dreaded the coming conversation, but they knew it needed to be done. Both had called work and told them they wouldn't be able to make it today, and both had been beyond grateful that they were their own bosses. Luckily, neither had any important things to do that couldn't wait for another day or be handled by someone else. They met at the dining table after they had eaten lunch, not that either one had eaten much. As they were too nervous, Edward and Bella sat down opposite of each other. Neither wanted to be the first to say anything, but Edward thought it would be best if he was the one to start, as he was responsible for the entire mess. Bella, I have done what you've said, and I've come to the conclusion that I don't want to give up yet. I know that I've treated you and our marriage like shit, but I've thought of a few things we could try, if you're willing, that is, Edward said in a calm voice as he looked at Bella's eyes. She looked as shitty as he felt. Exhausted and weary. Okay, Edward. Bella agreed and gave him a small nod. Now that she wasn't blinded by hurt and anger any longer, she could process things more rationally. I'll listen to you, but I can't make any promises right now. We need to talk first, and if we can't find common ground, then I will go through with the annulment. At the moment Bella didn't feel very strong, but she knew what she was willing to give and where she had to draw the line. Her voice, though, sounded clear and strong. At least something, she thought dryly. Thank you, Edward whispered softly before he took a steadying breath and began. I know that our marriage didn't start the way either of us wanted, but now that I finally pulled my head out of my ass, I would like to see if we could work together. Our prenup is obviously outdated now, and I want to change a few things. They don't need to be written into the contract, but I think it would be best if we wrote them down somewhere. Bella had to agree with him. They needed to find some common ground and agree to stick with it. Perhaps it would be best to keep the lawyers out of it, at least for now. I think I should begin with telling you that, for as long as we're married, I won't be seeing anyone else. It was stupid of me to expect you to tolerate such a behavior, and I know this can't undo my wrongs, but it could be a step in the right direction. Hearing those words shocked Bella, and she couldn't stop herself from asking Edward if he was sure. Really? No more Tanya? God, that would be awesome. Edward looked her deep in the eyes before he answered. Yes, no more Tanya. I ended things with her on Friday, and that little display at the ball was her desperate attempt to get me back, but I won't go back to her. I was a fool to ever start messing with her, and too blind to see what my grandmother and others saw in her. She's a selfish, manipulative and shallow woman. Amen. Being with her only put a strain on our relationship, and I'm sorry for that, Edward continued. That said, I hope we could agree to a trial period. A trial period? Bella asked, and her voice showed her confusion. She had no idea what Edward was talking about or how that could help them. Yes, I think it's unfair to both of us to stay in marriage that really isn't working, but I want at least to try, really try. We work on our relationship, but if I isn't working for both of us or just one, then we agree to separate, in mutual agreement, in 6 months. Edward looked uncomfortable after he'd finished, but Bella thought his offer was rational. She, herself, didn't feel good about simply ending things without really trying. A marriage was something both spouses had to work on, and Bella didn't feel comfortable with the knowledge that they hadn't even tried to work things out. As much as she wanted to, she also had to admit that some of the problems were partly her fault. Bella had known that she would have problems accepting his affair with the bitch. But she had simply accepted Edward's demand. Even later she had mostly ignored the issue and treated Edward like a roommate. The only times she'd opened her mouth had been when she'd been angry. That was not her definition of trying to make things work. With these thoughts in mind, she decided to agree to 6 months. I know it sounds crazy, but I'm okay with the 6 months, but things have to change. Edward seemed relieved, and some of the tension in his body lessened. Good. What kind of changes are you thinking of? No affairs, absolutely none. That isn't negotiable. Bella stirs S's and waited to Edward to nod before she continued. The next point is that we need to spend more time together. I'm aware that we both work very hard, but that doesn't mean that we both can't make time for each other. Once a week we spent a couple of hours together to do whatever we want. We've spent more time together before the wedding, and that is just unacceptable. I don't care what we do. We could go to a concert, a movie, drive around, or even cook together. Hell, for all I care, we could visit some games. The last part made Edward smile, and Bella knew exactly why. It was no secret that E was a sport loser and would rather endure a shopping spree than to participate in some kind of physical activity, but she was willing to make compromises. Sport? Huh. Don't worry, I wouldn't force you to do something you clearly abhor. But I think a football or hockey game wouldn't be too bad. The atmosphere is great and it's funny to watch some of the crazier fans. And there's always good food. Bella looked at him skeptically, but she loved people watching. It was one of her hidden guilty pleasures. Okay. Maybe one. Woohoo. Okay. Your idea is great and I totally agree with you. But back to the serious stuff. I want you to know one thing though, Bella, no matter what happens, Phoenix won't suffer. If your grandfather should even dare so think about doing somethings against you or your business, then I'll stop him. I'm much more powerful than he is. My family wanted me out of Tanya's reach before I made a huge mistake, but what your poor excuse of a family did was just wrong. You deserve better and I'll do my best to make you happy. Or at least as happy as I can. Bella couldn't even express how much it meant to her that Edward was willing to stand by her, should her grandfather once again start acting like an asshole. She only managed a watery smile and together they wrote everything they had agreed to down before they went to the kitchen to get some comfort food. Things weren't perfect between them. But they were a lot better than a few days ago, and now that they had spoken neither felt like they were backed into a corner. The following week was nothing sort of strange. Bella felt incredibly uncomfortable around Edward. At first she'd thought it was because of the car. The damn car. Edward and Garrett had made sure to get it hauled to the garage the family used for their cars. She had tried her best and ignored every word the men had spoken about it. It would take some time to get the Aston Martin back in shape, but she would be beautiful again. Edward hadn't said much about Bella's amok run with the bat, but one of the few things he had said was that even though it was painful to see his car in such a bad shape, he could understand why Bella had felt the need to do it and that he didn't blame her for it. Which was a relief, but still, she was very careful around him, as was he. Both were careful not to disturb their fragile agreement, but somehow they managed to build a new routine. Every night they ate together and talked for a little while. Edward had rested for a few days and felt much better now, but no matter how often Bella advised him to go to his doctor to make sure that it hadn't been anything serious, he refused and told her that he didn't need to. Mr. Edward Cullen, in Bella's opinion, was an absolute idiot when it came to his health, which was surprising to her. As Carlyle was a surgeon and must have tried to teach his children how important it was to take care of one's body. Bella didn't know much about medicine, but she did know that the aftermath of a not correctly treated illness could be really bad. Not that her husband was willing to listen to her. At least at work everything went smoothly. It was now September and on Thursday Bella had held the first issue of Inheritance of Light in her hands. The cover was beautiful and everything Bella could have hoped for. The extracts for customers and the specimen copies for the bookstores were done and on their ways. And a few promotional articles were getting printed at this very moment. Bella was very happy with the way things were going. It was still impossible to believe that they had managed to get everything done in such a short amount of time. But they had. Everyone had worked overtime and done their best, and Bella, Angela and Ben all agreed that their employees deserved a little bonus. Hopefully, the book would be as successful as they hoped, but the analyses were promising. Bella hadn't seen her friends this week because they wanted to visit Angela's and Ben's families to tell them the big news, and Bella agreed to watch over everything, especially because they had helped her on Monday. She hadn't told them why she hadn't been able to come to work, as Bella hadn't wanted to worry her friends, who were so happy at the moment. Angela had said yes to Ben's proposal, and couldn't stop smiling, it seemed. The huge smile had been audible over the phone. Nay, and everyone at Phoenix had told her that the smiles had been threatening to slip their faces. Next week there would be a little celebration at their favorite restaurant for the happy couple. This weekend though, Bella and Edward had to go to Carlyle and Esme's 30th anniversary. The whole family and their closest friends would be celebrating at the manor. The party wouldn't be too formal. And they didn't need to get them a present, as Esme and Carlisle wanted their guest to donate rather than spend money for things they didn't need. Bella loved the idea and had immediately done so. Edwa, Rode and Bella arrived at Cullen Manor at noon on Saturday. The manor wasn't decorated overly much. Just a few flowers and lots of candles, but it was very tasteful. It was obvious that Esme, Carlisle and their children, plus Jasper, knew what had happened and kept throwing them looks, but Bella made it clear that, while she thanked them for the support and help, this was Edward's and her business and they would deal with it on their own. Everyone was understanding and soon it was forgotten and everyone focused on the guests of honor. Planned was a lunch and the cooks had outdone themselves. Esme and Carlisle loved the Italian kitchen and all their favorite dishes were served. Different antipasto and bruschetta, risotto, lasagna al forno, chicken cacciatore, minestrone, and of course dessert. Tiramisu, zabaglione and ice cream. And one should not forget the Italian wines. It tasted heavenly, and after everyone was done and only a few scraps were left, Bella thought she wouldn't be able to move ever again. The children and some friends had put a presentation together that they showed in the huge living room shortly after the lunch. Photos and pictures showed the last 35 years of Esme and Carlisle. It was amazing to watch the family grow and see how much they loved each other. Bella's family was nothing like them. After an hour Bella needed the restroom and old Edward, she would be back in a few minutes. On the way back she got a glass of water and was just about to enter the room again when James, one of Edward's cousins, stopped her. "Isabella, it's good to see you. We haven't had time to get to know the other yet. I have to say that Edward is a lucky bastard," James said and let his eyes wander over her dark blue tunic and the white skinny jeans. James Hunter was the son of Carlisle's sister and 1 year younger than Edward. He was tall and had dirty blonde hair. Some might have called him handsome, but his cold blue eyes disturbed the picture. Bella didn't know why, but she didn't like him. "Oh thanks, James," Bella replied with a small intense smile. "Edward and I have been very busy lately, because of that we haven't attended many family dinners." "Such a shame," he drawled and came a little nearer. "Why is Eddie so busy? I thought everything is going well." The new collection wasn't to Edward's liking and needed a few changes, but nothing too serious, she said, and her attitude made it clear that she thought Edward was a little overreacting. Bella had never been a good actress or liar, but somehow she managed to sound believable. "Oh, that's good," James responded and looked aside. "Do you two talk a lot about work? I mean, you're married and all." "Okay, that conversation is a little strange." "Very little. We try to keep the work out of the home," Bella said, and wouldn't have been surprised to see her nose growing several feet. "Yes, that is understandable. If I had such a hot wife, I wouldn't talk with her about business either," James drawled and wrapped an arm around her waist. "Ew." Bella couldn't believe how slimy James was, and, if she remembered right, he had a wife. Edward hadn't been the best example for a good husband, but he at least hadn't flirted with other women whom were married to his cousin. That was simply disgusting. She needed to distract him and get back to the living room. "That's so sweet of you, but I'm sure your own wife is even more beautiful to you. Her name was Victoria, wasn't it?" The mention of his wife threw James a little off and his sharp smile wavered for a moment. Bella used this moment to step away from him. "It was nice talking to you, James, but I really need to get back to Edward before he sends a search party," Bella said quickly and fled the kitchen. As soon as she returned to her place, she breathed a sigh of relief. Edward looked at her oddly for a moment before he asked her if everything was fine. "You were gone for a long time and I was worried if you had gotten lost," he said with a teasing smile. "Ha ha, the manor wasn't that big and Bella had a very good sense of direction, thank you very much. Yes, everything was fine. I just wanted a glass of water and then I met James who wanted to talk to me. And now I need a hot shower." "Ah, you two hadn't really met each other until now. Do you like him?" Edward asked, and something in his face told Bella that he wanted a negative answer to his question. Apparently Edward knew that his cousin was a little slime ball. Oh, James was friendly enough, yup, a little too friendly. But I doubt he's going to be my new best friend. Edward chuckled a bit at that. I know what you mean. James also works for Cullen Corp. Pop considered him for the job as CEO. The old man told me that I had to marry, and someone else than Tanya. Or James would become his successor. As you know, I chose to marry you. James is completely unfitting for the job as CEO. He wants to make money, and if he has to fire a few employees, then he would do it without thinking about the consequences for the people. It was interesting to hear why Edward had really chosen to marry Bella, and it was very clear that the relationship between Edward and Tanya hadn't been strong from the beginning, or Edward wouldn't have made the decision so easily. Edward, don't be so foolish. A voice said next to them, and both startled. They hadn't. She noticed that someone had sat down next to them. As they turned to see who had tried to give them a heart attack, they saw Nana, who was wearing a mischievous smile on her lips. Did I startle you? She didn't sound remotely sorry, and Edward just shook his head at his grandmother's mannerism. But nearly immediately she became serious. Your grandfather only said he would make James his successor to force your hand. Ed loved his business too much to make such a foolish and unreasonable decision. We love James, but he's not the right man for the job. Cullen Corp wouldn't flourish under him, but you, Edward, can make it even better and more successful than it is now. But why would he do something like that, Nana? Edward asked and looked at his grandmother with huge questioning eyes. It was to test you. Huh, was Edward's only answer, and not a very intelligent one. Elizabeth told them to come with her, and together they walked to the study of his grandfather. The room was held in gray. Ends and the dark furnitures and leather armchairs gave the study a masculine feeling. Bella and Edward watched as Elizabeth let her fingers wander over the old wooden desk with a nostalgic smile. Do you know how your grandfather and I became engaged, Edward? Confused by the sudden change of topic, Edward just shook his head. Then it's time that I'll tell you. Please, you two, sit down, she said. And the three of them made themselves comfortable. Elizabeth needed a moment to collect herself before she began her story. Ed and I met in a bookstore, where we literally ran into the other. After he'd helped me gather my belongings, Ed invited me to tea. We talked for hours, and before the night was over he asked me out. My family wasn't poor, but we weren't in the same league as the famous Cullens, but Ed didn't care. We continued to see each other for 4 months before Ed asked me to marry him. It was wonderful. He took me to our bookstore where dozens of flower bouquets were standing. I was completely overwhelmed as he dropped to one knee and pulled out the ring. Of course, I said yes. My family was thrilled and my friends envious, but Ed's family, especially his father, well, they were another story. Andrew thought I was after the family's money and told Ed he'd made a poor choice. The following argument was horrible. They kept screaming and wouldn't listen to reason, and then Andrew said Ed had to choose his family and the business or me. Bella was shocked to hear how the Cullens had reacted to Elizabeth's and Ed's engagement, and Edward wasn't faring any better. It was OBV. IOUS that he'd never heard of that before, but he didn't say a word. He just continued to watch his grandmother. Andrew told his son that if he really wanted to marry me, then he would have to do it without his blessing, and that he would never inherit the family business. I was nearly in hysterics and begged Ed not to throw everything away because of me. I thought I was ripping their family apart. Ed just kissed me and told me not to worry. Ed was completely calm as he faced his father and told him that under those circumstances his choice was clear. He loved his family, honored his father. ND would be proud to become the next CEO, but he would choose me. Ed said that he loved me and knew I didn't want his money. But if his family didn't trust him and wasn't willing to give me, a chance, then he would have to leave. Andrew just nodded and let us leave. Ed went to his rooms and packed his belongings, before he kissed his mother and sister and said goodbye. Ed stayed with a friend of his and started working at a little carpentry. It wasn't easy for him to leave everything behind, but he told me he was happy to be with me. 2 months later his father appeared at his workplace while I was bringing him some lunch. We were both surprised to see him there but decided to see what he wanted. Andrew just looked at us for some time before he asked Ed if his opinion had changed, but Ed told him he still stood by what he'd said and nothing would change that. And then Andrew smiled. He stood there, smiled at his son and said, "You've made me proud, my son. You chose your own way and fought for what you wanted. You did the honorable thing. You both have my blessings." Ed stared at his father as if he was a ghost before he ran to him and hugged him. Andrew hadn't been happy about his son's choice, but he wanted to make sure that we both were willing to fight for our love and happiness. He knew many of their friends and even some family members wouldn't approve of our union. ND wanted to test if we were strong enough to endure their censure. And Andrew was right. Many people called me a gold digger and gossiped behind our backs, but this was nothing compared to what we had already lived through. Elizabeth smiled at us as she finished her story. It was an incredible tale and Bella couldn't believe that their marriage had started like this. Edward still looked shocked. ND shook his head to clear his mind before he got up and started pacing in front of the desk. "I can't believe that I've never heard of this before. Do the others know?" "No, Edward," his Nana said as she watched him from her armchair. "No one knows. Only Ed's closest family and my own knew about Andrew's little test." At first Ed had been very angry about it, but after some time he understood why his father had done it. The high society hasn't changed much in the last few decades, but back then it was nearly unthinkable for someone of my standing to marry into the best family of the state. Many only accepted people of good breeding and much money. They wanted to stay exclusive and made life hard for anyone who dared to break or bend their stupid little rules. Andre's worries weren't even unfounded, you know. A few girls had tried to get closer to Ed to become the next Mrs. Cullen. Of course, Andrew's actions had been hard and slightly unfair, but he wanted to protect his family and business. Edward looked thoughtful as he listened to his grandmother's words. He threw Bella a quick look before he asked the question that had bothered him since his Nana had started telling her story. "Is that what Pop did? Did he use his own father's actions to test me in my relationship to Tanya?" The old lady nodded and watched her grandson as he tried to control his emotions. Yes, Ed didn't lick Tanya from the moment he first met her. It was obvious that she wanted to be part of the family, but only for the money and the connections. Ed thought she would be your big mistake, but he was willing to give you the choice to prove him wrong. But I didn't, and so Pop made sure Tanya wouldn't stay long in my life. I think the old man knew that she wouldn't be able to handle being second best, Edward commented with a dry smile. Bella just sat there and couldn't trust her ears. Apparently Edward's grandfather had known his grandson and the bitch quiet well and done something to make sure she wouldn't get what she wanted. Respect, Pop. But why hasn't he simply talked to me? Edward demanded to know, and Elizabeth gave him a look that made it clear that she thought he was being stupid. Edward, you're as stubborn as a donkey. You wouldn't have listened to anyone. Ed thought you had to find out for yourself that Miss Denali was a witch. The only thing I wasn't happy about was involving Bella. But Ed was as stubborn as you are, Edward, and with his health getting worse, I had other things to worry about. I'm sorry, Bella, but I truly believe that you two can become a strong couple. Did you know that the Swans blackmailed Bella into our marriage? Gerald Swan threatened to destroy Phoenix, which was built with his money, and make Bella's life miserable. Edward saw Ed and looked disgusted by her family's behavior. But that was nothing compared to Nana's reaction. First she paled, and after a quick look at Bella's face seemed to prove Edward's words, she was bright red with fury. What? Are you telling me that the bastard sold his only daughter for his personal gain? For a business agreement? Yes, Nana. My family thought the only way I could redeem myself to them for being such a disappointment as a daughter was by marrying Edward. But don't worry, things aren't turning out as they've hoped for. I haven't really talked to them since the wedding, and I didn't wear the wedding dress Renee wanted. I ignored their invitations to some dinners and parties and made sure that they wouldn't be at the party on the 4th of July. The security wouldn't let them enter the house. Bella explained and smiled as she thought of her mother's furious face. Good, Nana said with a short nod. They deserve to be treated like shit. Nana, quiet, Edward, I'm going to make them pay for treating Bella this way and you. My dear grandson, will make sure that the Swans won't gain anything out of this deal. I'll have to talk with my girls soon. Oh, they won't know what hit them. The smile on Elizabeth's face was disturbing and Edward and Bella decided to leave her alone to plot the demise of the Swan's reputation. Your grandmother can be really scary, Bella said as they returned to the other guests. Yup, never get on Nana's bad side. It's not worth it. Oh yes, that's something I can believe. But that makes me love her even more. 2 days later Edward met Demon Bella. Of course, he knew that Bella was a woman and therefore had a period, but until now he hadn't noticed any significant changes in her during that time. Yeah, until now. Monday morning Bella walked on the stairs and looked like she wanted to murder someone. Edward knew, because of his mother and sister, that it was sometimes better to keep your mouth shut and observe before you did anything to. She could potentially harm your crown jewels. Bella kept grumbling under her breath as she grabbed 2 slices of toast and spread thick Nutella on both slices before she grabbed a banana and put thin pieces of it on top of the Nutella. And then she grabbed sweet iced tea. On a normal morning Bella would eat a bowl of cereals or some junket with fruits, but never did she consume that much sugar. That alone was enough evidence to make Edward wary, very wary, of her. It was obvious that she was being visited by the red wave and less than happy about it. He just hoped that she wasn't having cramps. Hi's mother was downright feral when her uterus didn't behave. Luckily, he had to go to work pretty soon and wouldn't have to deal with his menstruating wife for most of the day. Morning, Bella. How did you sleep? Edward saw Ed after she'd taken her first bite. That had been the wrong thing to say, because the glare she threw him made Edward shiver. Like shit. At some point during the night my uterus thought it necessary to remind me. It was time for my thrice damned period. The fucking thing started hurting before I even began bleeding. How is that fair, huh? From experience, Edward knew old only say the wrong thing to such a question, but not answering would also make Bella angry. It truly wasn't fair. Sounds horrible to me. Bella just scoffed. Of course, it does. You men have it so easy. You don't have to suffer every damn month. Your whole reason for existing is to ejaculate. Someone is getting ready. Start ranting. Help. His lucky stars must have been listening because, in that moment Garrett entered the kitchen. Sir, we can leave, if you're ready. Edward fought hard to conceal his relief because he knew Bella would have seen it and ripped him a new one. Thanks, Garrett, I'll be out in a minute. Garrett, who had seen Bella's dark scowl, made a hasty retreat after wishing her a good day. Edward grabbed his things and carefully kissed Bella's hair and said goodbye. Before he followed Garrett's example and quickly left the house. On the drive to the office, Edward called Ben and warned him about Bella's really bad mood. He might have heard wrong, but Ard was pretty sure he'd heard Ben letting out a small whimper, before he thanked him for the warning. Apparently, every few months Bella had a very strong period that transformed her into a beast. Everyone at Phoenix tried to stay out of her way on these days, but after 3 days the spook was over and Bella was back to her usual friendly self. That didn't fill Edward with much confidence as he would have to deal with Demon Bella for another 2 days. Thank God, it wasn't the weekend. The rest of the day went by rather unspectacular and he was already on his way home when Ben called him. Hey, Ben, how was Bella today? Edward asked as he answered his phone. Ben groaned and Edward feared the worst. It was horrible. I think she ate 2 bars of chocolate and snapped at nearly 10 different people. Our intern was too afraid to enter her office because she had to tell her some not so good news. It's a good thing that Bella left early because of cramps. Now it was Edward who wanted to whimper. That did not sound good. Thanks for telling me. Hopefully she's in her room trying to get some rest. Ben just laughed. Good luck, man. I'll need it. Bella hated being a woman. She really hated it. Well, not every day and not at every moment, but right now she cursed the genetic makeup that had made her a woman. Last night had been uncomfortable. Shortly after 3 in the morning, Bella'd woken with cramps and had needed to get up to find some painkillers, which had needed over 30 minutes until Bella could relax enough to even think about sleeping. The morning, which had come much too soon in her opinion, hadn't been any better. First she'd discovered that she'd started bleeding much more than usual for her first day, and then she'd stuffed herself with enough sugar to make 20 children hyper. The rest of the day had been just as bad. Bella simply couldn't stop eating and everyone had acted as if she was a wild beast, which had made her extra bitchy. It was not her fault that no one had enough spine to stand up to her. They were all fucking cowards. And now she was back at home. 2 hours before she'd wanted to, because her cramps made her want to weep or curse and she couldn't find any ibuprofen. Just as Bella was about to grab her phone and beg Kate to buy her some magical pills, and maybe a really cheesy and hot pizza, she heard Edward opening the front door and putting his keys in the bowl next to the door. "Bella," his careful voice asked, and Bella just knew that someone called her husband and warned him. "I'll make the idiots at Phoenix rue the day they met me. How dare they tell tales? I'm not that bad. In the living room, and I hope you have ibuprofen and pizza with you," Bella snapped, and for a moment she thought that she really was that bad. A few moments later Edward entered the room and looked at her as if she would attack him any moment, which was simply ridiculous because she didn't want to move, because of her cramps. One look at her seemed to be enough to make Edward cringe. That bad, huh? Bella's glare was cold enough to make her brave husband shiver. "Okay, stupid question, but why would I need to have pills with me? I know you still had some this morning. You can't have taken them all." Bella felt herself blush because he was right. She had had enough pills this morning to last 2 days. "I dropped them in the toilet." "Oh, yes, oh, that's really unfortunate, but I think I still have some in my bathroom." "Let me look," Edward offered and walked upstairs. Bella didn't dare to hope, but 2 minutes later Edward handed her a wonderful white pill that would make her fucking craps go away. "Oh, thank you, Edward. I could kiss you," Bella exclaimed as she swallowed the white miracle. "In an hour I'll feel better." Edward gave her a gentle smile. "That's good, but would you maybe like a hot water bag as well? I know we have one upstairs and then we need to think about what we want to eat tonight. I know you're not up to any cooking and Mom loved fast food during her days of the month. Just tell me what you want and I'm going to order it," he offered, and Bella couldn't help but smile at her amazing husband. "That is the best idea I've heard in a long time. I want pizza, with salami, onions, pepperoni, mushrooms and much cheese." "Very much cheese." Edward laughed as he heard her order. "Okay, I'll tell them, and after I'm done with that I'll get the bag. You just stay here and chose what we'll watch while we eat." 47 minutes later they sat on the couch and enjoyed their really delicious piz. As in a huge bucket of Haagen-Dazs ice cream while they watching Will Smith and Jeff Goldblum trying to save the world from aliens. And Bella thought it was a perfect night, even if she was on her damn period. 3 days later Bella was happy to be done with her monthly visitor, and everyone around her thanked the deities that they had survived, even if they did that silently, so that Bella wouldn't notice. 3 people who were especially happy were Edward, Ben and Angela. Edward, because he wouldn't have to deal with her moody ass any longer, and Ben and Angela, because they were celebrating their engagement the next day and wouldn't have to fear their best friend's evil alter ego at their party. Bella, oblivious to their relief, spent the late Friday afternoon to buy a nice engagement present. Luckily, she knew what she would get them. Edward loved her idea and was willing to add some money, otherwise Bella would have had trouble paying for it, but her best friends deserved only the best. Ben was a little geek and Angela, well, she had a not-so-hidden passion for fairy tales and the like, and both had never been to Disney World, so what was better than getting them tickets to visit the best place for people who kept their inner child very much alive. Bella couldn't wait to see their friends' faces when they opened the envelope with the vouchers. The exited smile didn't leave Bella's face for the next 24 hours, and Edward couldn't help thinking that his wife had lost her mind. Saturday night Edward was driving them himself so that Garrett could spend some much-needed alone time with his wife. Ben and Angela had invited both of them, even if they didn't know Edward well yet, but that was something that could only be changed if Edward was willing to spend some time with Bella's friends. Bella directed them to the restaurant where the little party would be held. The Mama Ann's was a nice place where you could get the best Mexican food and burgers, and it was the favorite meeting spot of the friends. The interior was held in earth shades, and together with the nearly black wooden tables and chairs, it gave the room a comfortable feeling. Edward had never been there before but had to admit that he liked it, and if the food was only half as good as Bella claimed it was, then he would have to take Emmett and Jasper there. The newly engaged couple had reserved a table in the back where they would be mostly on their own. Some of the guests, including Ben and Angela, were already there and greeted Bella with hugs and kisses. Apparently most of them knew each other from college and had stayed in contact, especially those who'd stayed in and around Boston. After everyone had taken a seat, it was time to order drinks and food. The menu was great, and Edward decided this was a place he would really enjoy, especially after Ben had told him that you could watch some games here. He knew his brother and friend would love it here. Edward enjoyed himself and loved listening to the different stories, but his favorite ones were about his wife. Really, Edward, Bella was horrible while studying for her exams, Angela said, and tried to hold her laughter back. Bella seemed to know what her friend wanted to tell him and tried to stop her. Angela, don't you dare tell Edward that story. Angela ignored Belle and continued to tell Edward the embarrassing story. Okay. It was Sunday night and Bella had an exam on Monday morning. She had studied most of the weekend and wanted a good night's sleep, so that she would be fit for the exam, but some guys were celebrating in front of the dormitory. I had some earplugs in my ears, but Bella was stubborn and refused to use them. Well, not that they had been doing me much good. She thought the students should be quiet enough so that other people could get their much-needed sleep. Well, it was after 2 and the idiots were still partying like there was no tomorrow, and one of them shouted, "Hey Susie, come here and suck me. I'm so hard I could drill holes in a wall with it." Everyone started snickering at that and looked anxious to hear the rest while Bella was trying to hide her beet red face. And that was when Bella snapped. I've seldom seen her move faster, but with twist and a jump she was out of her bed, grabbed a bucket and filled it with cold water while she kept muttering under her breath. As soon as the bucket was full, she went to the window, opened it and threw the water over the partying boys. But that wasn't enough for her, so Bella started screaming, "Here, I hope that cools your gherkin, you asshole. And now shut up and piss off, or a hard-on will be the least of your problems. Do you hear me?" There she stood, little Bella, in nothing more than her panties and a Care Bears nightgown, screaming at a group of rather huge young men, who looked at her like she was crazy. I think they were too stunned to say anything, but Bella was so furious that she demanded an answer. I said, "Do you hear me, you amoeba?" Something must have told them, most likely the Bella's glare, that it was better to agree with her. "Ma'am, yes, ma'am," they answered, and Bella just told them to piss off and throw themselves off a building or a bridge. Then she closed the window and got back to bed, where she fell asleep only minutes later. By Tuesday half the campus had heard the story of the evil woman in the Care Bear nightgown. By the time Angela was finished with the story, most of the guests were laughing so hard that tears were running down their faces. Bella, on the other hand, tried not to look completely embarrassed as she said that they had deserved that and everyone would have done the same. No one told her that only the crazies would have acted like that, but Edward thought that was a good thing, because his wife was clearly mental. Apparently, Bella had had enough, and decided that offense was the best defense. "So, you think that was funny, huh, Angela? But do you know what I found funny? How you reacted when the captain of the football team asked you out." Angela stopped smiling immediately and stared at Bella with huge eyes. "No, don't tell that. It was so humiliating. Angela begged, but Bella's smile told her that Bella believed in payback. But why should I do that, Angie? You love funny stories so much and this one is very funny, Bella replied innocently before she began her tale. It was our second semester and of course we knew by then who were the most popular guys on campus. Damien Shark was the quarterback of the football team and looked just too good to be true. Every girl and some boys wanted to take a ride on his prized disco stick. We had only ever seen him on the field or in passing once or twice, but on a wonderful spring day Angela met him at the library. Both of us had needed some books for different courses and had decided to get them together. Because I had forgotten one, I'd needed to go back and grab it while Angela stayed near the stairs. And what did I see when I came back? My sweet and innocent friend, talking to the hottest man in the vicinity. Well, Angela wasn't really talking to him. She just stood there with an shy smile on her face while Shark was trying to charm her out of her panties. Bella! Angela screamed and was nearly as red as Bella had been, which was quite a feat. That's not true. He was just being nice. Bella snorted so hard at that. Edward was afraid she might have hurt herself. Oh please. I know when a guy is trying to get some and he totally was, but this not important here. What is important is that Shark pulled all the moves. Smiling, playing with strand of her hair, whispering. You name it, he'd most likely done it. I didn't want to disturb them but wanted to hear what he was saying. I slowly came closer and just managed to hear how he asked her if Angela would go to the movies with him. And Angela, still unable to form a coherent sentence, just nodded and whispered yes. That W, as my clue to get her out of there before he managed to suck the brain out of mouth. As quickly as possible, I managed to say our goodbyes and steered Angela away from him. Angela kept looking at Mr. Tall and handsome like a lovesick schoolgirl and didn't watch where she was going. One moment she was smiling and giggling and the next one, oops, was she falling down the stairs. Angela was lucky it had been only 4 steps or she would have most likely hurt herself. I, worried about her, ran to her side and asked her if she was hurt somewhere and do you what she said. Bella, why are there steps here? They weren't here a moment ago. Bella imitated Angela's voice so good that once again everyone was roaring with laughter. Ben looked like he was about to piss himself as he wrapped his arms around his pouting fiancée. I'm sorry that I'm laughing at you, but I hope you know that now after I know this, you won't be allowed to say anything against my crazy behavior concerning my games. You always complained that I behaved like I had a crush on some of the characters, but the story Bella just told is worse. Much worse. Angela just glared at Ben before she turned to Bella and tried to look hurt. No. What you have done. I won't be able to complain about his passion for the stupid games anymore. I'd really hoped that I could ban them but no he won't let me. That's so unfair. Sorry, Angela, Bella said. Though she didn't sound sorry at all. But you know what they say. Pay back is a bitch. They laughed a lot and Bella's and Edward's present was the best, and most likely the most expansive. Ben and Angela loved it and nearly choked their friend with their hugs. Ben couldn't wait to go but Angela, always the voice of reason, reminded him that the trip would have to wait for a while. That little detail didn't diminish Ben's excitement though. Soon it was time to leave and Edward thought that he hadn't spent such an enjoyable night with friends in a while. Why? CH reminded him to call Emmett and Jasper, so that they could sew something. The good mood lasted until they left the restaurant. It was raining buckets outside. Shit, Edward cursed as he and Belle hurried into the car. The weather forecast had reported that the rainstorm wouldn't hit the area until tomorrow morning. Bella didn't look happy about the weather but she thought it was more important to get home as fast as possible. I know, Edward, but we can't change that the storm is early. I think we should hurry, because it was supposed to be worse than that. Edward agreed and tried to drive as fast as possible but security came first. Half an hour into their drive it started storming and here and there you could see, and hear, lightnings and thunder. Edward was tense as he drove the car over the wet and partially flooded streets. They were about 20 minutes from home when Bella saw something on the road. Stop. Edward reacted immediately and managed to stop the car before he hit the subject on the street. It was a god thing that they were one of the few who were still on the roads, or they would have caused an accident. Both stared at the object, and after a moment they saw that it was a part of a tree, which was blocking the road. Great. I'll try to pull the giant branch aside so that we can pass, Edward offered and opened his belt. No, Edward, let's just turn around and take a different route home, Bella suggested, because she didn't want Edward out in the rain. Edward was shaking his head before Bella had even finished. That would take over 40 minutes, maybe longer if any of the other roads are also blocked. The branch looks like I could move it, Edward sighed and didn't even wait for Bella's answer before he stepped out of the car. Edward, Bella called after her stupid husband. Get back here. You're not wearing a rain jacket or even some warm clothes. You'll catch a cold, and you just had one. Be reasonable. But Edward Cullen wasn't listening to her. It took him 10 minutes to get the branch off the road. He was absolutely drenched by the time he backed into the car, and Bella could see that H was freezing. You're an idiot, do you know that? She asked him as Edward started the car again and continued their drive home. Please, stop making such fuss. I'll take a hot shower when we get home. There's no need to worry. The next morning Edward woke with a sore throat and a headache. As soon as Bella noticed that he didn't feel all that well, she was all over him. Bella demanded that he should call his father or at least go to the doctor Monday morning. But Edward wouldn't hear it. Bella didn't know what to do, other than make him drink tea and watch him. She would give him 2 days, and if Edward wouldn't feel better by then, she would drag him to a doctor herself. Edward, of course, believed that Bella was simply overreacting, but not even he could deny that he felt increasingly worse. To evade Bella's fussing and worrying, he stayed in his room and office, where he tried to get some work done, but wasn't really successful. Bella wasn't fooled though. She knew Edward was hiding, so that he wouldn't have to deal with her and the fact that he was ill. Every time Bella heard him sneeze or cough, she became more worried. His coughing didn't sound too good, and she feared Edward would develop a severe case of pneumonia. But she would wait until tomorrow before she would act. For now she couldn't do anything, as she was sure Edward wouldn't agree to pay the hospital a visit. In the evening Edward refused to eat dinner and told her that he wanted to go to bed early because he had a meeting later the next day, and that behavior worried Bella more than she wanted to admit. Bella didn't sleep well that night and woke by the slightest sound, fearing that Edward's condition was worsening. Because of the restless sleep, Bella overheard the alarm the next morning. Cursing loudly, she jumped out of bed and got ready as fast as she could. She grabbed a granola bar and a smoothie and left the house without checking on Edward or even saying goodbye. Bella arrived half an hour late and nearly ran into Brenda. Bella, she yelled in surprise, as she saw the state her employer was in. Oh my God, what happened? You look absolutely rushed about and everyone is waiting for you in the conference room. Bella tried to suppress the curses that wanted to leave her. I overslept. Is there something I should know before go in there? Bella asked her secretary, who just shook her head and promised Bella to get a huge coffee. Bella threw a quick thank you over her shoulder before she entered the meeting. Everyone stared at her because Bella had never been late to any meeting or event, ever, and now she looked like she hadn't had time to get properly dresses this morning, which she hadn't, but that was beside the point. I'm so sorry, Bella said as fell into her chair at the head of the table. I didn't hear the alarm this morning and overslept. I hope you haven't waited too long. Angela, who knew how much her friend hated it to be late to any date, threw Bella a concerned glance before she answered her. Don't worry, Bella, we only waited about 10 minutes and haven't even begun yet. Bella sighed in relief as she heard that. Good, then let's get started. We have lots of work to do. Lily shook her head in amusement before she handed Bella and a few others a copy of Inheritance of Light. These came this morning and I know that Miss Hughes should get her copy in a few hours. Bella couldn't believe her eyes. as she looked at the cover of the book for the first time. It felt great in her hands and Bella had to praise the cover designer's work. The cover looked amazing. It played with shadow and light and you could only see the silhouette of some people. The design was attractive and would surely catch the attention of many. The book itself was of good quality and didn't look cheap. All in all, Bella was more than satisfied with the end product. She raised her head and looked around her to see what the others were thinking of it, and by the happy faces and the excited whispers, she knew they were just as happy as she was. At last she turned to her friends and partners. Their faces glowed with approval and the same excitement Bella felt. "That's it," Bella whispered and caressed the cover of the book. "This book will help us on the road to success." Ben nodded at her and he, like Bella, was wearing a huge smile. "Yes, that it will. I can't wait for Thanksgiving." Angela tried to hide that she was as close to crying, but no one would have found it strange. It hadn't been easy to meet their deadline, but they had managed the nearly impossible. Bella let them talk for a few more moments before she called for attention. "Okay, I know that we're all very happy and excited, but we have still to talk about over things. Jonas, what do you have for us?" Jonas, a huge blond man in his early 30s, looked at his notes before he handed the three partners their copies and answered Bella. "The news from Amazon, Barnes & Nobles, and the others are good. They've ordered more than 1,000 copies and they already have a few pre-orders. The bookstores also seem interested, but we'll have to wait a little longer as they just have gotten their examples. But as Inheritance of Light was already mentioned in our autumn and winter program, we do have a few orders already. I would say that not only we think that the book will be successful." Bella liked hearing that, and it calmed her fears that the book could still be a huge disaster. But she had faith. "Good, that sounds better than expected. Okay, on to the next topic. Heather, what new stories did the last week bring us?" The meeting took over 2 hours after and they were done. Everyone returned to their desks to work on their current tasks. Edward woke up much later than usual and a look at the alarm showed him that it was already after 10 a.m. Normally, Edward would have been shocked, but today he needed some time to gather his thoughts. He felt horrible. His head hurt, but that was nothing compared to his lungs. It felt like something heavy was sitting on top of him, and coughing was a terrible experience. Edward could hear the mucus in his lungs, and as much as he didn't want to admit it, he knew that he needed to see his doctor. Carefully, he sat up and swung his legs out of the bed. Everything was spinning as he moved his head, and Edward feared he was running a fever. He needed to use the bathroom really badly, but it seemed to be so far away, and Edward didn't want to get up, but if he didn't want to wet his bed, he would have to. It scared Edward to realize how strenuous it was to walk the few yards to the bathroom. A quick low "okay" at the mirror showed Edward just how bad he looked. He looked nearly as bad as he felt. "I should have listened to Bella. She knew I would get worse, but I'm stubborn for my own good." Edward only did the really necessary things in the bathroom before he shuffled back to his bedroom, where he managed to put some clothes on. By the time he was done, he felt exhausted and really needed to rest, but he knew he needed to call someone so he could see his doctor. Blindly, he reached for his cell phone, which normally was on his nightstand, but he couldn't find it. He tried to remember where he'd used it, but his fever was making it hard for him to concentrate. He knew that there were phones in the living room and their offices. One was also upstairs, but he couldn't remember where the damn thing was, and that left Edward only one option. He would have to go downstairs and get one. Slowly, he left his room and walked along the hallway. Each step was harder than the last and he started to feel dizzy, but Edward needed to get downstairs to call someone, and considering how sick he felt, it would be best to call Kate, as she was closest. Kate and Garrett lived on the property and could get him to the doctor. But then Edward remembered that both of them weren't there today. Kate had an appointment with her doctor because of her diabetes and they wouldn't return until later this afternoon. He wouldn't call his father as Carlisle was most likely working, as were most of his family and friends, but his mother and Bella would be able to make it to the house in under an hour, and even though He didn't want to deal with either one's fussing. He had to own up to the fact that he needed help, desperately. After an eternity, at least that's how it felt to Edward, he finally reached the top of the stairs and started his descent. He'd managed half of the way, before he had to stop because his painful coughing made it impossible to concentrate on moving. After he could breathe again without starting nearly hacking his lungs up. He thought he could taste blood in his mouth, which worried him not only a little bit. But that wasn't his greatest problem now. He could feel himself breaking out in cold sweat and he was having trouble seeing. Everything seemed to be brighter than it was supposed to be. Fuck, this just keeps getting better and better, Edward thought. Come on, just 10 more steps and I'm down. Determined to get downstairs as fast as possible, he took another step just as another wave of dizziness hit him. And he missed the step. Oh, Jacob, I don't know why you're so surprised. You told me that your father wanted you to marry some time ago and we all know how much he likes Leah, Bella said as she sat with Jacob in her office while they ate their lunch. Her friend had called her and nearly begged to eat lunch with her. Apparently, Billy Black was once again on his son's case and tried to manage his life, and Jacob, still in denial about certain things, needed someone to rant to. And Bella was just the woman for it. I know, Jacob cried and yanked at his glossy hair. But I hate it. Leah is a wonderful woman, but she's just not my type. Really? You don't say. I know, Jacob, but even you have to admit that one of the reasons why he's doing it is because you haven't had a significant other in quite some time. Maybe he's worried you're lonely. Bella asked B. She knew that wasn't the case, but she wanted to push Jacob in the right direction. Jacob just snorted disparagingly. Please, the old bastard just wants to keep me under his thumb. Seth thought the same, but he's just naive. Oh, how is Seth? Bella asked innocently. Seth Clearwater was Jacob's best friend since childhood and gay, and what a shame that was. Seth was a beautiful man. Dark brown wavy hair, exotic eyes, full lips and a sunny personality. Jacob never had a problem with his best friend's sexuality, but he was fiercely protective of Seth and as a general rule never liked any of his boyfriends. Bella truly liked Seth, even if she'd felt like he was the third person in her relationship with Jacob. Seth has a new boyfriend, Jacob sneered. Simon, he's an absolute asshole. Trey, T.S. Seth like he's his possession, but Seth won't listen to me. Says I'm jealous because I'm single. Ha, oh my, at least Seth got one thing right. God, they're both so stupid. Well, it's no wonder he isn't inclined to listen to your advice, as you never approve of any of his partners. It's a wonder that Seth even lets you near them. Maybe it would be better if you. But Bella didn't get to finish whatever she wanted to say. As her phone cut her off, she was more than surprised to see that Garrett was calling her. Sorry, Jacob, but I need to get that. Okay. Hello, Garrett, what can I do for you? Hello, ma'am, have you heard anything of Mr. Cullen today? Garrett said and sounded a little stressed. What a strange thing to ask, Bella thought. No, I overslept this morning and have neither seen nor heard of Edward yet. Why are you asking, and isn't today your day off? Aren't you and Kate in Boston? Yes, Garrett answered and sighed deeply. But Mr. Cullen's assistant, Jessica, called me. She hasn't been able to contact him and called me. He has a meeting soon and hasn't arrived yet. I know that he wasn't well this weekend and thought I should call you. That didn't sound good. Edward took his work too seriously to just forget a meeting or not cancel it, should he be unable to attend. It worried her. He's not answering his phone. Nothing. Bella asked and knew both Jacob and Garrett could hear her worry. No, and he hasn't answered any of his mails today. As far as Jessica could tell, Mr. Cullen hasn't even been online since yesterday and the cars are still home. I've checked. That's very unlikely for him, he commented, and Bella could tell that he didn't like the situation any more than she did. Okay, I'm going to drive home and see if he's still there. I'm sure there's no reason to worry. But better be safe than sorry, Bella said, and didn't know who she was trying to convince, Garrett or herself. Thank you, Bella. Please, Call me when you've found him. I'm starting to worry. Bye. Bye. As soon as she disconnected the call, Bella started collecting her things and shutting her computer down. Bella, what's wrong? Jacob asked as Belle reached for her coat. She had completely forgotten that he was still in her office. They can't contact Edward and now I'm going home to check on him. He was sick over the weekend and I'm afraid that his cold has gotten worse. Bella said in a frustrated voice as she remembered that she needed to tell Brenda and the others that she was leaving early. Bella, calm down, Jacob said and tried to soothe her. Don't worry, I'll tell Ben, Angela and your secretary. All you need to worry about is your husband, even if I don't really like him. Bella looked at her friend and was thankful that he was willing to help her. Thanks, Jake, she whispered as she hugged him. Go, Bella, but call me later, okay? Promise, Bella said as she left her office. The drive took forever and Bella wanted to curse every damn driver who thought it was okay to creep over the roads, but after 23 minutes, a record for her, did Bella arrive at their home. Nothing looked out of place and that worried Bella even more. She stopped her car directly in front of the house and hurried inside. Edward, Bella called as soon as she'd opened the door, but her husband didn't answer. Edward, where are you? And what is smelling here so strange? An unpleasant smell was in the house and it made Bella nauseous, but she had more important things to do than to wonder what smell was polluting the air. A quick check told her that Edward's keys were still in the bowl and his coat in the cupboard next to the door. It appeared as if he hadn't left the house. She walked through the entrance area and stepped further into the house. The smell was getting worse and for a moment Bella pondered where she should start looking for Edward, but if he was too sick to even answer his phone then he would be still upstairs in his room. Deciding to start her search upstairs, she turned towards the stairs and what she saw then would be burned forever into her memory. At the bottom of the stairs lay her husband, unconscious. And no, Bella knew why the strange smell had made her nauseous. It was blood. Edward's blood. Edward! Bella screamed and rushed to her unconscious husband where she dropped to her knees. With a trembling hand she too checked his throat and searched for his pulse. She was shocked by how hot and sweaty his skin felt, but that wasn't important right now. Her fingers trembled so much that she had trouble feeling his pulse. Pull yourself together, Bella. Edward needs you. You can freak out later. Bella took a deep breath and tried to calm herself. It took her a few seconds, but then her hands were steady enough that she could feel Edward's pulse. It was fast, too fast, and unsteady, but it was there. Bella choked back a sob of relief before she thought of her next steps. Although she was afraid to move Edward, she knew that she needed to check where the blood was coming from. Some of the blood was already clotted, which meant that Edward had hurt himself some time ago. Bella tried to remember everything that she had learned in her first aid courses and gentle moved Edward, so that she could look for over his body. Edward was horribly pale under his feverish blush and didn't seem to notice that Bella was moving him. Over his forehead was a deep wound that bled quite a lot, but Bella knew from experience that head wounds always bled more. There was also some bruising, but it didn't seem too bad. She let her hands and eyes wander over his body, and when she reached his right arm, Belle couldn't stop a shocked shout. The lower arm was broken. That much was obvious, but that wasn't what made Bella want to throw up. It was an open fracture and Bella could see Edward's bone. Needless to mention that that wound was also bleeding. What am I doing here? Edward is hurt and needs help. I need to call an ambulance. Bella reached into her pocket but noticed that her phone wasn't in there. Cursing loudly, she remembered that she had left it in the car. Quickly, Bella stood up and raced to the kitchen where on the phones for the landline was. On her way back to Edward, Bella called 911. She was stuttering badly as she tried to give the operator every information she could remember. The woman on the other end promised that an ambulance should arrive in under 15 minutes, which didn't fill Bella with too much confidence as she thought it was too long, but there was nothing she could do but wait. The Rader told Bella what she should do until the paramedics arrived, and Bella followed the instructions as good as she could. When she was done, Bella ran upstairs and grabbed Edward's wallet and some things he would need. Underwear, t-shirts, sleepwear, toothbrush. Everything went into a small bag, and just as Bella was about to grab Edward's deodorant, she snapped out of her panicked haze. "What the fuck am I doing here? I should be down by Edward and not back his things. That can wait. God." As quickly as possible, Bella went back downstairs and knelt down next to Edward. She gently stroked his cheek and tried to rouse him. "Edward, can you hear me?" Bella asked, but Edward didn't respond. He gave no sign that he even heard her, but Bella kept talking, if only to calm herself. "The ambulance should be here in just a few minutes. Everything is going to be fine, don't worry. You're hurt, but it shouldn't be something the doctors can't deal with." On and on she talked, but Edward stayed unconscious. And it seemed that he was having trouble breathing. It was shallow and faster than normal. Bella could hear that his lungs were full with some kind of fluid. Just as she was about to panic, Bella heard the sirens of the ambulance. Seldom had a sound be more welcome. About 15 seconds later she heard it driving up the way to the house, and then the sound of the opening and closing doors reached her as the medics left the vehicle. "Mrs. Cullen," a male voice shouted. "In here. The door is open." Bella answered. Two men entered her house and immediately started treating Edward. "Ma'am, how long has Mr. Cullen been unconscious?" one of the paramedics asked her. Both men were tall, but this one was broader than his partner. "I don't know," Bella said, and hated how she couldn't answer even that simple question. "I arrived about 20 minutes ago and Edward was already unconscious. I haven't seen or spoken to him today. I knew he was sick, but I overslept and haven't had time to check on him." Bella felt guilty that she hadn't called his doctor or at least checked on him this morning. Her feelings must have been audible, because the blonde medic looked at her and fixed Bella with his gray eyes. "This is not your fault. You couldn't have known that something like this would happen." Bella just nodded, but she didn't have time to think about his words because his partner was asking her a question. "How long has your husband been sick?" Saturday night he pulled a branch off the road and got wet and cold, and the next morning he felt bad, but that isn't the only cold he'd had recently," Bella said. The second, Asian-looking paramedic looked at her curiously. "No." Bella shook her head. "No. About 2 weeks ago he also had one, but Edward had refused to see a doctor or to take it seriously. He was stressed and he only took some medicine to get him through this stupid ball." "Thanks, ma'am," he said, and shared a loaded look with his partner. "This is something that we really needed to know." They worked over Edward a few more minutes before they were ready to take him to the hospital. While he was loaded into the ambulance, Bella grabbed her purse and Edward's bag and got into the back of the vehicle. So that she could stay with the stupid man she'd married. Blank. On the way to the hospital, Bella prayed for Edward to get better, and she promised herself that from this day onwards she would make sure that her husband would take better care of his health. The drive to the hospital took forever, but Bella knew that was only her anxiety speaking. They were already awaited, and as soon as Edward was out of the ambulance, the staff of the hospital and one of the medics took him inside, while Bella followed closely. Dr. Snow asked Bella a few more questions before he was satisfied and explained what would happen next. "Okay, Mrs. Cullen, now we're taking your husband to the operating room, so that we can take care of his arm. I don't believe that there should be any complications, but Mr. Cullen has done quite a number to his body. I still need to wait for the results of his blood test, but I think we can be certain that he has pneumonia. His lungs aren't working as good as I would like, and I fear that his heart rate is much too fast, but, while it doesn't look great, he should make a full recovery. It'll just take time." The news weren't as good as Bella had hoped, but at least Edward should be better in a few days. Dr. Snow left her nearly immediately, and one of the nurses asked Bella to fill out some paperwork. As much as Bella wanted to tell her to fuck off, she also knew that the paperwork was necessary. Luckily, she had everything with her and could soon retreat to the waiting room. Just as Bella was about to relax, For the first time since Garrett had called her, her phone rang and a look at the display showed her that Garrett was calling her. Shit, I haven't called him back yet and I need to call Renesmee and Carlisle. Oh fuck. With a tired sigh she answered the call. Hey Garrett, sorry that I haven't called you back yet, but I haven't had time. Bella, have you found Mr. Cullen? Is everything okay? He asked and sounded really worried. Suddenly, everything came crashing down and Bella felt like something was choking her. Yes, I've found him, but nothing is okay, Bella said and tried to fight her tears. What's happened? Garrett asked immediately and Bella could hear Kate in the background. She sounded troubled and wanted to know what was happening. Edward was lying at the bottom of the stairs, unconscious and hurt. There was blood and his arm had an open fracture. The doctor thinks that he was pneumonia and isn't very happy about Edward's lungs and heart rate. It could be that his last cold and this one have put a strain on his heart. He's in surgery right now and I'm waiting. Shit, Garrett exclaimed and quickly told his wife what was happening before he returned his attention back to Bella. Have you called anyone yet? No, Bella whispered and already dreaded talking to the Cullens. Okay, here's how we're doing it. I'm calling his assistant and take care of everything work-related and you call his parents and siblings. Kate and I are coming home as soon as possible, he promised and Bella felt better knowing that Garrett would help her. This situation showed that Edward and Garrett and Kate didn't have a normal employer-employee relationship. They really cared for Edward and Bella knew that Edward also liked them. Thanks, Garrett. I'll call you should something important happen, she promised and they soon ended the call. Now Bella had to decide which Cullen she would call first. Renesmee. No, she would be too panicked because Edward was hurt, but Carlisle was a surge on and could call the rest of the family. Yes, that was a good idea. The only problem was that she had to get him on the phone. Bella quickly scrolled through her contacts and called Carlisle's number. It rang 4 times and Bella was just about to hang up when Carlisle answered. Bella, what a surprise. What can I do for you? He said and sounded pleasantly surprised to hear from her. Bella hated that she had to bring him such bad news. Carlisle, where are you? She asked instead of answering his question. I'm just about to enter my office. Why? Her father-in-law sounded confused and she could totally understand it. But she couldn't just tell him the news everywhere. Bella heard a door opening and closing and with a deep breath she started talking. Carlisle, Edward is hospital. What happened? Carlisle interrupted her but that was understandable. Edward had talked with his father just a few days ago and he had been perfectly fine then. Edward caught a cold Saturday night and it developed into a bad case of pneumonia. I think Edward wanted to go downstairs but he fell or something. I found him unconscious and hurt. He's now in surgery because of an open fracture. Bella heard Carlisle's harsh breathing on the other end and knew that he was most likely trying to stay calm. In which hospital are you? Leahy Hospital. Listen, Bella, Carlisle began and Bella could hear him moving. I'll call Renesmee and come to you. We'll also call the others. Please, ring if you get any news. Of course, Carlisle, Bella said and ended the call. While she waited for the family, she called Angela and told what had happened. They agreed that Bella wouldn't come to work for at least a week. Bella also called Jane and Jacob, who was already considering checking on her because she hadn't called as she'd promised. Soon everything was taken care of and all she could do was wait. It didn't take long before Bella heard the worried voice of Renesmee Cullen and the hurried footsteps of her and the others. Bella looked to the entrance of the waiting area and saw that Renesmee, Carlisle and Elizabeth had arrived. Renesmee, I'm here, Bella called to them and as soon as they reached her, she was hugged and bombarded with questions. Have you heard anything new from Edward? How's my baby? Why did Edward become so sick in such a short time? How are you, dear? They were all talking at the same time and Bella couldn't answer because they didn't give her the opportunity, but the longer Bella didn't answer their worried questions, the more demanding they became. Okay, Bella said loudly and managed to shut them up for a moment. No, I haven't heard anything new and Edward is still in surgery, so I don't know how he is or if he's gained consciousness before they had to knock him out. And thanks for asking, Nana. I feel as good as can be expected under the circumstances. Are the others coming? Esme and Carlyle were quiet now as they tried to process everything. While Nana answered Bella's question. Yes, the others should arrive within the hour. Emmett needs to collect Rosalie and Alice and Jasper will come as soon as possible. We're all very worried and want to be here. Bella just nodded. It was clear for anyone to see how distressed they all were, especially Esme, but that was to be expected. Esme loved all her children. Annan would do nearly everything for them and now she wanted to know what was happening with her firstborn. Carlyle, can't you try to get some information? You're a surgeon and one of the best in the state, for God's sake. Esme said and her voice got louder with each spoken word. Carlyle led his wife to the chair next to Bella's left and sat her down. Calm down, sweetheart, he whispered in a soothing tone. I know you're worried. We all are, but it won't help Edward if I start playing power games with the staff here. This is a very good hospital and we should let them do their work. As soon as they have something to tell us and Edward is out of surgery, someone will get us and tell us what we need to know. Tears were beginning to run down Esme's face as she looked pleadingly at her husband. But can't you go in there and see for yourself what they're doing to my baby? No, Esme, Carlyle said softly but firmly. There is a reason why family members shouldn't be involved in the patient's treatment. I wouldn't be rational and would maybe make the wrong decisions. I'll wait with you and the rest of our family. Esme wasn't happy about that but she accepted Carlyle's words. They were all silent while they waited for someone to tell them some news, but luckily they didn't have to wait long. About 20 minutes later Dr. Snow appeared. Mrs. Cullen, he called and looked around the room. Bella, and everyone else, immediately stood up and went to the doctor with her family in tow. She quickly introduced everyone before they got to the important part. The surgery went well. Dr. Snow began and everyone exhaled in relief. The break wasn't too complicated but we need to monitor him closely to rule out a possible infection. For now Mr. Cullen is getting antibiotics for that and for his pneumonia. His heart rate is still too high, but we'll continue to watch it before we can make our final diagnosis. He suffered a concussion and has lost blood, but that wasn't too serious. Mr. Cullen will be staying at the ICU for the next few days. Not because of the surgery but because of the pneumonia. It is quite serious and I think this one developed out of a walking pneumonia. Your husband hasn't been treating his body well. I know, Bella said and she could feel the confused stares of her family. But Edward is too stubborn and wouldn't listen to me. The speed of his worsening health took me by surprise. I wanted him to see a doctor tomorrow but well. Dr. Snow just nodded. Yes, sometimes things like this happen really fast, especially if the immune system is already weakened as was the case here. The doctor told them a few more things before a nurse brought them to Edward. Edward looked horribly sick and was still much too pale. Not even the flush from his fever could change that. Esme rushed to her son's side and touched him wherever she could. Oh my baby, look at you, she cried, so sick. Elizabeth stayed next to Bella while Carlyle had grabbed Edward's file and was busy studying it. Edward did look better now, Bella thought, now that he was cleaned of the blood and his arm was straight again. His breathing still didn't sound good and there were a few machines in the room but Bella felt better knowing that professionals were now looking after her idiot of a husband. 15 minutes later Carlyle's phone rang and Emmett told him that they were there. Carlyle left to get them and Elizabeth tried to get Esme off her son. Esme, let's go outside for a moment. I'm sure Bella needs a moment alone with her husband and Emmett and the others will surely want to see Edward. You know, normally only 2 people are allowed inside at once. They just made an exemption right now because we were only 3 people. Come dear, the old lady said and steered Esme into the hallway. When the door closed behind them, Bella sat in the chair Esme had just vacated and looked at Edward. Gently, she ran her hand through his sweaty hair. Edward had lost some of it because they had to shave some off because of the head wound. Bella felt a few tears fall as she pressed a kiss against Edward's forehead. "You're a fool, Edward Cullen. But you're my fool, so you better get well soon. I'll miss you at home." She wanted to stay with him, but she knew his siblings and Rosalie and Jasper wanted to see him too, so with one last kiss, Bella left the room and walked to the waiting area where the rest of her family was waiting. Emmett looked pale and afraid, and Rosalie was sitting next to him with her arms around him to give him some comfort. Rosalie looked worried too, but she seemed determined to stay strong for her husband. Bella knew that Edward and his sister-in-law had a strange relationship. They loved to bicker, but that didn't change the fact they still cared deeply for the other. Alice was sitting next to her parents and was crying hard. Jasper, who was next to her, held her hand while Carlyle hugged his daughter to his chest and murmured to her. Alice looked nearly as bad as Esme. Her face was blotchy and her makeup was completely ruined, but for once she didn't seem to care. Elizabeth was the first to notice Bella and smiled at her briefly before she addressed her crying granddaughter. "See, Alice, there's Bella. Now you can visit your brother." Immediately Bella had everyone's attention, which made her uncomfortable, but shush. Told Alice that she could now go inside. "Alice, remember what I've told you," Carlyle said as he guided her and Jasper to Edward's room. "You need to stay calm and not stress him. Even though he's not awake yet, he could sense your distress. And only 10 minutes. Emmett and Rose want to see him too. I'm sure that Edward will be better soon." Alice just nodded before she and Jasper entered the ICU. Bella sat down next to her beloved Nana. The woman was simply great and everything Bella had always wanted her own grandmother to be. "You look exhausted, dear," Elizabeth said and handed Bella a cup of hot chocolate. At Bella's questioning look, she smiled. "I had one of my personal staff bring us some things. Coffee, hot chocolate and some sandwiches. God knows, no one should have to consume the horrible stuff the hospitals sell." Quote, "Thanks, Nana," Bella said with a tired smile and let the chocolate do its work. It was amazing how soothing this beverage was, and after a few minutes Bella felt better and decided to make some calls. Garrett was relieved to finally hear from her and promised they would be at the hospital in about an hour and a half. Next Bella called Angela and Jacob and brought them up to date. Her last call was Jane, who reminded her to not wear herself down. She simply knew her friend too well and thought it likely that Bella would worry too much and try to do everything on her own. Bella had to promise that she would return home and, after a long and hot bath, would sleep in her own bed. Just as Bella ended her call, Alice and Jasper returned and Emmett and Rosalie took their turn. It was obvious that Alice had cried and Jasper didn't look too well himself. Belle knew that Edward and Jasper were very close. Jasper, for once, didn't seem to want to keep his distance from Alice and kept his arms around her even as they sat down. "Bella," Carlyle called her and she looked at him to see his confused face. "I don't understand how Edward could have gotten sick so quickly. I know that Dr. Snow said that it was mostly due to a cold aggravated by neglect, but what was the trigger? Saturday night we got into the storm. It took us by surprise and Edward had to get out into the rain to pull a branch from the road. He was drenched and cold by the time he got back into the car. And then everything went really fast," Bella explained and could see that Carlyle understood. He seemed to be as frustrated with Edward's behavior as she was. "What a stupid child," Carlyle whispered and grabbed his hair in agitation, something his son did too when he was frustrated. "Why didn't you take better care of him?" For one moment Bella was confused about who had said that. It sounded accusatory and she didn't think anyone had the right to make her feel guilty about Edward's current situation. A quick look to her right showed her that Alice was looking at her. Or rather glaring. "What do you mean, Alice?" Bella asked softly. She knew emotions were running high at the moment and one could say something they didn't really mean. Jasper tried to shush her but Alice didn't react to his attempts. She continued to glare at Bella with angry eyes. "You obviously knew that Edward was sick and wasn't feeling too well, so why didn't you look after him?" "Alice, please," Carlyle said but Alice didn't listen. You're his wife. You should care for him. Bella took a deep breath and promised herself that she would not snap at Alice. Edward is grown up and should be able to look after himself. I'm not his guardian. I tried to talk some sense into him, but Edward wouldn't listen. The only person at fault here, if anyone is Edward, because he ignored his symptoms. Everyone here is devastated and worried, but you look completely calm, Alice said, as if Bella's behavior was somehow wrong. What are you implying? Bella wanted to know and tried not to let her emotions show, because that would lead to a heated argument. And the waiting room of a hospital was definitely not the right place for that. Alice didn't seem to notice how frail Bella's hold onto her emotions was. She just sneered at her. You don't seem to care at all that Edward is sick, but then again, that shouldn't be surprising. Your marriage was just arranged. It's not as if there were any real feelings between you two. Now wait a moment, Missy. I'm going to shut you up really quickly. Bella was just about to tear into her spoiled and immature sister-in-law when Esme preempted her. Marie Alice, how dare you speak to Bella like that? Esme cried and gave her youngest child a look of unbelieving astonishment. Bella has been nothing but good to your brother, and the state of their marriage is none of your business. The only ones who are allowed to judge are Edward and Bella. I never would have thought you would behave so impolitely and mean. Apologize immediately. Don't, Esme, Bella said and gave Alice a cool look. It wouldn't be sincere, and I don't need her approval. If you would excuse me now. I need to use the restroom. Without waiting for an answer, Bella got up and left the waiting room. She didn't really need to go to the restroom, it was just a welcome excuse to leave. Angrily, Bella stalked through the corridors and cursed Alice to hell and back. How dare that little spoilt princess tell her how she should feel or treat her marriage. Edward and she hadn't married for love. That everyone knew, but that didn't mean she wasn't worried or didn't care for Edward. She did, no matter how strange their relationship was. And Bella knew that Edward also cared for her. Esme was right. No one had the right to judge their marriage. They did their best to make it work, but only Edward and Bella really understood how difficult it sometimes was. Blank. Bella was walking through the entrance hall when she heard Garrett calling for her. Bella, wait, please, Garrett called as he and Kate hurried towards her. They both looked worried, and Bella was happy to have someone here who wasn't related to Edward. Hello Garrett, Kate, I hope everything went fine at the doctor. Bella greeted them. Yes, nothing to worry about. Kate responded before she hugged Bella and looked into her eyes. But that's not important right now. Tell us about our idiotic employer. I knew something like this would happen someday. Bella had to smile a little as she heard Kate talking. It sounded like Edward was still a child and Kate somehow responsible for him. Come on, let's go to the ICU. On the way to the station, Bella told them everything she knew. Kate looked worried and frustrated by Edward's unreasonable behavior, and Garrett just seemed to be troubled. Both said that they wouldn't stay long. They just wanted to talk to Edward's family for a moment and then they would return home. Kate promised that she would take care of the blood in the entrance hall and wouldn't hear anything about Bella doing it herself. Kate told that was her job and she took it seriously. Bella knew when to stop fighting a losing battle and just agreed. Why weren't you upstairs when we arrived? Kate asked as they stepped onto the floor of the ICU. I needed a break, Bella admitted. Alice was acting like a bitch and insinuated that I hadn't taken care of Edward and that it was my fault he got hurt. Garrett just raised an unbelieving eyebrow, but his wife looked shocked and angry. What? How dare she say something like that? But that's typical for her. Miss Cullen is the spoiled little princess of the family. Everyone loves her and lets her get away with nearly everything. She still believes in fairy tales. Miss Cullen isn't very mature for her age. Everything has to go her way or she pouts and sulks. I think you've already seen some of her childish behavior. Bella was surprised to hear the normally so gentle and NCE Kate talking like that. The only ones Bella had ever heard talk like that were Rosalie and Edward. But even he indulged her from time to time. The rest of the family seemed to think that Alice was an angel or something like that. Bella hated that kind of behavior as it reminded her of how her family had treated Taylor. Yes, I have. She wasn't very happy with me when I refused to let her choose my attire for the last events and I wouldn't even go shopping with her. But until now I thought we were getting along really well. I know that she's worried about Edward, but that doesn't give her the right to take it out on me. Kate nodded and seemed pleased that someone refused to let Alice have her way. Very right. She needs to apologize to you before you reach out to her again. Be polite but distant. To be honest, I think that the main reason why Mr. Whitlock hasn't asked Miss Cullen out yet is because he wants her grow up first. It is obvious that they have feeling for the other, but Mr. Whitlock is a very laid-back and calm man. He doesn't like too much drama. My Kate, I didn't know you were that good at reading people. Respect. With a tired sigh, Bella opened the door to the station and led Kate and Garrett to the Cullens. Kate went immediately to Esme and hugged her while Garrett talked to Carlisle and Emmett, who looked worse than he had before he'd seen Edward. Alice and Jasper were still sitting next to each other and he was now holding an obviously distraught Alice in his arms. The little witch refused to look at Bella, but that was fine with her. She didn't stay with the family and went to Edward's room, where Dr. Snow and a nurse were attending her husband. Bella was just about to close the door again and let them have their space when the doctor called her to him. Please, come in, Mrs. Cullen. You're not bothering us and I need to talk to you for a moment. Drive. Snow said, and Bella nodded and waited for them to be finished. 5 minutes later the nurse left and Dr. Snow asked Bella to sit down. Bella didn't like the expression on the doctor's face. She couldn't say what it was, but something was troubling him. Is something the matter, Dr. Snow? Dr. Snow took the second chair and grabbed Edward's file before he answered. Yes, Mrs. Cullen, you're his next of kin, and even though Dr. Cullen knows more about this, I think you're the most rational at the moment. That didn't sound good in Bella's opinion, and she was dreading the doctor's next words. Your husband's breathing is troubling me. His numbers aren't as good as I would like. Mr. Cullen has trouble breathing and getting enough oxygen. That doesn't sound good. What are you going to do, Belle? I asked and started playing with a strand of her hair, as she often did when she was worried. We'll keep monitoring him closely, but I think we'll have to intubate him. It would make sure that he gets enough oxygen and he wouldn't have to strain himself. His condition hasn't gotten better since he was admitted, but it also hasn't gotten worse. But it might, and I want you and the family to be prepared. Dr. Snow said and looked at her with compassion. His job wasn't easy, Bella thought. He had to tell patients and family members hard news and not let it get to him too much. She didn't want to be in his shoes. I understand, Bella said after she'd thought about it for a few moments. It sounded worse than Bella had hoped for, but she had to trust the doctors and nurses to know what they were doing. Do whatever is best for Edward and call me, please, should he get worse. I think I need to go home and sleep. I don't really want to leave, but last night was bad. I kept waking up because Edward's condition was troubling me. Yes, go home and sleep. You won't do anyone any good if you're too exhausted to function. Should something happen, someone will call you, Dr. Snow promised. I'll tell my family the news and then I'll leave, Bella said, and they said their goodbyes before Dr. Snow left the room and Bella was left alone with Edward. She sat for a few minutes with him and told him everything the doctor had said to her, but Edward didn't seem to notice. Her right hand was holding his and her thumb kept running circles on the back of his hand. Bella felt bone tired and she knew she had to eat something soon or she might collapse. I have to go now, Edward, but I promise I'll be back tomorrow morning. Rest and try to get better, Bella whispered and kissed him gently against his cracked lips before she went to the family. They didn't take the news about the eventual intubation as calmly as Bella had, and Carlisle had to hold his wife as she began crying again. Esme didn't want to leave her son and Alice agreed with her, but Carlisle remembered them that Edward would need their strength. Bella quickly said goodbye and drove home. Kate had already cleaned the floor and had even cooked some dinner for Bella, for which she was immensely grateful, as she was too tired to prepare something herself. Bella ate in the living room and watched some series before she went upstairs to get ready for bed. The house felt incredibly empty without Edward, and Bella missed the husband she hadn't wanted. As complicated and difficult as their marriage was, she still wanted him back home. "Please, Edward, get better soon and come home." Bella slept nearly 12 hours, but her sleep wasn't very restful. She dreamed of Edward in his hospital room, getting weaker, calling for her. The fact that she hadn't a very good night was undeniable when Bella looked into the mirror the next morning. "Shit, I look like a zombie. This is definitely a case for my foundation." After she looked at least human, Bella went downstairs and ate some breakfast before she drove to the hospital. It was much too early, not even 10 a.m., but Bella needed to be at the hospital and she planned to stay there the entire day. And she came prepared. She'd packed her tablet and a few manuscripts, so that she would have something to do and maybe she could entertain Edward a little bit. She knew Edward would most likely sleep for the majority of the day, but it was better to come prepared, as Bella was certain that Edward would be a horrible patient. She didn't envy the hospital staff who would have to deal with him. The parking lot of the hospital was mostly empty and Bella managed to find a perfect spot before she went to the ICU. Dr. Snow wouldn't be in until later this afternoon, but she knew that Dr. J. Randy would be Edward's attending doctor for the time being. Bella hadn't even time to open her Parker before one of the nurses made her way over to Bella. "Good morning, Mrs. Cullen. I'm Nurse April A. ND. I would like to speak to you for a moment," the pretty redhead with luscious curves asked her. Of course, Bella responded and followed her to Edward's room, but the nurse didn't open the door immediately. "Don't be shocked, but we needed to intubate Mr. Cullen about 3 hours ago," Nurse April warned Bella before she let them into the room. Bella had expected this to happen and she'd thought that she had prepared herself for it. But the sight of Edward with a tube down his throat still shocked Bella. It made Edward's condition more real, and much more serious. The tube and the machine intimidated Bella, and she hoped Edward would soon be well enough to not need the extra help anymore. The nurse must have seen Bella's troubled eyes because she tried to make her more comfortable. "I know, it looks bad, but the tube isn't such a big deal. It looks worse than it is. Dr. Garandy wanted to speak to you when you arrived, Mrs. Cullen." "I'll go and get him quickly." "Thanks, Nurse April," Bella said and put her things down so that she could greet Edward. "Please, call me April. I'll be his day nurse for the next days, so I think we'll see each other a lot." Bella liked April. She was friendly and honest. "Okay, then I must insist that you call me Bella." "Good, I'll be back in a moment, Bella," April said and left the room. Slowly, Bella walked to the bed and looked down on her husband, while her hand was pushing his hair out of his face. "Hey, Edward, you still look like she. Do you know that? But even with your unhealthy pallor, you're still rather attractive." "That's incredibly unfair. I looked like the living dead this morning. You should be thankful that you're still unconscious, or you would be terrified." "You're exaggerating, Mrs. Cullen," a male voice from behind commented. Bella hadn't noticed that someone had the room and was startled badly. "Oh," Bella breathed as she turned around and saw April and an older gentleman. "My excuses, ma'am, I didn't mean to startle you. I'm Drive Garandy," he said and gave Bella his hand. "Don't apologize, I was just unobservant." "Nice to meet you, Doctor," Bella said and shook his hand. Dr. Garandy seemed to be in his 50s and was a little corpulent, but he was still a rather handsome man, with his gray hair and blue eyes. "Likewise. Now let's talk about your husband. As you see, we had to intubate him, because he didn't get enough oxygen. His fever is still high, as is his heart rate. He's still unconscious and we'll keep him that way until we remove the tube, which should be in him 2 days. We'll check his blood parameters daily. The last thing we need now is an additional infection. I'm sorry that I can't tell you more at the moment, but that is everything we have." Bella had hoped for more, but she knew they were doing their best. without her adding pressure. I understand. Is it okay if I stay here for the rest of the day? Of course, Mrs. Cullen, Dr. Garandy said, and after a few more words he left the room. As soon as Bella was alone, she grabbed her basket, which she'd packed this morning, and pulled a docking station out of it. Edward loved music, and so she'd brought his favorite pieces here. For the next tea hour, Bella read the news to Edward before Esme and Rosalie knocked on the door. Good morning, Esme, Rosalie. How was your night? Both women hugged her before Rosalie commented her question. I would say as good as yours. You look like you need some more rest. Rosalie. Esme reprimanded her daughter-in-law before she turned her attention to her son. Bella knows how to take me, right? Rose said with a teasing smile. Oh yes, that I do. Yes, but you don't look so hot yourself. Rose just snorted. Emmett was pretty shocked yesterday. Edward has always been his strong and nearly almighty brother. I don't know if Edward has been sick since I know him. I think it was a shock for the family to see that Edward is just a human being, like the rest of us, Rose said quietly so that Esme wouldn't overhear them. That explained their nearly hysteric behavior yesterday, Bella thought. She didn't want to downplay Edward's illness, but it wasn't so bad that one needed to cry one's eyes out or worry that Edward might die. I agree, Bella said, and Edward will also be very shocked when he realizes that he needs to take some time off. I don't think he'll be able to work for 3 weeks. Rosalie snickered evilly. Oh, I so want to be there when he gets the news. He's going to go ballistic. Come on, let's go outside for a moment, Rosalie suggested, and Bella agreed. They walked for a few moments before they found a nice corner where they could gossip, talk, because that was the only reason why Rose needed to leave the room. So, speaking of ballistic, I need to compliment you on your self-restraint. I would have slapped Alice yesterday. I love the little pixie, but that was way out of line. Bella grimaced as she remembered Alice's words. Yes, that she was. I have no idea what her problem was. We always got on really well, and I thought she understood how our marriage worked and supported us. I have absolutely no idea why she's changed her mind. Do you have any Ian besides the fact that Alice is a spoilt brat? Rose asked sarcastically. Bella just nodded because there was nothing she could add to that. Well, I think she's disappointed that your relationship isn't the fairy tale she'd imagined it would be. Alice is a hopeless romantic and a drama queen, but I think we shouldn't forget the evil witch. For one moment Bella was confused about who Rosalie was talking about before she got her meaning. You mean Tanya? The look her sister-in-law gave her said everything. Of course, I mean her. Don't forget that she and Alice are friends and still spent a lot of time together. It wouldn't surprise me if Tanya is manipulating the shorty. I don't trust the bitch as far as I can throw her. You should be careful. Edward ended things with her the day before the charity ball, Bella said, and apparently this was something Rose didn't know and hadn't expected. Are you shitting me? No, Bella answered, and was slightly amused by Rose's surprised expression. But he didn't tell me immediately. Only after the shitty ball did he tell me. He also promised that he wouldn't start anything with her or anyone else again. It still surprised Bella that Eward had promised that. But she knew it was necessary or they would most likely be separated by now. Wow, Rose breathed before she smiled. Well, I guess Edward finally pulled his head out of his ass. About damn time. I hate that fucking bitch. Don't let your guard down though, Bella. She won't step out of his life without a good fight. That woman knows no shame or bounds. She'll do anything to get what she wants. Oh Rose, you don't know half of it. For one second Bella toyed with the idea of telling Rose about Tanya's past, but then she decided against it. It was better to keep things to herself and to use them if she had to. It wasn't as if she didn't trust Rose, but she thought it was better to be sure that nothing about this would reach the bitch. I know, Rose, and don't worry, I won't let my guard down. If she tries some trick, I'll take her down. Now that sounds promising, Rose said, and there was no denying the mad gleam in her eyes. Blank, _, blank. He Rest of the day went by quietly and Bella stayed with Edward. The only people she talked to were April and the family, although she ignored Alice. Edward's little sister arrived shortly after lunch, and didn't seem to even think about apologizing to Bella. Well, Bella didn't need Alice but she stayed polite. No one would be able to accuse her of bad behavior. Edward's condition stayed mostly the same. The fever went a little up and down but there were no significant changes. April told her that was normal as the medications needed some time before they started to show their effect, but so far everything looked good. His blood results were okay and his wounds looked to be healing nicely. Emmett, Jasper and Carlisle could only make it to the hospital in the late afternoon because they had to work and couldn't just take some time off. Not that they hadn't wanted to, but Carlisle had a surgery and the boys had some important meeting, and with Edward out off the picture, it was important that they did their jobs. Bella enjoyed spending time with Emmett and Jasper, and she and Rose entertained themselves by predicting Jasper's behavior towards Alice. He was still much more tactile with her than usual and Alice seemed to enjoy it. She even looked extra miserable, but Bella and Rose just shook their heads in amusement and let them be. It was nearly 10 when Bella finally arrived home, where she took a quick shower and took care of their mail before she went to bed. The next day was mostly the same, but Edward's oxygen saturation went up and Dr. Garandy was positive that they could pull the tube the next day. Edward also finally started sweating. April told her the sweating meant that the fever was going down and that indicated that the infection was getting better. Everyone was relieved to hear the good news, and Bella hoped that Edward would be awake the next day. During the last days Bella had met some of Edward's other family members. His aunts and cousins had come for a short visit, including James. His behavior had made Bella uncomfortable. He said that he hoped Edward would get better soon, but somehow she didn't believe him. It seemed horrible of her to think anything like that, but his strange behavior remembered her to talk to Garrett about Heath. As soon as it was polite to leave the room, Bella excused herself and found a private spot where she could talk to Garrett undisturbed. "Hello, Bella," Garrett answered after the third ring with a friendly voice. "Hey, Garrett," Bella said and once again checked to see if she was still alone. "Listen, have you talked to the people who work on the problem?" Her emphasis on the last word should tell Garrett what she was meaning, and, as expected, he immediately understood. "Well, I haven't spoken to them distinctly. They know what everyone else knows, that Mr. Cullen is ill and won't be back to work for at least 2 weeks. That's what Bella had feared. You need to talk to them," she stressed. "Now it'll be the perfect moment for our thief to take action. I know that Edward double-checks every single transaction, but he won't be able to do that now. We need to make certain that someone keeps an eye on this." Garrett was silent for a moment before he answered Bella. "Shit, I completely forget that, but you're right. It would be the perfect opportunity to take some money out of the business. Most employees are only doing their job now. I know that the people who are involved in the investigation are trying to find out when the whole thing started and who's behind it, but Mr. Cullen was the only one who checked the accounts. Don't worry though, Bella, I'll call Eric Yorkie and tell him to keep an eye on things. He's good and knows nearly everything, but just to be on the safe side, I'll him sign the agreement the others had to sign." Bella was relieved to hear that Garrett knew what he needed to do, as Bella had no idea how knew about the problem and who had which task. "Perfect. Thanks, Garrett. I need to go back though. Some of the family is here, including James," Bella sneered. She knew it wasn't nice, but somehow the man rubbed her the wrong way. "Ah," was Garrett's only response. But it told Bella that she wasn't the only one who didn't like Cousin James. "So I take it that you also don't count James to your favorites?" Garrett snorted. "No, I don't like him. That man is slimy and not honorable. I don't know why Edward Sr. let him work for Cullen Corp." Garrett," Bella said after she had an intuition. "Keep an eye on James. His behavior back in Edward's hospital room was just strange. To me he seemed nearly happy that Edward was sick, but maybe I'm just seeing things." "No, Bella, trust your instincts. I'll keep an eye on him. Bye, Garrett promised and it made Bella feel better that he took her seriously. Bye, blank, underscore, blank. The next day started better than the last ones. Dr. Garandy told her that Edward was good enough that they would remove the tube. She immediately called Esme and Carlisle. They were very happy about the news and Esme promised to be there as soon as she could, but Bella told her that the doctor wouldn't remove the tube before lunch. That was a little lie, but she knew her mother-in-law would call the whole family and drag them to the hospital. Bella was certain, and her favorite nurse, April, agreed with her, that it would be better if Edward had some rest after the tube was removed. It would also be the first time Edward would wake up since his fall from the stairs. It wasn't even 10 when April and Dr. Garandy entered the room. "Good morning, Mrs. Cullen. How are you this fine morning?" the doctor said and gave her a happy smile. Never had Bella seen such a positive doctor, but she was happy that Edward had such a doctor and not one who thought he was a god. "I'm fine, Dr. Garandy, and I too wish you a good morning. So I take it that you're finally going to remove the damn tube." Both April and the doctor laughed at that. "Yes," Dr. Garandy agreed. "Soon Edward will be able to breathe on his own and awake." Bella retreated to the back of the room so she wouldn't be in their way. She quietly observes as they gave Edward something to wake him up and started removing the tube. As soon as Edward's throat was clear, he started coughing before he calmed down again. Anxiously Bella watched as Dr. Garandy controlled Edward's oxygen saturation and breathing rate. Somehow Bella managed to stay silent until the doctor turned to her and gave an encouraging smile. "You can come here now. I am done and so far everything looks fine. April will stay with you and wait for your husband to wake up. She'll page me and then I'll come back. Don't worry if it takes some time for him to come around." "Okay, thanks," Bella said and sat down on the chair next to Edward's bed. She took his hand and gently squeezed it before she started talking to him. Bella told him about the news, game results, weather and everything else she could think of. It took Edward nearly an hour before he started twitching his fingers. "April," Bella whispered excitedly. "Edward's beginning to move." April came closer and observed him for a few moments before they checked the monitors. "Yes, he is. Talk to him and try to get him to respond to you," she suggested. Bella and put her other hand to his cheek while she spoke to him in a low voice. "Edward, wake up. You're in the Leahy Hospital because you fell down the stairs and broke your arm. Your simple cold was a pneumonia and they had to intubate you because you didn't get enough oxygen. Please, Edward, open your eyes. I always liked them. They have the most impressive color." Edward groaned softly and tried to open his eyes, but they seemed to be too heavy. For Bella that was enough encouragement and she kept talking and stroking his cheek and hand. It took Edward a few more tries before he managed to open his eyes. April had dimmed the lights in foresight, so that Edward wouldn't be blinded. Just as he looked at Bella for the first time since Sunday afternoon, Dr. Garandy opened the door and came inside. "Ah, I see that our patient is back in the land of the living," he said before he focused solely on Edward. "Mr. Cullen, I'm Dr. Garandy. If you can hear me, please, squeeze your wife's hand." Edward blinked slowly, but after a few seconds he did as he was told. His grip was weak, but Bella expected nothing more considering that he hadn't done much in the last 3 days. Bella told the doctor that Edward had responded and he gave her an acknowledging nod. "Good, Mr. Cullen. Can you tell me if you're in any pain?" Again, Edward's response wasn't immediate, but he managed a soft reply. "Throat, arm." The voice was hoarse and Edward didn't sound like himself. Dr. Garandy spoke to Edward for a few minutes while April gave Edward something against the pain. After the doctor was satisfied, he left the room, but not before giving April a few instructions that Bella didn't hear. Her whole focus lay on Edward and she felt a few tears running down her face. "Why, crying?" Edward saw it and Bella had to laugh a little because it was such an unimportant thing to ask. "I worried about you, idiot, and now I'm simply relieved that you're starting to get better," she said and gave Edward a soft kiss. "How?" Long have I been here? Since Monday. And don't you dare think about your work, Bella threatened because she knew Edward good enough by now. He was a workaholic, but for now he had to take a long vacation. Garrett and I took care of Ever. Why Thing and Jasper and Emmett kept working. Cullen Corp. Managed to operate without you. As impossible as it may sound. A weak smile crossed Edward's face and he gave Bella's hand a gently squeeze. Thank you, Bella. No need to thank me, Edward. I am your wife, but if you ever do something so foolish again, I'll kick your ass, Bella promised with a sweet smile. A few minutes later Edward was already asleep again and Bella sat back and read one of the manuscripts Lily had sent her to the hospital. An hour later the family arrived and their excited chatter woke Edward, who still looked tired but also happy to see his family. As expected, Esme started crying when she saw that her son was awake. Alice wasn't much better, but the rest knew better than to overwhelm Edward so soon after waking up. Seeing as Edward was busy, Bella decided to go and grab something to eat. Close to the hospital was a little diner that made good food and Bella was happy to have some alternative to the disgusting hospital food. While she ate she called Jane and Angela and Ben and told them the news. Her friends were delighted to hear that Edward was getting better and awake. They promised to come by tea next day and asked Bella to give Edward their love. All in all, Bella felt better than she had in days when she returned to the hospital. Sadly, her good mood only lasted until she stepped out of the elevator. Alice was there and she had still not spoken to Bella, which in her opinion was incredibly childish, but that wasn't what made Bella want to go berserk. Next to her beloved sister-in-law stood a woman with a wonderful body and strawberry blonde hair. Are you fucking kidding me? What the fuck is Tanya, the whore, Denali doing here? Bella couldn't believe her eyes. Tanya Denali was standing in front of the ICU, talking to Alice, and Bella was willing to bet her ass that Alice had told the whore that Edward was here and most likely awake. Bella took a deep breath and walked towards them, but she didn't reach them before they entered the station. For one moment she contemplated calling to them and demanding an explanation, but her manners forbade her to make a scene. This was a hospital and the patients needed their rest, but that didn't mean that Bella wouldn't find out what they were playing at. As she opened the door to the station she saw Tanya and Alice talking to ESM. And Bella moved quietly so that she could hear what they were talking about. I was so worried when I heard about Edward's illness. He's always so strong and active. It's hard to imagine him sick and bedridden. The whore simpered with fake emotions, but Esme didn't seem to notice that as she just hugged her and tried to assure Tanya that Edward was slowly getting better. I know, but I still worry about him. We're so close and I just need to see him for myself. Now it even looked as if she would cry any moment now. Bella had to admit that she was a good actress. I know how you feel, Tanya. Esme agreed and gave her a compassionate smile. I'm sure Edward would be happy to see you. Oh no, that bitch is not getting near my man. Just as Alice nodded and opened her mouth, did Bella make her presence known. Excuse me, Bella said in a cold but still polite voice. What's the matter here? Tanya looked surprised for a moment, but that didn't stop her from looking at Bella as if she was so much better than her. Esme seemed taken aback by Bella's cold tone, but Alice seemed oblivious to Bella's simmering rage. I called Tanya and told about Edward. She was horrified to hear how bad Edward was. She was nearly hysterical with worry, Alice in a dismissive voice that told Bella that Alice believed Tanya's behavior was completely understandable and appropriate. Tanya grabbed a taxi and came here so that she could visit Edward. You little manipulative bitch. Bella had real trouble getting her emotions under control so that she wouldn't start screaming and cursing. It was a close call, but somehow she managed to speak without getting loud, but that didn't mean that her anger wasn't very audible. Oh, that's so nice of you, Alice, but you have forgotten one simple fact. Only family members are allowed to visit patients at the ICU. That is not absolutely correct, Alice sneered. Mom and Dad allowed Jasper to visit him. So if an immediate family member allows it, it is possible. Bella narrowed her eyes and glared at Alice as she tried to find a loophole. Bella knew that Alice was correct, but that didn't mean that Tanya was getting anywhere near Edward. True, but Tanya is not going to visit Edward. Are you serious? Alice asked, shocked, and even Esme appeared to be surprised, while Tanya played the hurt damsel. They're together, so she should be allowed to see him. Oh, but they aren't together anymore. Edward ended things with her before the charity ball. Isn't that right, Tanya? Bella asked with a pleasant smile. Both Alice and Esme hadn't known that little fact. If their expressions were anything to go by. For 1 second Tanya glared at Bella hatefully, but then she looked much too happy for Bella to be comfortable. Well, we did have a little argument, but we managed to put it behind us. Didn't Edward tell you that? I'm so sorry if you thought something else. What? That can't be true. Edward promised me he would never start anything with her again. Bella was shocked to hear Tanya say that. For one moment she doubted her husband's words and seriously considered that Edward had lied to her, but then she remembered one simple thing. Edward had never lied to her. Not once since they'd known each other had Edward lied to her or hidden something like that. She hadn't always been happy with his actions or decisions, but she honestly couldn't think of an occurrence where Edward had not been honest with her. And she trusted Edward to be honest, because if she doubted him at every turn, then their marriage had a bigger problem than just the fact that they weren't in love. Of course, Tanya was a sore spot for Bella and she made her feel uncomfortable and insecure, but until she had some proof, and the whore's words did not count, she would have to trust Edward and their agreement. The agreement. Bella had totally forgotten about their talk 2 days after the ball from hell. She could still see Edward's face as he begged her to give their relationship a real chance. He had been honest at that point, and Bella chose to give him the benefit of doubt. Bella also remembered that the whore was willing to lie and do horrible things to get what she wanted. Well, Tanya, I'm not some stupid pushover. You won't win here. Bella must have spaced out for a moment, because as she focused on the women in front of her again, she realized that they were talking. Tanya looked triumphant, and Alice was telling her mother that Tanya, as his girlfriend, had a right to see the man she loved. Just barely Bella managed to stop her snort. She seriously doubted that Tanya Denali had ever loved anyone but herself. Esme was just about to turn towards Edward's door when Bella decided enough was enough. I don't care what that woman says, Bella said to Alice, who recoiled at Bella's angry glare. And I don't care if she and Edward are still seeing each other. She is not entering Edward's room. Bella, you can't just decide that. Alice began to speak to Bella. Enough of her childish and immature behavior. Yes, Alice, I can decide that, and no one is able to change that. I'm Edward's wife, and as such I'm his closest family. What I say goes, and don't forget the prenup. Edward promised that I never would have to deal with his affair. If he were to break that clause, I could make things very, very difficult for Edward and the whole family. I have been more than understanding, but it ends here. She'll leave immediately or I'll call security. It's your choice. For one moment everyone was silent, even the hospital staff was quiet. Alice and Esme were shocked beyond belief. Never had they seen Bella react like that. Bella thought it likely that no one had ever talked to them like that, but she didn't care. They would have to take legal actions to get Tanya into Edward's room. Of course, they could just ask Edward, but Bella was reluctant to inform him about this situation. He was still very ill and needed his rest. Stressing him was not conducive to his recovery. But she would talk to Edward if they forced her. Tanya, on the other hand, looked downright pissed. Not hurt or distressed. No, just pissed and angry. That told Bella that Edward hadn't started his affair again. The whore was most likely here to use his weakened condition to manipulate him and make him believe that she was oh so worried about him. But apparently she was not willing to retreat just yet, as she took a deep breath, mostly so that she could tell Bella what she thought of her, but Bella didn't give her the chance to word her poison. Leave, bitch, Bella growled under her breath. Don't force me or I'll be your worst enemy. Bella must have looked really threatening, because with one last fake wail she whirled around and left the ICU. With a satisfied nod, Bella started to walk to Edward's room when a small hand stopped her. Really? Does Alice not know when to quit? I've had enough of her bullshit. Don't, Alice, Bella snarled as she ripped her arm out of her hand. Alice appeared unprepared for Bella's tone, but Bella didn't care anymore if she hurt the precious only daughter of the Cullen dynasty. It was high time that someone told her some hard truths. And Bella was just the right woman for the job. Out of the corner of her eyes she saw that Carlisle, Emmett, Rose and Jasper had arrived, and they looked surprised by the confrontation between the women. Bella didn't think of swallowing her anger and just started. I've had enough of your immature behavior, Alice. I don't care what everyone has told you since you were born, but you are not God's gift to us and you're not a princess. Everything has to go your way, and if it doesn't you sulk and throw a tantrum. You spent your family's money as if it is going out of fashion. Money you haven't earned, by the way. Oh, I know that you helped by organizing some of the feasts and that you've started making some designs for Cullen furnitures, but you only do what you want. Every task that is too much are you or not to your liking will be given to someone else. And just a little something for you to think about. If you would finally start behaving like a responsible and mature young woman instead of a spoilt brat, then maybe the man of your dreams would finally look at you. Most of the family were shocked and looked at Bella with huge eyes and open mouths. Only two were different. Rose, while she also seemed to be shell-shocked, was also smiling a little in approval and respect. Alice was the other person. She was pale and crying, but Bella wasn't moved by them. In fact, they just annoyed her. Oh, stop crying, Bella said and gave her sister-in-law a disapproving look. I don't care for your tears and they won't make me pity you or give you what you want. Your behavior these last days has been nothing short of atrocious. You were way out of line and rude. I advise you to correct your attitude or I'll personally throw you out of the hospital and ban you from entering Edward's and mine home. Take your drama somewhere else because your brother doesn't need it. His recovery will be hard on him because he'll have to take things slow for a while. Don't put any unneeded stress on him, or you'll have to deal with me, and that counts for all of you. With one final glare she turned around and entered Edward's room. Once the door was closed she took a deep breath to calm herself down, but she didn't really need it. Now that Bella had finally gotten everything off her chest she felt better and more calm than she had all week long. A peaceful smile graced her features as she took her place at Edward's bed. Edward hated hospitals. He hated being confined to bed and being unable to do what he wanted. He simply hated being sick. But if he wanted to leave the tender care of the nurses and doctors, then he had to do as he was told, which wasn't easy for Edward. Normally he was in charge of a situation, but now he was powerless, and Bella, the traitor, kept an eye on him at nearly every second of the day, and if she wasn't there, then the nurses followed her orders. Edward had learned very quickly that Bella had talked to his doctors and the nurses. They all knew just how much of a workaholic he was and how unreasonable he could be when his health was concerned. All Edward could do was sulk about the unfairness of it all. Oh, and wonder about what had happened between Bella and his family. No one had said a word, but Edward wasn't stupid. Something had happened. Something huge, and it had affected every member of his crazy family. Edward knew they wouldn't tell him, at least not while he was still at the ICU, but as soon as he left this thrice-damned ward, he would demand answers. And it seemed like this would happen sooner rather than later. Today was the second day after he'd woken up and things looked good. Dr. Garandy and Dr. Snow were positive that Edward could be transferred to a different ward tomorrow morning. His doctors were competent and Edward got along with them very well. Even if they both had given him a stern talking to. Both men had stressed that Edward was mostly responsible for his current condition. If he had listened to his wife or taken better care of himself, then he wouldn't have to stay at the hospital. The worst part was that Edward's heart would trouble him for quite some time. He would need to watch his heart rate and he shouldn't do too much sport. Listen to your body, they'd said, and Edward was beginning to hate these words. Luckily his lovely wife hadn't said "I told you so" or Edward would have screamed, but for now she just watched him and stayed silent. His parents though had been very vocal and, in his mother's case, very wet. They couldn't understand why Edward had jeopardized his health when he knew better. Esme had cried about how worried she'd been, and if he ever did something like this again, she would put him over her knees, and Edward believed her. A brisk knock interrupted his thoughts, and Edward saw Dr. Snow entering his room. "Hey, Doc, can I finally leave the ICU?" Edward asked immediately and didn't even give the poor man a chance to speak. Said man just chuckled. "I don't know if I should feel insulted or not. Our ward is a very good one and our staff is just amazing." "I know, Dr. Snow," Edward said with an eye roll. "But you have to understand that I want to go home, and if I can leave this wonderful ICU. Then the day of my discharge is getting nearer." "Oh, I totally understand what you're talking about, and yes, you can leave the station tomorrow morning. Everything has been taken care of." Edward smiled as he heard the great news. "Wonderful. How long do you think I'll have to stay, Mr. Cullen?" Dr. Snow chided with an amused smile. "One day at a time, young man. Your lungs are still full of liquid and your fever isn't completely gone yet. I fear you'll have to stay with us for another 4 days." Edward groaned loudly in displeasure, but he knew there was nothing he could do about it. Well, he could discharge himself, but Bella and his parents would give him hell for that. Not worth it. They talked about a few other things before Bella returned, and Edward told her the good news immediately. She was as happy about it as Edward was, and promised to bring him home-cooked meals from now on. Edward thanked his lucky stars for having such a wonderful and talented wife. He couldn't wait for morning to come. Blank. The next morning Edward didn't complain once and let the nurses do everything they wanted. The sooner they were done with Edward, the sooner he could leave this ward. Bella had arrived early and watched the whole proceedings with a light smile, but she didn't comment. Bella just collected his stuff and packed everything in his bag. While they waited for Edward's file and for someone to push him to his new room. He was immensely grateful that he had such a good health insurance and lots of money. Edward's new room would be very comfortable and luxurious, well, for a hospital room. It was just after 9 a.m. when Dr. Garandy came and wished him a fast recovery and good luck. Edward was so happy about leaving the ICU that he didn't even complain about being transferred in his bed. He wasn't allowed to move too much yet, but he was allowed to go to the bathroom himself. Bella followed him silently, but that ended the moment she saw Edward's new room. "This is your room?" Bella asked with an unbelieving expression on her face. "It looks like a good hotel room." "Bella, I'll have to stay here for a few days and I don't want a roommate. I have the money to pay for this, so why not?" Edward asked, and was once again reminded that Bella wasn't used to spending much money, even if she had been raised in a wealthy family. "Okay, I can understand that you don't want a roommate," Bella conceded as she dropped his bag onto the table and walked to the windows. "But please explain to me why you need a fucking balcony, a leather couch and wood panels. This is not a freaking health resort." Edward watched amusedly as Bella unpacked his things, all the while muttering under her breath. When she was done in the room, she grabbed Hi's things for the bathroom and opened the door. Edward had to choke back his laughter as Bella's jaw dropped and her eyes nearly popped out of her head. "Oh my freaking god," she yelled and went inside. "This bathroom is great and absolutely ridiculous. The bathroom in my old flat wasn't that good or huge. Please, Edward, never tell me what you have to pay for this." "Don't worry, I won't," Edward promised when he was sure he wouldn't start laughing. Bella's reactions were just too funny, but he was punished for these thoughts when he started coughing. It still hurt, and most of the time he hacked up some mucus, which was just disgusting. Bella was immediately next to him and rubbed his back and waited for him to be done, so that she could give him some water to soothe Edward's throat. "Thanks," Edward whispered as he dropped back against the pillow. The coughing fits always left him exhausted, but Edward knew that they would be over soon. At least he hoped so. "There's no reason to thank me, Edward. I'm here and help you because I want to and not because it's what a wife should do. Now, I'll send your family your new room number and then I need to go to Phoenix for an hour or two. Anne, Gella and Ben need me to sign some papers." I think that your siblings wanted to come soon, but I promise, I'll bring something to eat when I return, Bella said and gave Edward a quick kiss. Okay, Ed, Ward answered and watched his wife leave the room. Ever since he'd woken up, he'd noticed that Bella was much physical than before. It was different, but Edward enjoyed it nonetheless. He felt cared for when Bella kept holding his hand or carting her fingers through his hair. Edward knew it was most likely because he was sick and Bella worried for him, but he hoped that Bella's changed behavior would stay. He watched TV for a little while before he heard Emmett's booming voice through his closed door. His brother couldn't be quiet if his life depended on it. It was a good thing that Rosalie knew how to handle her husband. She even managed to keep him in line, well, most of the time anyway. Emmett didn't even knock before he entered the room, he just barged in and smiled his boyish smile. Ed, Ward was shocked to see that his brother had a few very colorful balloons with him and a huge teddy bear. Eddie, how's it hanging? Emmett, Rosalie snapped and punched his arm. This is a hospital, at least try to behave like an adult. Emmett didn't seem bothered by his wife's admonishment as he just gave Rosalie a loud kiss. Jasper, who was with them, just shook his head as he walked over to his oldest friends and gave him a hug. Hey, Edward, how are you? He asked as he sat down in one of the chairs. I'm getting better, slowly but surely, Edward responded as Emmett and Rosalie took a seat on the comfortable-looking couch. They talked for a little while and Jasper and Emmett brought him up to date on everything concerning Cullen Corp. But soon Edward wanted to know what had been bothering him for 2 days now. Okay, now tell me why there's so much tension between Alice and Bella, and why are my parents acting so strange? Edward asked and was surprised to see that Rosalie was having a pleased smile on her face while Emmett was snickering. Jasper on the other hand looked just a bit uncomfortable and Edward had no idea why. Bro, that was epic. Your wife is just awesome, and if I weren't more than happily married, I would court Bella. She gave Alice a swift ass kicking. And it was deserved, Emmett explained smiling. Okay, that explains why Rose and Em look entertained but not why Jasper looks uncomfortable. Aha, but that doesn't explain why Bella exploded. She's not one for public scenes. True, Rose admitted, but Alice had been pushing Bella's buttons since the day you were admitted. She all but accused Bella of being responsible for you being ill and falling down the stairs. Alice said that Bella didn't care for you, but as your marriage was arranged, that shouldn't be surprising. What? Are you fucking kidding me? Alice has no right or reason to say something like that. Rosalie apparently had expected Edward's reaction and wasn't deterred. She just continued, I'm sorry but it's true. Alice acted up but Bella stayed polite and just ignored her. Esme and Carlisle weren't happy with her, but you know your parents. Oh yes, that I do. They most likely didn't manage to discipline her. Anyway, Alice refused to apologize, but the day you woke up things went from bad to horrible. I wasn't there when it started, but April told me what happened. Apparently, Alice called Tanya and she came to the hospital and wanted to see you. Tried to play the worried girlfriend card, but Bella stepped in and forbade it. Edward couldn't believe what he was hearing. Allie, CE seemed to have completely lost her mind. She knew what had happened at the charity ball and that Edward had promised that Bella would have absolutely no contact with Tanya. I'm no longer seeing her. Edward saw Ed in an attempt to persuade Rose and the others that he hadn't wanted the witch at the hospital. No one was surprised, which did surprise Edward until Jasper explained. Bella told Rose had happened and she told Emmett and me. Well, everyone knows now that you're no longer seeing Tanya, but we three are the only ones who know everything. Oh, okay. Even though Edward was shocked, he was also very pleased that his family knew about the recent development between his wife and him. I wish you could have seen Bella, Emmett said dreamily. She was a vision. Oh, but he can. R.O. Sally added with a smug smile as she pulled her iPad out of her purse. I recorded as much as I could. You can see Tanya's departure and Alice telling off. What? Emmett exclaimed and looked at his wife in shock. Why haven't you told me? You know how much I've enjoyed it. Rose just rolled her eyes at his whining and handed Edward her iPad. Everyone surrounded him as they watched Bella ripping into little Alice. Edward had to admit that he was more than just surprised. Bella didn't just lash out. No, her arguments were all true, and Edward knew that she truly believed what she'd said. He also knew that she hadn't said it to hurt anyone, well, with the exception of Tanya, but to warn Alice and to give her a little hint. Once the video was over, Edward understood why Jasper appeared uncomfortable. Bella hadn't said his name, but she hadn't needed to. Everyone close to Jasper and Alice knew the truth, and now Bella had said what some of them had thought. Alice could be sweet and loyal, but she was still very immature, and Jasper wanted a partner and not someone who he would have to look after. Wow, was Edward's first reaction after he'd processed everything. I know, Emmett said gleefully. Bella is simply awesome. I wouldn't want to get on her bad side. I totally agree with you, Edward muttered. How have the parents reacted? Edward knew that Bella didn't want to cause scion between them, but not even Carlisle and Esme Cullen could ignore that Bella had given Alice what she desperately needed. A good scolding. And he didn't think his parents liked it. Well, Alice complained to them and wanted them to tell Bella off for speaking to her like that, but Carlisle told her to be quiet. Never have I seen Alice this shocked. She couldn't believe that Daddy Dearest didn't give her what she wanted. Esme tried to interfere, but Carlisle reminded her that everything Bella had said was true, as much as he didn't want to admit it. He ordered Alice to go home and wait for them. When Alice finally realized that crying wouldn't work, she got angry and stalked off, Rosalie reported. Edward was surprised that his father hadn't caved in like usual when Alice started the waterworks. Do you now if Alice behavior had any consequences? Emmett laughed at his question while Rose looked very pleased, and even Jasper seemed find something amusing. You could say that. Of course Nana found out about what had happened and asked Mom and Dad to deal with the terror they had raised. In her opinion, Alice is becoming an embarrassment to the family. Really? Edward asked, amused. He knew that his grandmother wasn't very happy with her granddaughter's behavior, as she hated bad manners, but until now she hadn't said anything to his parents. She opined that the way her children were raised wasn't her business, but apparently she'd changed her mind. Oh yes, Emmett said. Nana loves Bella. I think she's her favorite. But I don't think it was necessary for Nana to say anything. The way Alice acted was clearly too much for Dad. I don't know what exactly happened, but Alice was not happy. You could hear her screaming through the whole house. Dad took her credit cards away. A shocked laughter escaped Edward as he heard that. Alice Cullen was a shopaholic and a fashion victim. This was the worst punishment for her. Oh my God, I would have loved to be a fly on the wall to that conversation. I think we all would have loved that opportunity, Rosa said with a wistful expression. Anyway, Alice flipped out and locked herself into her room, but Carlisle isn't relenting. Even Esme agrees that Alice needs to learn the value of money and how fortunate she is. I believe Esme's also embarrassed that she didn't stand by Bella more and even contemplated letting Tanya go into your room. You know Esme was never happy about your arrangement, and she's happy that Tanya is out of the picture, but I think Esme was just a little too worried about you to think this through. That was entirely possible in Edward's opinion. His mother liked Bella very much and believed the two could be really happy together, but Esme was also very emotional. Edward had heard that she had been nearly inconsolable when she'd gotten the news about Edward's condition. Of course, she'd completely overreacted, but that was Esme Cullen for you. Sometimes she was unpredictable and over-emotional. Edward threw Jasper a quick look and saw that he looked a little tense. Hey Jasper, is everything okay? Edward asked, and his friend gave him a half smile. Yes, Edward, I'm fine. I hate that Alice is unhappy. But I'm thankful that Bella told her off. You know how I feel about Alice. Most of the time she's caring and loving, maybe a little crazy, but the way she's behaved this week is unacceptable. I hope Alice will think about what Bella has told her, because if she doesn't, then I don't see us ever working out. I won't deal with a spoilt brat. Edward understood what Jasper was saying, and he shared his hopes. Alice hadn't always been this bad, but she'd been a true terror this last year. The rest of the afternoon they talked about nothing serious, and after 2 hours Bella called and asked him what he wanted for dinner. Emmett nearly begged Bella to also bring him something, and when she finally returned to the hospital she brought enough food with her to feed all of them. And considering Emmett's appetite, that was really much. Blank. The weekend had come and Edward was getting better. Bella was pleased to hear that his doctor thought he could be discharged around Wednesday. Both Edward and Bella couldn't wait for that day. It would be so much better when Edward was finally home. Bella would be able to sleep better and Edward could once again plan his days on his own. Of course, they realized that the family would likely visit pretty often, but they were able to throw them out or simply not open the door when they didn't want to see anyone. Bella's friends had visited Edward and brought him good books and movies so that he wouldn't be bored to death. Edward enjoyed their visits as they were much more relaxed around him than some of his family. It was Sunday and the Cullen men plus Rosalie were watching football and eating pasta, while Bella watched them in fascination. Bella didn't know why they found football so interesting, but that might have something to do with Bella's aversion for any physical activity. Seeing as they were pretty focused right now, Bella decided to go for a little walk to catch some fresh air. Just as Bella reached the stairs, she heard Esme calling. "Wait a moment, Bella," she asked, and Bella decided that now was as good a time as any to talk to her mother-in-law. Since Bella's disagreement with Alice, she hadn't really talked to either of Edward's parents, but she knew that they had talked to Alice and confiscated her credit cards. At first Bella had feared that Edward would be unhappy with her. But until now he hadn't said a single word about it. He'd just said that he was proud of her for no obvious reason at all, and Bella was willing to wait to have this particular talk. "Would it be all right with you if we're to accompany you?" Esme asked, and Bella agreed. They walked in silence for a few minutes and Bella wasn't willing to be the one to break it. Esme was the one who needed to talk to Bella and explain herself, not Bella. When they left the hospital, Esme took a deep breath and began speaking. "I need to apologize to you, Bella. I should have made sure that Alice didn't talk to you like you had done something wrong. You have been a good wife to Edward and it's none of our business how you make it work or what you're feeling for each other. I was never happy that you had been pushed together, but that's no excuse for my behavior. But what I'm most embarrassed about is how I reacted when Tanya was here. If it had been me in your situation, I wouldn't have been able to be as composed as you have been. It was unfair of Edward to expect you to simply accept Tanya as his girlfriend, and I should have supported you more. Tanya had no right to come here, especially after the scene at the ball. My only excuse is that I was too worried and exhausted to think about how you would feel. It's a stupid explanation, I know, but it's the truth. I don't expect you to simply forget what has happened, but I hope you're willing to give me another chance." Bella had quietly watched Esme while she'd spoken, and Esme's remorse was obvious, but she was right. Bella wouldn't just forgive and forget. The family had to prove themselves to Bella. "I can understand your reasoning, but you also have to understand mine. You hurt me by even thinking about letting that woman see Edward. She's the reason why there was so much tension between Edward and me. I need you and the rest of the family to respect me and my decisions. Our marriage is difficult enough as it is without you putting additional pressure on us and making things difficult. We can't even go away for a while to have some privacy as both of our work and our families are here. Don't force my hand, Esme. Both of us, Edward and I, made some mistakes. Him by asking to have a lover and I by being too accepting and unwilling to rock the boat, but I will keep you as far from us as possible if I think you're sabotaging our marriage." Bella knew her words were harsh, but she wanted to make her relationship work, and if the family fought against them, then she would be their enemy. Esme seemed to listen to her and nodded her understanding. "I understand what you're saying and you have every right to say it. I can't speak for everyone, but I promise I'll act more reasonable and try to talk to the others. Although you don't need to worry about Carlisle. He was very angry with me and Alice. He kept mumbling about his father and how displeased he would have been if we're still with us. He'll support you as much as he Canon Elizabeth thinks you're the best thing that has happened to our family in a long time. For now Bella was willing to believe Esme, but she would still be on her guard. Just to be sure, when Bella and Esme returned to Edward's room, everyone was still watching the game, but Edward noticed that they had come back together and motioned Bella over to him. "Hey, Bella, have you perhaps talked to my mom?" For one moment Bella thought about not telling him, but she saw no reason to let him suffer his unfulfilled curiosity. "Yes, I did, and," he asked impatiently, "are you both okay now or what? We talked. Your mother apologized and I accepted, but I haven't forgiven her. She needs to prove herself. I don't want to make things difficult, but if this is going to work, then I need to do this." Edward just looked at her for a few moments before he gave her a gentle smile and squeezed her hand. "I understand and I'm okay with it. I know that you need to fight your own battles. You have every right to be angry. Emmett, Jasper and Rose told me everything and even showed me a little video." Here Bella blushed because she couldn't believe that Edward had seen her little blow up. "Don't worry, Bella, your reaction was completely understandable and reasonable. Alice deserved what you said to her, even if I don't like to see my sister unhappy. It was time that someone did something. I am proud of you for standing up to yourself and for protecting me from the shrew. And my family." Bella smiled as she heard that. It was good to know that Edward stood behind her and thought she'd done the right thing. "Good," she whispered. "I was afraid of your reaction." "Don't be." Edward sighed with a serious expression. "Sometimes my family needs to hear the harsh truth. I should know, as I'm just like them. But I have to say that you were really hot when you told Alice off." "Edward," Bella cried and slapped him arm. "You're such an idiot sometimes." "What? It's true. Ask Emmett." Edward sighed and stared, laughing. "Dear Lord, what kind of man have I married? Blank, underscore, blank." Monday morning Bella decided to stay home and sleep in. Edward thought it was a good idea, as Bella had had a very difficult week and needed some time away from the hospital. Cullen Corp had enough people who were able to handle things, but Bella's business was still very young and small, and Bella was needed to sign the contracts and to decide which books would be published. And she still looked through the new books the wannabe authors sent them. Ben had explained to Edward that Bella was the most important one of the three, as she had the best instinct. She simply knew which books would be successful and which not. That was one of the reasons why everyone agreed that Inheritance of Light would be a hit. Everyone was excited to see how it would do. In just a few weeks the first of the three books would be published, and even Edward, who'd read some parts of it, was interested to see how it would sell and what the reviews would say. With all this pressure, it was to be expected that Bella needed a little break. Edward nearly had to threaten her to get Bella to stay home, but he had managed it. However, he was under no illusions that Bella wouldn't start preparing the house for Edward's return. "God, I can't wait to leave this room and the hospital." Around 11 someone knocked on the door, and Edward was surprised to see his sister entering the room. Alice hadn't visited Edward often since she'd had her confrontation with his fiery wife, and a part of him could understand why she was avoiding Bella. The other part of Edward thought that she was a coward. "Hey, Alice," Edward greeted his sister as she took the chair next to his bed. Alice looked a little miserable. No, she nearly as vibrant and lively as she normally was. "Hello, Edward," Alice said in a subdued voice, and somehow Edward knew why she was here, but he couldn't say that he was happy about it. They talked for a few minutes about nothing important, and Edward just knew that his sister was stalling. He wasn't interested in dragging this conversation out, so he just told her to say what she wanted to say. "I know why you're here, Alice. And I know that you want me to do something, so open your damn mouth and say it." For a second Alice looked taken aback, but then she pouted and looked like a kicked puppy. "Yes, I'm here to beg you to help me. Dad took my credit cards away. He's so angry for me and thinks I should concentrate on my graduation and stop going out so much. He even demands that I do unpleasant jobs myself and don't just pass the task to someone else. Edward raised his eyebrows as he listened to his sister, who sounded more and more like teenager and not like the young woman she was. "And what would you want me to do, my dear sister?" Edward asked. Now Alice's eyes looked suspiciously wet, but Edward knew she could cry on demand. "It's just unfair, and you know how much I hate all that economical crap. I'm an artist. I'm designing wonderful furniture. Others can take care of the rest." Edward pinched the bridge of his nose and prayed for patience. "No, Alice. As a designer, for our furniture line, it is your job to create furnitures that we can sell. That means that you need to be able to work with a limited budget and other restrictions. We don't only sell to the super rich and the best hotels of the world. Most of our customers are regular people who can't afford to spend $3,000 and more on a bed. We're selling our products all over the world, and we're known for good quality and our different lines. Not only for our most expensive pieces. I can't and won't let you work like that, and in other firms it isn't any different. I'm your boss, Alice. And to be completely honest with you, I can understand why Dad is so displeased. If I had known that you weren't doing your job right, I would have talked to you long ago, but none of the employers working with you have said anything to me. But believe me, Alice, I'll make sure that no one will do your work from now on. Why are you all being so mean to me? Before Bella came into our family, no one had a problem with me, and now I'm always the bad guy. It's all her fault." Alice screamed and looked really angry now. "Don't you dare, Alice. This has nothing to do with Bella and everything with your unacceptable behavior. Bella was just the first one who lost it with you, and you deserved it," Edward growled. "Bella has been nothing but nice to you, and you treat her like an intruder. Just because Bella doesn't let you play dress up with her doesn't mean that you can act like a brat. No, it is her fault. If she hadn't become your wife, everything would still be the same. Tanya was right when she said that Bella wouldn't be good for us." "Wait a fucking moment. What has Tanya to do with this? Why are you mentioning Tanya? She doesn't even know Bella." Alice threw him an angry glare before she answered. "Tanya said from the very beginning that Bella would change you, and she was right. You stopped being fun and going out. All you do is work. Tanya was miserable when you started to become distant. You weren't only lovers but also friends, and Bella won't let you see her." "Shut up, Alice," Edward interrupted her and thought about her words for a minute. It really shouldn't surprise him that Tanya was behind this. Normally, his sister was very open and friendly towards other people, but apparently Tanya had made Alice believe it was Bella's fault that things were changing and that their relationship had ended. Edward was also willing to bet that Tanya had told her that it was Bella who was responsible for Alice's punishment, but Edward wasn't willing to let that go on. "The reason why I ended things with Tanya had something to do with Bella, but not in the way you mean it. Bella and my marriage to her made me realize what a bitch Tanya truly is. I broke up with her because she acted like a witch. All she cared about was what I could do for her. Expensive gifts, invitations to exclusive parties, and entrance to the best clubs on the East Coast. She's selfish, and when she started noticing that things were falling apart, she began manipulating you. It was her that told you to only do what you want because you were a Cullen, right? You should have only the best and everyone should bow to you, right? But that's not how things work. Tell me one thing, Alice. How often did you pay for your spa treatments, your expansive dinners, and your shopping sprees when you two went out? I know it sounds hard, but Tanya is just using you. She wants to be part of our social circles." A few tears escaped Alice as she shook her head in denial. "You're lying. Tanya is my friend and she wouldn't use me. You're just sprouting what Bella told you. Go home, little sister, and think about what I've said to you. You're smart and able to find out if I'm lying to you or not, if you look at it rationally. But Alice, you better start treating Bella better or we'll have a problem. Understand?" Alice didn't answer and just left Edward's hospital room without even saying goodbye. Frustrated, Edward yanked Ed at his hair and once again cursed himself for having ever touched Tanya Denali. The bitch was a real piece of work, and now she was using his sister to make trouble. He had known that Tanya wouldn't just admit defeat. Not even after Bella had shown her the door. If anything, that had made her more determined to harm him as much as possible. He knew if Bella never heard the name Tanya ever again, it would still be too soon. But he thought it best to talk with his wife about her. Bella was a clever woman and, as Edward had found out, a terrifying opponent. And she had Jane, who was truly evil and very resourceful. These two women would be a great help when he decided how to deal with his ex. He didn't like how Tanya was acting. That woman was hurting his family and Edward would make her pay for it. One way or the other. Bella was incredibly thankful when it was finally Wednesday. Edward had been difficult. The closer the day of his discharge came, the more Bella wanted to bang her head against a wall. Her beloved husband couldn't sit still and kept questioning Bella and Garrett hundreds of questions. He wanted to know if someone had checked his mail, if everything was okay at work, if everything was ready for his return home. Tuesday afternoon Bella had snapped and threatened Edward that she would organize a prostate exam, shouldn't he stop getting on her nerves. Edward had paled and kept his mouth shut, which had pleased Bella very much. Now it was Wednesday noon and Edward was waiting for his discharge papers so that he could finally leave. Bella thought he behaved ridiculous but didn't say anything. She'd already called Garrett and he was waiting for them in the car. Just as Bella wanted to kick Edward and simply leave him there, did Dr. Snow arrive. And in his hands were the desired papers. "Okay, Mr. Cullen, here are the papers," Dr. Snow said and handed Edward an envelope. "You know that you still need to take things slow and you need to watch your heart rate. I talked to your wife and she promised me to keep an eye on you just to be sure. And don't forget the appointment for your arm." Edward looked a little disgruntled that he was treated like a child, but Bella had no pity for him. They wouldn't treat him like that if he had taken better care of himself. Apparently, Edward agreed with Bella's thoughts and just nodded. "Good, now I need you to sign these and then you're free to go," Dr. Snow said as he gave Edward a clipboard and a pen. Edward didn't waste any time and quickly signed the papers and handed them back. "Well, I hope won't see you again and I wish you a nice day." Edward shook hands with the doctor and also wished him a good day. While Bella said her own goodbyes, a nurse came with a wheelchair, which Edward watched with disdain. "Edward," Bella said in an exasperated voice, "you know the rules. Just use the damn chair so that we can leave." Edward sulked but did as he was told, while the doctor and the nurse watched in amusement. Bella just sighed and grabbed Edward's bag before the three made their way to the exit. Garrett jumped out of the car as he saw them approaching and took the bag from Bella to out it in the trunk of the car. Edward didn't wait for Garrett to open the door and simply got in himself. Bella thanked the nurse and got in herself, but not before sharing a smile with Garrett. Finally, Edward groaned as they drove to the highway. "I'm so happy to leave this damn hospital. And I'm sure the hospital staff is also happy. You were a horrible patient. I'm sure you are, but remember, you are not to return to work for another week." Bella reminded Edward, "You can do a little work from home but not too much. I want you to rest." "Bella," Edward started to complain, but Bella cut him off. "No, Edward, you worked too much and were exhausted. That was one of the reasons why you got sick. You need to cut hours. I know that your position is very demanding, but your health is much more important. Let other people do their work and stop trying to do everything yourself." Bella knew Edward didn't like to hear that, but he needed to. Before his fall he'd worked nearly 12 hours a day, and that on 6 days a week. It was simply too much, and Bella knew that his grandfather hadn't worked that much. She'd asked Nana and she'd said that although her husband had worked much, it hadn't been nearly as much as Edward was. Bella had reminded herself that Edward was a perfectionist, but someone needed to keep an eye on him or he would work himself to death. Edward didn't look happy, but he seemed to thin about her objection before he answered. "I know that I've worked too much these last few weeks and I know that I've worried you," Edward admitted and grabbed her hand to give it a gentle squeeze. "I'll try to be more reasonable." Bella knew that that was all she could hope for and gave him a happy smile. The rest of the drive was spent in silence and soon they arrived home. Bella was happy to see that no cars were in their driveway, which meant that the family hadn't arrived yet. Kate opened the front door as Edward and Bella got out of the car. "Mr. Cullen, it's so good to have you back," Kate greeted him. "Thanks, Kate," Edward responded with a content smile. Kate had prepared a light lunch for everyone in the kitchen and Edward looked elated to finally be able to eat in his own home. Kate had made some fantastic sandwiches and a kohlrabi soup. They ate every last crumb and after Kate and Bella had cleaned the kitchen, she and Garrett went back to their own little house. Edward and Bella retreated to the living room where Edward laid down on the couch and watched some crime series. Meanwhile Bella checked her mails. As much as Edward didn't want to admit it, he's still tired. Easily and not even half an hour after he'd laid down he was already asleep. Bella, who had watched him discreetly, noticed and covered him with a blanket. Yes, Bella felt better now that Edward was finally home. Blank. The rest of the day went by pretty quickly. The family visited just as Edward woke up and they stayed for dinner. Without being invited, Bella had been lucky that Kate had bought enough food so that she was able to cook for the whole family. Well, to be perfectly honest, only Emmett and Jasper had salivated while Bella had started preparing spaghetti with meatballs. Rose was embarrassed by her husband's behavior but Bella told her not to worry. It wasn't much a hassle to make more and with additional salad and garlic bread everyone was happy. Their visitors left just before 8 p.m. and Edward was so tired that he went to bed shortly after. Bella cleaned the kitchen and the living room before she watched a little TV. She watched some documentation but even she went to bed early because she was just exhausted. With Edward just a few doors away Bella slept without dreaming or worries. Bella was the first to wake up the next day and decided to surprise her husband with a hearty breakfast. She made pancakes, eggs, bacon, cut a few fruits and cooked coffee. And of course she didn't forget the fresh orange juice. Edward must have smelled her cooking because he came down just as Bella was about to wake him. "Good morning, Edward," Bella said as she saw his disheveled appearance. Edward wore sweatpants and an obviously well-loved sweatshirt. His hair was even wilder than normally but to Bella he looked sexy. "Morning, Bella, I smell breakfast," he murmured as he looked over her shoulder to see the set table. That looks so good. Can we eat already?" Bella laughed at his hopeful expression and before she had time to blink, Edward was already sitting. She shook her head while she sat down herself and grabbed her tea. "Well, I hope you're hungry. Tug in." Breakfast was a comfortable affair and both enjoyed that small piece of normality. Edward read the newspaper and Bella enjoyed a chapter of her book. They didn't talk much but they didn't need to. Once they were full they both cleaned the kitchen, which surprised Bella. Edward hated cleaning the kitchen. After that was done they went to the library where they worked for a little while. Bella knew better than to keep Edward from his work but she made it unmistakably clear that Edward wouldn't strain himself. They worked in silence for nearly 2 hours before Edward broke it. "Tomorrow you're back to work, right?" Edward asked and looked at Bella. "Yes," she confirmed with a nod. "But I won't work a full day. I should be back around 3, but Kate will be here to keep an eye on you." Edward groaned at that. "I'm a grown man and can take care of myself." Bella raised an eyebrow at that and Edward had to drop his eyes as he read Bella's doubt. "Yes, I know, that I have acted really stupid but I've learned my lesson. I don't need a babysitter." Bella snorted at that. "Kate won't act as your babysitter. She wants to clean the windows and decorate the house. Halloween is next week and then it'll be Thanksgiving soon." I tried to stop her but don't even try, Bella. Kate is stubborn but she won't go overboard. She knows how to keep things tasteful. "Well, at least I won't have to fear coming home tomorrow," Bella sighed relieved. "Speaking of Thanksgiving, how are you normally celebrating it?" Edward didn't answer and Bella looked him. He see me. To be deep in thought and not pleasant ones. Edward's eyes snapped to her face as he heard her calling him. "What? Thanksgiving, Edward, what are your family's traditions?" "Oh, normally we eat at my parents' house. Together with my grandparents. Nothing special. But don't expect my mother to cook. Bella grumbled. She wasn't really satisfied with that. Bella always cooked for every holiday and she enjoyed it. The last 2 years she'd spent with Jane and Felix and they loved her cooking. Do you think they would mind if we were to spend the holiday here with me preparing the food? Edward looked surprised but also very pleased. Not in the least. Most will be happy and our house is big enough. I'll talk to them about it, but let's talk about something else, he said and looked strangely serious. I need your advice. Immediately, Bella put her work away and gave Edward her whole attention. I'm listening. Edward ran his good hand through his hair and grimaced. Alec, visited me a few days ago and what she told me worries me. It seems that Tanya is manipulating her and filling her head with lies. She tries to persuade Alice that you're at fault for me ending my affair with Tanya and for my parents' displeasure. I need to stop Tanya before she does something really bad. Bella wasn't surprised to hear that the bitch was causing trouble, but she was surprised too. Had Edward asked her for her advice and opinion? That's not really surprising. She was Alice. Friend first, right? Yes, Edward agreed. He didn't know what Bella was getting at. I think she befriended your sister to get to you. You were one of the most eligible bachelors of the country and everyone knew that. And Tanya wants to be a trophy wife. You were the perfect man to give her everything she wants. Bella, do you really think that Tanya would go that far to catch a rich man? Edward asked. He couldn't believe that Tanya had been that manipulative. Yes, Edward, that's exactly what I think, and I believe it is time that I told you some unpleasant truths about Tanya Denali. Or rather Tanya Volturi. Edward's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he heard that name. Volturi. Ella nodded calmly and kept an eye on his mood. She knew this conversation wouldn't be easy for him. Yes, Volturi. I need you to listen to me, Edward. I know you'll want to ask questions, but please, wait until I'm done. Edward didn't like where Bella was going and a part of him didn't want to hear what she had to say, but he knew that he needed to. I promise to listen in silence. Slowly, Bella got up and walked to where Edward was sitting. She took the seat next to his before she took a deep breath and told him what she knew. She told him about Tanya's marriage to Alec Volturi, about the baby and the abortion, about their separation and about Alec's threat. Edward listened and he kept silent, but it was heard. He could feel his blood leaving his face and his heart rate accelerating. Had he been this disgusted of another one's behavior, but what Tanya had done was just wrong. Just thinking about their sexual escapades made Edward want to throw up. Lies. Every single word out of Tanya's mouth had been a lie. I will make that bitch regret the day she was born. When Bella was done, Edward needed a moment to unlock his jaw so that he could ask one question. Do you have proof? Edward didn't ask that because he thought Bella was wrong. No, he just needed proof so that there would be no way that Tanya could accuse them of lying. Bella didn't seem to think that he was doubting. Her face stayed calm and collected. Nothing concrete. Jane spoke to some of Volturi's friends and they gave her the information, but we know that he would help, should Tanya try her old tricks. Jane has the contact information. Edward nodded numbly. Okay. I think I need some time to, well. No problem, Edward, I'll leave you alone and will be into the living room, should you need me, Bella said and left the room. She waited a few minutes before the door and waited for the explosion that she knew would come. 3 minutes later she heard it. That fucking bitch, Edward roared, and Bella heard that something was thrown against a wall. He kept cursing and throwing things, but soon it stopped and Bella left Edward to his privacy. Edward Road needed a long time before he managed to calm down. He felt such a rage that he wanted nothing more than to hurt Tanya, even though he knew that a man should never raise a hand against a woman. Women? She's not even human. She's a fucking demon. Edward had been surprised that Bella had known all this about the damn bitch but hadn't said anything. Well, he could understand why she had kept silent. Edward wouldn't have believed her if she'd told him such things about Tanya. Now though he knew that she was a manipulative bitch and he trusted Bella not to lie to him. When Edward had calmed down, he thought about what he needed to do now. Tanya wouldn't give up and he feared she would do something stupid. First he needed to get proof. Undeniable proof, so that Tanya wouldn't be able to worm her way out of it. Edward knew he wouldn't be able to concentrate on his work now and decided to go to Bella so that they could plan their next steps. His wife was sitting on one of the comfortable armchairs, reading. Bella. Edward saw Ed as he sat down opposite her. Bella was surprised. She hadn't noticed that Edward had entered the living room or sat down. Edward, are you calmer now? He gave her a strained smile and nodded. Don't worry, but we need to talk about what we want or need to do in regards to Mrs. Volturi. I want to get Garrett involved so that he and our security department can collect proof of Tanya's marriage and abortion. Good idea, but I also think that someone should keep an eye on her, Bella suggested. I wouldn't put it past her to go to the media, and that isn't something we need. It would be good to be forewarned. Edward was surprised by Bella's input and had to admit that his wife was more intelligent than most people gave her credit for. Damn, Bella, you're really good. Oh please. That's nothing, Bella said smugly and with a little smile. But I'll also call Jane and ask her to help your guys. Jane knows a lot of interesting people. That I believe. BTH made their calls and soon Jane and Garrett were brought up to date. Jane promised to do her best and Garrett was, well, he was pissed. Garrett was a very loyal person and he took his job very seriously. That he had let Tanya close to Edward without knowing anything about all this hurt his pride. That was the reason why he planned to be very thorough now, so that nothing would be missed. He also advised Edward to call Jasper. Yes, Edward had to agree that his lawyer should maybe know about Tanya's past. Needless to say that Jasper wasn't very pleased with oldest friend, but he promised Ed to be prepared for everything Tanya would throw at them. When everything was done, it was nearly time for dinner and Bella went to the kitchen to cook some comfort food. She made burgers, home-cooked burgers. Bella needed to keep her hands busy so that she could calm down, and burgers needed some time. Especially if you plan to bake the buns and mix the sauce yourself. When she was done with the main course, she decided to prepare a dessert. A quick look in the cupboards confirmed that Bella had everything she needed for chocolate pudding with vanilla sauce. It took her nearly 2 hours to get everything done, but that didn't matter to her. Bella was very pleased with her work and Edward looked forward to eating her creation. He kept getting in her way as she had to nearly throw him out of the kitchen. She ordered Edward to find some good movies so that he had something to do. He chose the latest James Bond movie, and when Bella served their really delicious meal, the kitchen was already clean. Both enjoyed their night together very much. Edward couldn't stop praising Bella's cooking skills and didn't want to stop eating. Bella on the other hand enjoyed hearing his compliments and cuddled into his side after they had cleaned away the dishes. They laid on the huge and comfortable couch and it didn't take long for Edward to fall asleep. Bella knew that he was still getting better and therefore needed rest, but she couldn't wake him. He looked so comfortable and peaceful that Bella decided to let him sleep on the couch. Bella also decided against moving and stayed where she was, nestled against his chest with one of his arms around her waist. Her last conscious thought, before she also drifted off, was that this very moment was absolutely perfect. Blank, underscore, blank. After that night something changed between the two of them. It wasn't too obvious, but both Edward and Bella spent more time together without even noticing. They searched the nearness of the other, and Edward even accompanied Bella when she went grocery shopping. Something Edward normally hated too much to do it on his own. Such undertakings tended to be very stressing for the CEO, especially if a woman was with him. Imagine his surprise when Bella managed to find everything she needed, and only what she needed, and pay for in under 1 hour. Slowly the days went by and soon Ed Ward stopped coughing, but even he couldn't deny that his heart rate was often too high. Carlisle had given his son a blood pressure meter so that he could control himself. He also noticed that he tired. D more easily now and therefore followed the doctor's instructions. Halloween went by and Bella and Edward just stayed at home and watched some movies together with Ben and Angela. 2 weeks after Edward's return home, he went back to work, but he promised Bella to be home early and he held that promise. At the end of his first week back at work, Edward planned to take his wonderful and very supportive wife out. He kept everything quiet and only Garrett and Kate knew what he'd planned because he needed Garrett to drive them. His right arm was still in a cast and therefore he couldn't drive. It was nearly 3 p.m. when Bella opened the front door and was greeted by Edward's smiling face. "Hey, why are you smiling like that? We are going out tonight." Bella looked pleasantly surprised. "Really? Where are we going?" Edward just shook his head. "I'm not telling you. It's a surprise. Go upstairs and get ready. Our night won't be too fancy, so you can wear something nice but comfortable." Bella narrowed her eyes at that, but Edward didn't say anything else, other than they would have to leave in 2 hours. "Okay. Then I'll go upstairs and get ready." In her room she stripped and went to take a shower while she tried to decide what she should wear. Of course, she shaved her legs and everything else that needed to be hairless, even though she didn't expect anything to happen. Once she was done in the bathroom, she went to her closet and selected some very nice underwear. The push-up bra and the hipsters were see-through and deep purple with cream flower embroidery. The underwear set was one of Bella's favorites and she always felt good and attractive when she wore it. Next she put on gray pants that made her legs look longer than they were, and a purple shirt with lace at the V-neck. Bella had to admit that she looked good and that her cleavage was fantastic. Yes, Edward would appreciate her outfit. Her hair would remain open and Bella just blew it dry. Lastly, she put on some light makeup and she was done. A quick look at her phone told her that she needed to collect the last things so that she wouldn't be late. Her handbag was already packed and had everything she normally needed: tissues, peppermints, lip balm, some sanitizer and dental floss. All she needed to do was add her phone and purse and she could go downstairs. Edward was already waiting for her, and he did look very pleased when he saw her. "Bella, you look beautiful, but that is nothing unusual, is it?" Bella liked hearing that and smiled as she answered. "Flattery will get you nowhere with me, but thanks." Edward laughed lightly as he helped her into her coat. Together they walked to the car where Garrett was waiting for them. "Good evening, Bella," he greeted her and then nodded to Edward. "Hello, Garrett," Bella said. "I guess you won't tell me what my husband has planned for tonight." "No, but I'm certain you'll enjoy yourself." Shaking her head at his pleased smile, Sheila Edward helped her into the car and soon they hit the road. Garrett drove them to downtown Boston where he parked in front of a well-known and very good Chinese and Thai restaurant. The Fu Wong was beautifully furnished and decorated. You could see the Asian influence, but it wasn't your normal Asian restaurant. The mahogany furnitures harmonized very well with the light walls and there were no tacky Asian elements. Edward and Bella were led to their table, which stood in front of a huge window from which you had a spectacular view. "I have to say that I'm surprised by your choice, Edward," Bella said after a few moments of silence. "Well, Edward Said, I know that you like this kind of food and here I won't have to use a knife. I still have problems using my right hand." "Oh, yes, I see what you mean. Thanks for bringing me here. Jane told me about it and said that the food is great. I wanted to try it, but simply haven't had the time yet." Bella knew that Asian food wasn't Edward's favorite, but she loved that he had chosen something she liked. They ordered several dishes and decided to share, so that they could try everything. The food was really great and she planned to come again. Edward and Bella talked about the plans for Thanksgiving and how they wanted to celebrate Christmas. Edward explained to her that the family spent Christmas Eve at his grandparents' house where most them would stay the night so that they could open the presents together. Of course, it was tradition that everyone stayed in their nightclothes and only got dressed after breakfast. Bella looked forward to spending Christmas with the Cullens and hoped it would be as good as it sounded. Her family's celebrations hadn't been much fun. Everything had been prim and too formal. It could have been an official party by the way her family had always acted. Bella and Edward enjoyed spending time together and it felt like a date, which was somehow funny as they were already married, but still Bella felt a little nervous. And the little touches and heated glances Edward gave her didn't make it any better. She just knew that she was blushing and kept biting her lip, what Edward didn't miss. Bella was relieved when Edward paid and they could leave the restaurant. He told her that Garrett would wait for them at their final location and that they would walk there. It surprised her that he offered her his arm, but she took it anyway. It made her feel like a lady. The weather was already quite cold and Bella used this as an excuse to seek Edward's body heat. His only reaction was to wound his arm around her so that he could hold her closer. They didn't talk much, they just enjoyed each other's presence. They walked for nearly 40 minutes before they reached their destination. It was a heater and a poster announced that the Piano Guys would be playing tonight. "We're seeing the Piano Guys?" Bella asked as she turned to him. Edward could see Bella's excitement and brushed a strand of her hair out of her face before he answered. "Yes, I know that you love their music and I managed to get 2 tickets for tonight. I take it you're happy about your surprise." Bella didn't answer verbally. She threw herself at her husband and kissed him before she tried to squeeze the air out of his lungs. Edward was pleased with the reception of his surprise and hugged her back. He could have lost himself in her embrace and enticing smell, but now was neither the place nor the time for that. Sadly, they stayed like that for a few moments before Bella let Edward go and dragged him inside. The excited smile wouldn't leave Bella's face and she couldn't wait for the concert to begin. The theater was sold out and after a 30-minute wait the concert started. The music was better than expected and even Edward, who hadn't heard much their music, was impressed. The couple kept touching throughout the entire concert and Edward promised himself to take Bella out more often. On the way home Bella couldn't stop talking about their night and kept thanking Edward for the wonderful surprise. She even offered to go to a football game with him and Edward intended to hold her to that promise. Ed didn't say much, but Edward knew him well enough that he noticed his mask under which Garrett tried to keep his amusement over Bella's enthusiasm and his own happiness hidden. When they arrived home, Edward and Bella wished Garrett a good night and entered their home. After they put her coats away and took off their shoes, they went to the living room where they both drank a glass of wine. Edward had found one that Bella really liked and so he made sure that they always had a bottle at home. "That was an amazing night, Edward. We have to do something like that again," Bella said as they both sat on the couch. "Yes, we should do that. I really enjoyed myself tonight." "I noticed," Bella commented and gave him an impish smile. "Well, your company was simply delightful." "Oh, she was much more than delightful," Edward whispered as he let his eyes wander all over her body. Over her shapely legs, her round hips and her beautiful breasts. More than once Edward had caught a glimpse of the soft and pale skin and the sexy bra. It had taken all his control not to let his hands do what they desperately wanted. His wandering thoughts must have been obvious because Bella blushed lightly and her full lips formed a perfect O. Edward followed the blush and was pleased to see that even her chest flushed. He itched to discover just how far this blush went. Edward put his glass on the table and did the same with Bella's, who didn't say a word about it. She watched Edward as he moved with feline grace and slowly got closer. Her heart was beating faster and she felt her nipples tightening. Her strong reaction to Edward embarrassed her, but her husband, who had noticed it, just smiled. "I want to kiss you, Bella," he whispered against her mouth and Bella could nearly taste him on her tongue. "May I? Is he seriously asking me that? I thought that was obvious." The ability to speak had apparently left Bella and so she just nodded and closed her eyes as Edward's lips touched hers. His lips were soft and strong and Bella loved the way they moved against hers. He took his time and didn't overwhelm her. She forgot everything else around her as his tongue came out and gently traced her lower lip. Bella opened her mouth immediately and was surprised how good it felt to have a piece of this wonderful man inside her. She let him dominate the kiss, but not without fighting back a little. She loved his strength and dominance and intended to let him worship her with his talented lips and tongue. She was dimly aware that they moved to lay down, but as she felt his strong body against hers, she moaned and just enjoyed. Spurred on by that sound, Edward pressed his body closer to her and groaned. Bella heard that and wanted more of it. She arched her back against and raised her arms so she could wound her fingers in his hair. She lightly scratched him and was most pleased by his loud growl that vibrated through his body and into hers. Edward supported his body on his right elbow, so that his left hand was free to explore Bella's curves. And explore he did. His hand started at Bella's hip before he moved back, let his hand wander to her ass. He grabbed it and squeezed it, which brought him a low groan from Bella, who thoroughly relished his touch. She loved that he wasn't too gentle. While Bella enjoyed being treated gently, she also loved it when her partners were demanding and from time to time a little rough. Something Jacob hadn't been able to give her. For obvious reasons. Apparently Edward liked that much as she did and pressed her pelvis against his, where Bella felt something hard. Something hard and impressive. The feeling of his erection against her aroused Bella and she felt herself getting wet. Edward, she gasped as his lips left her mouth and moved to her neck, where he started to kiss and nibble. Bella, he breathed against her wet skin, which raised goosebumps all over her body. God, your skin is so soft and tastes incredible. Bella removed one hand from his hair and ran it down his back, where his muscles twitched, until she reached his hard backside. Bella loved a well-formed ass on a man. Her legs opened so that she could ground his erection against her tingling core. Yes, she hissed as Edward thrust lightly against her. Bella, wait, her husband pleaded as he tried to regain some control over his body. What? Bella asked, confused. Why? Edward took a deep breath and looked at her gently. His eyes showed Bella his desire for her body, but he fought to keep himself from moving against her. I would love nothing more than to content you, but you're too important to me and I don't want to rush things. Please, let us take things a little more slowly. Bella didn't want to listen to reason, but she knew it was the right decision. Okay, I think I need a little space so that I won't, jump you or tear our clothes off. Edward just nodded as he got up and gave Bella the perfect opportunity to gaze at his very visible erection. A low whimper escaped her. But Bella couldn't help herself. She was horny. Edward ignored that as best as he could, and together they walked upstairs, where they shared a gentle kiss before Belle entered her room. Bella was still needy, and knowing that Edward would most likely wank in his shower just made her hotter. Quickly she shed her clothes and walked to her nightstand, where she opened the drawer and pulled something out of its depths. Hello, my battery-operated friend. We're going to have some fun and you'll bring me the much-needed release. The next day Bella was very happy. She'd spent a wonderful night with Edward and they had finally done more than just sharing simple kisses. But what Bella did not like was that her husband had stopped a very promising make-out session. For now she was willing to wait and see what would happen. Over the weekend there were a few more heated kisses and touches, but never more, and Bella feared that Edward would make her wait, and that she was not willing to do. And so she decided to visit her wicked friend, Jane. Bella left work early on Monday and drove to her friend's home. She knew that Jane was at home and that her dear husband was at the ice ring. So the two women had the house for themselves. Bella let herself in and called for Jane. In the office, Jane was bent over the desk and was studying some photos when Bella entered the room. Hi, Bella. How was your day? Good. And yours? Bella answered as she dropped her purse and coat. Oh, my day was very interesting. Our community is planning an extended weekend with workshops, demonstrations and the like. I'm organizing the getaway. And I took some very good pictures. Oh. Bella knew that Jane and Felix were very well-known members of the local BDSM community, and Jane worked at a club on the outskirts of Boston dedicated to the lifestyle. She was also a very talented photographer, and her pictures, mostly erotic ones, were in high demand. Yes, it seems that some very talented doms will be attending. I love learning new things and Felix is just as willing. But let's not talk about that. I'm sure there is a specific reason why you're here today, and from the look on your face, I would say that you and Edward have finally started acting like a married couple. How does she do that? It must be because she's Dom. Yes, we made some progress, but my lovely husband wants to take things slowly. Jane raised an eyebrow as she heard that. Why? Jane wasn't one who believed in taking things slowly. She believed you should get what you want, as long as you and your partner were safe and on the same page about things. Bella sighed as she let herself drop onto one of the leather chairs. He doesn't want to mess things up. I think he still feels bad about the whole bitch debacle. Not he shouldn't, but he apologized and is doing penance. Now I want to move forward, but I have no idea how to do it, and that's where you come into play. I know no one who knows more about sex, pleasure and seduction than you do. Jane threw Bella a coquettish smile. You're flattering me. Of course, I'm going to help, but tell me one thing first. Yes, when is the cast getting off? I think it would be better if he could use both arms when it's finally time to fuck. Jane, Bella exclaimed and blushed fiercely. Sometimes her friend was just too crass. Stop blushing. You want to have sex. So stop acting like a damn virgin. Don't forget that I know you, Missy. I know that you like making love, but you also enjoy being taken roughly. Well, there was nothing Bella could say to that. It was the truth, and they both knew that. Seeing that Bella wasn't about to deny it, Jane continued. Now tell me how much time we have to before the cast gets taken off. In 2 weeks. So far everything looks good, and Edward's doctors are happy with the healing process. And I don't think that the screws will need to be removed. Jane nodded as she heard that. That sounds very good. Edward will need physiotherapy after the cast is off, but he shouldn't feel any pain. Well, that gives us some time. I know that you're not very confident, but if you want to get some action, then you'll have to grow a pair. And even if Edward is still unable to use his arm much, you can still have lots of fun. But you should start with getting your man a little hot and bothered. Men, in my experience, are rather easy to seduce. Give him a peek here and there. Oh, maybe you could arrange it that Mr. Cullen hears you having fun with yourself. Jane looked very pleased with her idea, but Bella thought her friend had lost her mind. Are you seriously suggesting that Edward should hear, and maybe even see me masturbating? Yes, was her friend's dry response. Bella closed her eyes at that and tried not to freak out. She should have known that Jane would give her such an advice. Worse was, that it would most likely work. Come on, Bella. I know that you find your husband very hot, and can you honestly tell me? You don't get wet just thinking about it. Just imagine how aroused he'll be when he hears you moaning, Jane says, and Bella couldn't stop her overactive imagination. Yes, she could picture herself doing that. And she could imagine how hard Edward would be, should he accidentally catch her pleasuring herself. Bella felt her breathing getting faster and knew she would try it. Well, naughty Bella. I see that someone likes my idea. Just as a tip, you could use some of your gifts from your party. Oh yes, I have totally forgotten about them. That will be so much fun. Jane, you're evil, but absolutely ingenious. Her friend laughed at that. I know, and Felix loves me for that. Blank. Over the next week, Belle and her employees at Phoenix prepared everything for the release of Inheritance of Light. In 1 week it would be released, and so far everything looked really good. The bookstores had received their shippings, and Bella had advertised the book in a few newspapers and magazines. Some bookstores with which Bella worked very closely had told her that their customers had liked the extract very much. Now there was nothing left to do, and all they could do was wait for the first numbers of sale to come in. After weeks of hectic work, they finally had a little break. Everything was prepared for the Christmas sale, and Bella intended to enjoy this time. At home, Bella had decided to spice things up a little. Before, Edward had never seen her in her underwear or a short nightgown, but now things were different. Nearly every day Bella gave her husband a few teasing glimpses of skin or lace or silk. Bella savored Edward's reactions. They made her feel sexy and desirable when he stopped moving to stare at her or when he groaned softly. More than once had Bella noticed a bulge in his pants. Edward tried to keep her from seeing, but he never managed. Of course they still spent time together and shared innocent touches. But Bella made it clear that she wanted more. But so far Edward hadn't buckled. It was Friday again and Bella had a potato casserole in the oven while she roasted a meatloaf for dinner. She was just about to clean the worktop when she stumbled and poured the rest of yesterday's tomato sauce all over herself. Shit. Bella cursed and examined the damage. Her really nice jeans were full of tomato sauce. And Bella knew she hated to hurry or she wouldn't be able to get the stains out. Still cursing her luck under her breath, she got out of her jeans and washed them out in the kitchen sink before she put them in the washing machine. Bella quickly gathered some things that could be washed together with her jeans and started the program. Sighing in agitation, she returned to her meatloaf to that eye. She wouldn't burn when a startled intake of breath made her turn around. Edward was standing just a few feet away and couldn't take his eyes off of her legs. Or to be more exact, her ass. "Edward, I didn't know that you were already home," Bella commented. Edward needed a few moments to collect his thoughts. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. The meeting was over sooner than expected and I decided to call it a day and to come home." Quote. Bella smiled at his dazed face. "That's good. Did you have a nice day?" "Yes, I got much done and my employees are doing a great job at relieving me of some tasks." "You were right, by the way. It's really unnecessary to do everything on my own. If I delegate some tasks, they're getting much faster done and I'm not as stressed as before." Bella, why aren't you wearing any pants?" Edward blushed lightly as he said that and Bella had to suppress an amused chuckle. "I poured the old tomato sauce over them and washed them immediately." "Oh, okay. But don't you want to put something else on? Your panties are very revealing," Edward sighed with a light stutter. Bella was confused about why he was making such a fuss about it and looked down at herself. And blushed. She had completely forgotten which panties she'd chosen this morning. Bella was wearing a very skimpy black lace cheeky panty. This particular panty left more than half of her cheeks uncovered and the rest was very visible. She could have stood completely bare before Edward and he wouldn't have been able to see more. "Doesn't matter. There's nothing he hasn't seen before." "Yes, that they are. But they are also very comfortable and nice," Bella said and refused to act like she was uncomfortable. "Very nice." Edward breathed and tried, and failed, to discreetly adjust himself. "Well, I better get changed quickly." He didn't wait for a response before he turned on his heels and hurried upstairs. "Dinner will be ready in 20 minutes. Bella called after him and waited to hear Edward's door closing before she burst out laughing. Trying to get her dear husband all hot and bothered was getting better and better. Bella enjoyed herself immensely and couldn't wait start phase 2 of her plan to get some. Exactly 18 minutes later Edward returned. He was still flushed but now he looked much more relaxed and Bella just knew that he'd indulged in a little self-loving while he'd been in the shower. Their dinner was pleasant and Edward told her that he'd spoken with his father this afternoon. Dad said that the family would arrive around 11:30 a.m. on Thanksgiving. "Nana is happy to come here and the rest of the family is happy that we won't have to suffer through Mom's failed attempts of cooking. Every year she tries to prepare some of our traditional side dishes but she's not very talented in it. That's where Alice got her non-talent from. I think even Lola, my parents' housekeeper and cook, is happy. She hates it when Mom enters what Lola considers her domain. Your family is really strange. I hope you know that," Bella said. Edward just smiled at her comment. "Oh, believe me, I know. I hope you realize that my family won't leave before the football games are over." No, Bella had forgotten that. "Well, I guess I'll just have to buy enough beer and snacks." "Is Jasper joining us or is he celebrating with his family?" It was nearly impossible to think of the Cullens and not to add Jasper. But he did have another family. One that would most likely want to see him on the holiday. Edward made and looked thoughtful. "Well, Jasper doesn't have a very close relationship with family and his parents will celebrate with the rest in Texas, but his mother always tries to set him up with a Southern belle. I would count him in even if he doesn't plan to be here. It wouldn't be the first time that Jasper comes despite of it. Bella rolled her eyes as she heard that and wasn't even surprised to hear that. Jasper was also from a wealthy family and of course, they wanted to see him married to some woman of good standing. It was ridiculous just how antiquated some people were. Thank God that the Cullens aren't like that or I would have to murder them. Blank. Nearly 1 week later Edward was sitting in Emmett's living room where the brothers together with Jasper were watching the Thursday night football game. The Saints were playing against the Falcons and it gave the men the perfect opportunity to talk and gossip, even if they would deny ever having done it. Emmett had made sure that they had enough to doctor, ink and eat and they were having their gentleman's night. It was quite entertaining to watch just how enthusiastic Emmett was. But this wasn't the only reason why Edward was happy to be away from home and more importantly his wife. Oh, don't get him wrong. He loved spending time with her and Bella was a really special woman. But she was driving him crazy. His brother must have noticed that something was going on and decided to investigate. Okay, Ed, what's got your panties in a twist? You're acting stranger than usual and that's saying something. Emmett, Jasper rebuked him. Stop acting like a jerk. Even if you're kind of right. You are acting a little strange, Edward. Edward groaned as he heard that. If they noticed, then Bella had most likely too and that wasn't something he wanted to think about. Troubles with the lady. Emmett taunted him and was surprised when his brother blushed lightly. Really? Awesome. Tell us everything. This time Jasper didn't say anything because he looked just as interested as Emmett. Fucking gossips. You have to promise me that you won't tell anyone else. This is already embarrassing enough. Yeah, his brother said impatiently and urged him to start talking. Well, Bella and I are slowly getting closer but I want to take things slowly and not to rush it. Edward said but was interrupted before he could continue. What the fuck are you talking about? Emmett cried. Bro, you might have forgotten but you're already married and have been for a few months now. And you haven't had sex yet. Believe me when I tell you that you haven't rushed into anything. Edward shook his head and glared at his brother. And you also know that we haven't had the best start. Our marriage was arranged and platonic. Only recently have we started to see each other in a new light. I don't want to fuck things up. He was really worried that he would make a mistake. One that they couldn't move past. Emmett and Jasper looked at each other and Simi. To silently communicate before Jasper nodded and they both turned back to Edward. Look, Edward, Jasper started. We understand that the beginning of your marriage was everything but ideal, but you can't just decide such thing on your own. You have to talk to Bella about it and by the look of things, she doesn't seem to agree. That was an understatement if Edward had ever heard one. You've got that right. Edward began and decided to tell them everything and maybe they could give him some sound advice. We started getting closer when I was at the hospital and 2 weeks ago I took Bella out and we had a very great night. Back at home we drank a glass of wine and then, well, we nearly pounced each other. Edward heard Emmett snickering but decided to ignore his brother's immature behavior. It was amazing and I haven't been that aroused in a very long time but I thought it was better that we take things slowly and Bella agreed, or so I thought. Lately I've seen her more than once. In skimpy nightwear or have caught glimpses of her tempting skin and breasts. And just Friday I came home and caught her in just her shirt and these fucking panties. They barely covered anything and I could almost see everything. They were transparent, for God's sake. I think she's doing this on purpose. Apparently that was more than Emmett could take and he started laughing loudly and even a few tears escaped his eyes. But he wasn't the only one who found Edward's dilemma funny. Jasper managed to hold his laughter in but the fact that he was very entertained was obvious. Edward glared at them, and crossed his arms in front of his chest. He really didn't know what they were laughing about. He had jerked off more often in the last 2 weeks than he'd in the last 3 years. Emmett needed TW. Oh, minutes to get himself back under control, but once he managed to look at his brother without laughing, he started talking. Oh man, Edward, Bella is doing that on purpose. Rose has used the same tactic on me more than once. Especially when she wanted to punish me or make me to something. I wouldn't have thought that my little sister-in-law had it in her, but I'm not that surprised. Your wife, Edward, wants more than just kisses and a few touches, and she's trying to break your resistance. Emmett had no idea what he was talking about in Edward's opinion. Bella wasn't like Rose. She was more shy and reserved. She wouldn't act like a sexual predator. Of that he was sure. Really? And what about her friend Jane? If Bella was really that shy, she wouldn't be friends with such an obviously sexual person. His subconscious may be right about that. Jane was a really dangerous person, and she'd brought Bella and her guests to the sex shop. He had forgotten about that. Damn. Jasper saw that Edward had realized something and decided to speak. I know you hate it, but Emmett is right. Bella is trying to seduce you or give you a serious case of blue balls. Apparently, your wife doesn't want to wait and has decided to take matters into her own hands. I wouldn't force her hand, if I were you, Edward. Women are scary and unpredictable. Amen, brother. Truer words have never been spoken. Blank. Edward was still thinking about his brother's words when he returned home, and yes, Jasper was his brother, too. Most of the time Emmett was an idiot when it came to things such as relationships and emotions, but somehow Edward couldn't stop the voice in the back of his head that claimed his brother was right, and the fact that Jasper was agreeing with him only confirmed the voice's opinion. The house was mostly dark when Edward opened the door, and he assumed that Bella had gone to bed. Before Edward went upstairs, he locked the door and made sure that the alarm was on. He was pulling his sweatshirt off when a sound made him stop dead in his tracks. At first Edward thought that he heard things, but after a few seconds the sound was repeated. EFUSED to name the sound or associate it with any activity, but it came from Bella's room, whose door wasn't properly closed. In trance, Edward moved forward and peeked inside. Holy mother of fuck, Rode was sure that he was hallucinating and that Emmett must have given him something as a joke, but Edward couldn't come up with a drug that induced erotic hallucinations. And what Edward saw had to be a hallucination, or it was a wish come true. Bella was lying in her bed. That wasn't something unusual, but she was naked, and that alone would have been enough to catch Edward's interest. Bella's body was wonderful. Her skin was pale but flawless, and her figure was truly sinful. She wasn't overly skinny and had curves in all the right places. Her hips seemed to be made so that Edward could hold on tight while he did unspeakable things. Her beasts were wonderfully round and enough to fit in his hands. Her nipples were of a dark pink and very erect. Edward's mouth watered as he thought about sucking on them, biting them until Bella was crying for release. But what made Edward harder than ever before was what Bella was doing. His wonderful and apparently oh so unpredictable wife was masturbating. And not just with her hands, no. She was using a damn vibrator. Edward's breath caught in his throat, and he knew he should turn around and go into his room, but his body wouldn't respond to him. He grabbed the door frame to keep his hands from going to his trapped hard cock or from pushing the door open so that he could see more. Bella's left hand was on her breast and played with her nipple. She switched between rolling it between her fingers and puling. It was obvious that Bella loved the sensation very much because her back arched and a low moan escaped her. Her right arm was between her legs that were wide open, and Edward could see her pushing the vibrator into her hot core. The room was dimply lit, but Edward was able to see that Bella was wet, and that made him nearly crazy with desire. His left hand left the door frame without a conscious move and went to his erection. He pressed against it and had to bit his lip to keep his groan inside. It felt so damn good to finally took his raging hard on, but it wasn't enough. Yes, Bella moaned and snapped Edward out of his own thoughts. Her left hand had abandoned her breast and was slowly moving down her stomach as her breathing grew more labored. Transfixed, Edward followed that hand and couldn't stop the moan that managed to escape him as the hand slipped between her creamy legs. The only reason why Bella hadn't varied his presence was because she'd groaned at the same time. The angle wasn't perfect, but he was able to see that Bella's fingers were rubbing her swollen clit. Fuck, she hissed as her hips started moving back and forth, and a quick look at her face showed Edward that she had closed her eyes and was biting her red lips. She looked absolutely breathtaking, but Edward couldn't keep his eyes from the secrets between her legs. He started to mimic the movements of her hips and rubbed his erection against his left hand while he desperately tried to keep silent. He had given up trying to leave his darker and more perverted side had taken control over his body. Bella started moving her hands faster and less rhythmic as she chased her completion, and Edward wasn't too far behind. The cries had left her mouth grew louder and more frequent. They made Edward wonder what kind of noises he could elicit her body when he would finally worship her body and kiss and lick every inch of her sinful body. Yes. Oh, Edward. Bella cried and stiffened as she reached her climax. The sound of his name from her lips as Bella fell apart brought Edward over the edge, and for the first time since he was a teenager, he came in his pants. He bit his arm to muffle his sounds. And then it was silent as both inhabitants of the house tried to calm their raging hearts. As soon Edward was able to move, he hurried to his room and slumped against his closed door. Fuck, I think we won't be taking things slow at all. Blank. Bella was very pleased with herself. Her tactics were driving her poor husband crazy, but that was his own fault. And if he truly believed that she hadn't noticed his presence during her little show, he was stupid. The door had been open for a reason, and it had worked mighty fine. Since that night she often felt Edward's heated stares as he looked at her, and his thoughts were far from innocent, that she could tell. His eyes darkened when he looked at her, and his breathing grew faster when he saw her in something tight, but she wasn't willing to help him. In Bella's opinion she had done more than enough, and now it was Edward's turn. But she didn't think she needed to wait long before Edward abandoned his stupid plan to wait. Today, though, she had something more important to do. Today was the release date of Maggie Smith's first book. On her way to work, Bella had stopped at 2 bookstores and had nearly done a happy dance when she'd seen Inheritance of Light in the shelves. Her mood was fantastic when she entered the building of Phoenix, and her smile was nearly blinding. Good morning, dears. Isn't this a most wonderful day? We should throw a little celebration today, Bella said as she glided into the meeting with her staff, who looked at her as she'd lost her mind. Bella, Ben said carefully as he watched her sitting down at the head of the table. I know that this is an important day for you and for our publishing house. But we shouldn't be too enthusiastic. It will take at least a few weeks before we'll be able to say how well the book is doing. Slowly Bella turned to her friend, and while the smile was still on her face, it was no longer warm. Her smile was ice cold, and her eyes promised pain if he ruined her day. Angela, Bella chirped in a sweet voice that fooled no one. Please, tell your fiancé I'll stop him from ever having sex again, should he take away my well-earned happiness. Angela threw said man a glance that said very clearly that he should keep his mouth shut and let her deal with their friend. Of course, Bella, but we're just being careful. We're just as happy as you are, but we don't know if the book will be as successful as we hope for. Angela thought that these words would calm Bella's ire, but she was wrong. I know that. I'm not stupid, but there is nothing wrong in being happy about our achievements. Of course, we won't know any reliable numbers for a while, but we nagged to publish this book in 6 months and before our deadline. That is a huge accomplishment and something we can be proud of. Not many would have been able to manage that, and that alone is reason enough for me to order pizza and ice cream for everyone. Our employees deserve that, and they will have it, Bella said, and gave her friends and partners a pointed look. No one said anything after that, but Ben and Angela just nodded. Bella gave them a tight smile as she saw that and reclined in her chair before she continued. But that isn't the only reason I'm so happy. A few weeks ago I sent some books to several very popular bloggers that write about new books. We didn't think about them when they talked about advertising the book, but these sites are important. They have their own sites or they post on different social networks. This morning I checked a few of them and saw that more than a handful, and they are the important ones, have written reviews. They liked the book and recommended it to their readers and followers. That is another reason why I'm so happy. Of course, I hope that we'll get good reviews from notable newspapers and the like, but these sites are also important. Especially for our intended audience. The silence that followed Bella's speech was ended by Lily's excited voice. Really? Which blogs? Bella smiled at her obvious happiness and handed her her own tab. Let so that she could read the reviews and comments. Immediately everyone looked at Bella's tablet or used their own devices to check out the sites. Bella let them and watched in satisfaction. Bella, Ben said in a timid voice, and Bella turned to her friends that looked a little uncomfortable. We didn't meant that you aren't doing a good job or don't know what you're doing, but we don't want to them disappointed should things not turn out as we've hoped for. Bella knew what he was talking about, and to a degree she agreed with him. I know, but everyone worked hard to make this happen, and regardless of the book's success, they should know that we're thankful for their work and that they did a good job. That is the reason why they deserve a little celebration today. Both smiled as they thought about that. Bella knew that both Angela and Ben were careful and more reserved than Bella, but she was sure that her friends were just as happy. They were just unwilling to show it this early. Why, but that didn't matter now, and together the three friends watched the excitement of their team. The rest of the day was more quiet, but nearly everyone stayed late and joined the little party. It was nice to spend time together, and everyone hoped that Maggie Smith's baby would be the next great hit. Blank. Bella's good mood hadn't diminished by the time she returned home. And it got even better when she saw her husband. Edward was wearing a very well-fitting jeans and an emerald green shirt that showed off just how nice his body was. Silently she stood by he door to the dining room and watched as Edward made sure that there were enough chairs for the Thanksgiving feast. Bella could see how the muscles moved under his shirt, and she decided that her husband and needed a little thank you for helping her with the preparations. Mr. Cullen, I'm shocked, Bella said and laughed lightly as Edward let out a startled yelp and whirled around. Bella, shit, Edward screamed. Don't do that. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Sorry, but I couldn't stop myself. I'm surprised that you're helping. Edward blushed slightly. Well, I couldn't let you carry the chairs while I sit around and do nothing. Bella walked to Edward and wrapped her arms around his neck. Thank you, husband mine. I think you deserve a reward, she whispered and kissed him. For one moment, Edward didn't react, but then he pulled her closer him and returned her attention just as passionately. Together they stumbled over to a wall and he used it to push her against it so that he could use both his hands to grope her. Just as his hand slipped under Bella's shirt and began moving towards her breasts, the ringing of the phone interrupted them. Both froze and looked at each other while Hey, listen to the really nerve-wracking sound. Ignore it, Bella, Edward pleaded with her, and for a moment she considered it, but whoever was calling was very persistent. This better be important. Fr. You straightened and a little bit angry. Bella stomped to the phone and snapped at the person on the other end. What? Silence met her angry answer, and Bella should have looked at the display to see who was calling them, but she wasn't in the mood to be reasonable. Well, Bella, this is Carlyle, came the unsure voice of her father-in-law. Bella closed her eyes and blushed most fiercely. She couldn't believe that she had talked to Carlyle like that. Well, at least it isn't Nana. That would have been really uncomfortable. Carlyle, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to sound so rude. Why are you calling? Edward's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he heard who Bella was talking to. He didn't know why his father was calling them and stepped next to Bella and managed to listen to the conversation. Don't worry, Bella, I'm calling because we have a little problem. A friend just called me and told that Tanya is trying to sell a story. A story about Edward and your marriage. Bella wanted to kill that stupid bitch that called herself Tanya Denali. Not only had she cock-blocked Edward and her, she also had disrupted the peace of the family, and now everyone was worried. Well, everyone but Bella. She'd watched her husband as Edward had snapped the phone out of her hand and talked to his father. When the phone call had been over, Edward had screamed and yelled. And thrown some things around. All the while Bella hadn't said one word. She'd silently plotted Tanya's demise. Until now she'd tried it with being nice but no longer. Bella loved her peace and quiet, but if Tanya managed to sell her story to anyone that would be over. The media wouldn't leave them alone and it would be hell on earth. That was something that Bella needed to prevent. Luckily, she knew that they had more than a new dirt on their hands to make Tanya think twice about crossing them. So while Edward and Carlisle had called the family together and asked them to meet them at Edward's and Bella's house, she'd called Jane. So that she could bring Bella everything she would need. After that she'd phoned Garrett and told him that the shit was about to hit the fan and that they needed everything that Garrett and his men had found about Tanya. An hour later everyone had arrived at their home and Bella and Kate cooked coffee and tea and prepared some snacks for the family. From the kitchen they could hear the Ted conversations as the Cullens conferred with each other about their next steps. Alice couldn't believe that Tanya would be doing something like this, but no one was listening to her, and Jasper, who had also been called, hoped that this incident would open her eyes. "I have to say that I'm surprised," Kate commented, and she pulled the freshly baked muffins out of the oven. "You're more calm and collected than I've expected." "Oh really?" Bella asked with a little smile. "Absolutely. The rest of the family is about to panic, but you look as if you're not even shocked." Bella gave Kate an exasperated eye roll as she answered, "I know. It's ridiculous. Tanya is more than stupid if she thinks this ploy will work. Edward has called her and asked her to come here so that they could come to an agreement. I agreed and can't wait to see her face when everything blows up in her pretty face. I have something planned for the little bitch." Now, Kate looked interested and excited. "Really? And what would that be?" "Now that would be telling, Kate. You'll just have to wait and see, but when the stupid finally leaves my house today, she'll be defeated and broken," Bella said with a little evil smile on her face. Edward and the rest of the clan were too troubled right now to remember they could destroy Tanya's reputation in the public eye, should she force their hand. The Cullens should be thankful that Bella hadn't lost her head. "Bella," Garrett said as he entered the kitchen through the back door. "Garrett, good, you're finally here. Do you have everything we're going to need?" Bella asked as she handed him a cup of coffee. He nodded and handed her a file. "Yes, should we release these information then no one would take her seriously." "Oh, I love the sound of that." The sound of a car driving up the driveway caught their attention. Quickly, Bella walked to a window next to the front door and saw Tanya stopping her Mercedes. Bella ched as she went to the door and checked her looks in a compact mirror before she knocked on the front door. Let the fun begin. Bella opened the door before anyone else had the chance. "Tanya, welcome. Please come in," Bella said with a welcoming and completely fake smile. Tanya was taken aback by Bella's attitude and didn't react immediately, and Bella used Tanya's shock to lead her to the family. "Edward, Tanya is here," Bella said, and enjoy. How everyone stared at her as if she'd grown a second head. Edward didn't seem to know what to make out of his wife's behavior, but he ignored that for now and glared at the bitch that he'd once called his girlfriend. "Tanya," he growled, and didn't think of greeting her or inviting her to sit. "Edward," Tanya purred seductively and walked towards him with an extra swing of her hips. "It's so nice to see you again. It's just sad that it couldn't be under better circumstances." Alice stood up and went to her friend. "Tanya, everyone is going crazy. They're saying that you want to sell a story of Edward and your relationship. I know you would never do something like that." Tanya looked at Alice like one would look at a very naive child. "Oh Alice, they're not crazy, and I do plan to do that." Alice recoiled visibly and stared comprehensively at the woman she considered her friend. "I don't understand." "That is not surprising," Tanya laughed. "You're really stupid, Alice. I'm just here to see if your family will make me a better offer than the media. It's doubtful, but I have to make sure, you know." "But why would you do that?" Alice asked, and Bella was nearly pitying her. She was street Ill very pure and didn't believe that some people would do just about everything for money and fame. And Tanya was one of them. Edward was my ticket to the best social circles and more money than I see. Old have ever spent, but he let his stupid grandfather talk him into a marriage with plain Jane and everything went to hell. He didn't spend time with me anymore and would rather stay with his little wife. I was everything he could have dreamed of, but he cast me away like I was just an ordinary woman. No one gets away with treating like this, and now I'll milk this waste of my time for all it is worth. No one seemed to know what to say to that. Even Bella, who hadn't had a high opinion of that woman to begin with, was shocked by that much callousness. But Bella knew she shouldn't be. Tanya proven from the very begging that she was a truly disgusting human being. The members of Bella's new family looked shocked and angered, but no one could compare with the devastation on Alice's face. She was pale and had started trembling. Her mouth was silently moving, but no sound left it. Apparently, she didn't know what to say to her friend. Although she wouldn't be Alice's friend much longer. Bella wasn't a fan of Alice, but she knew that Alice loved her family, even if she'd acted like a spoiled brat. Out of the corner of the eye, Bella saw Kate trying to get her attention. Discreetly, Bella left the room just as Edward started talking, or rather growling. Kate closed the door behind Bella and pointed to Bella's right, and she saw that Jane had arrived and looked like she wanted to try out her favorite whip. God, that bitch deserves to be caned. Women like her are the reason why some people think that every woman who has a rich man is a gold digger. Jane sneered and took a sip of her Coke. That's nothing new, Bella said and rolled her eyes. Edward's voice was getting louder and Bella thought it was better to go back sooner rather than later, or they would have to deal with a corpse. And that wasn't something she wanted to waste her time on. Do you have everything we need? Of course, Jane said and looked very nearly insulted. When Jane promised to do something, she did it. Always. I made a few calls and some people are very interested in the outcome of this confrontation. Bella understood what her friend was trying to tell her. Good. Everything else I should know. Yes, Jane said and looked at Garrett for a moment, and he gave her a brief nod before Jane handed her friend her phone. She briefly explained what Bella was supposed to do with it, and Garrett promised to stay ready and to interfere should things get ugly. Well, I better go back. Edward sounds like he's about to explode. A particular loud shout made Bella hurry back without another word. Back in the room the atmosphere was tense. Emmett had an arm wrapped around Rose, which stopped her from jumping over the coffee table and attacking Edward's ex. Carlisle and Esme looked really uncomfortable and in Esme's case a little sad. Jasper was trying to calm Alice, who was crying and trembling. Edward's face was deep red and Bella would bet everything she owned that his blood pressure was beyond good and evil. Don't be stupid, Tanya. If you go to the press, we'll release a little statement of our own, and I know all about your past. No one would believe you, Edward threatened. Tanya didn't appear to be very impressed, but Bella could see that she wasn't as tough as she tried to look. Bella hit the redial button and stepped next to Edward, where she put a calming hand on his arm. Edward, calm down. Think of your blood pressure. I don't think all this stress is good for you, Bella said calmly, and used his surprise over her still relaxed demeanor to guide him to an armchair. Tanya scoffed at the display of intimacy. God, you're such a fool. Here you stand playing the good wife, but he doesn't want you. If his grandfather hadn't pressured Edward into it, you wouldn't be married to him and still be a nobody. That may be, but that isn't important right now, Bella conceded. I won't tell you not to go to the press because nothing I can say will mean anything to you. But remember one thing. The Cullens are one of the most prominent and important families of the USA. The story about your affair with Edward and the beginning of our marriage will be hot news and, of course, everyone will talk about it, but soon it'll all blow over. The high society won't even bat an eye at this. The only thing they will be concerned about is that Edward hasn't managed to keep you quiet. You won't achieve your goal though. Tanya glared hatefully at Bella, but she couldn't stop her own curiosity. Bella was confusing her because she didn't react like Tanya had expected. She'd thought that Bella would be insecure and angry because her husband's ex was making a reappearance and intended to cause trouble. But Bella refused to fit into her little scheme, and that angered her. "Oh really? And what would my goal be?" she asked when it became clear that Bella wasn't going to say more. Bella smiled at her and answered, "You want to belong to the best circles, but this stunt won't be your ticket into them. In fact, it'll put you on their blacklist." Tanya gave Bella a condescending smile. "And why would that be? I would be all over the media and everyone would want to talk to me." "You don't know anything about the rich and famous. No matter who you've managed to marry. And that right there would be why. The rich and famous value one thing very much, and that would be discretion and their privacy. People who aren't able to keep their mouths shut won't ever be part of the circles of the high society. Even the paw have to be able to be discreet or no one would hire them. But there's also another reason why you wouldn't be able to belong or even find another rich boyfriend." Bella enjoyed Tanya's confused face as she tried to figure out what Bella meant. But she didn't seem to be successful, and Bella decided to help her out. "We know about your marriage, Mrs. Volturi, and the pregnancy." Edward obviously hadn't revealed that yet, and Tanya paled as she grasped just how much they knew. "So," she said and tried to sound nonchalant, "it's no crime to be married and separated. And to bring up the miscarriage is just low. You seem to misunderstand me, Mrs. Volturi. I know much more than just the fact that you were pregnant. There never was a miscarriage. You terminated the pregnancy. You see, my friend talked to some fiends of your dear husband and they gave her his phone number. I know about Alec's promise." Bella couldn't decide if Tanya looked more outraged or desperate, but Tanya decided that she'd heard enough and jumped up and started screaming. "You stupid bitch. How did you find that out? No one was supposed to know." Bella gave her a completely fake smile when she answered, "Oh, that wasn't too hard. I had a little help from my friend and she had absolutely no trouble finding out these things. Now, I think it's time for you to go. And if you're smart, which I somehow doubt, then you should stay far away from my family and the spotlight for some time." Tanya glared hatefully at Bella and took a threatening step forward, but Bella wouldn't let herself be threatened in her own house. "You can't tell me what to do. I don't care what you say. I won't let you treat me like rubbish. Alec won't care about your reputation or about this scandal. He just threatened me for the sake of it, but he's never done anything. I can do whatever I want and soon Averio Nay will know what a pathetic bitch you are." "That's where you are wrong, Tanya." The voice that said those words startled Tanya and she looked around the room to find out where it was coming from. "Shish." He looked really pale now and Bella just showed her the phone that Jane had handed her before Bella had returned to the living room. Everyone started at the phone and Tanya could see that someone was listening to the conversation. And that someone was no other than Alec Volturi. "Alec," Tanya whispered hoarsely, and the rest of the Cullen family looked dumbfounded that Tanya's husband had been overhearing everything that had been said. Edward just stared at Bella with respect and admiration. He couldn't believe that his wife, who normally hated confrontations, had planned all this. It was sexy. "Yes, Tanya, it's me, your husband. It's comforting to know that some things never change. You're still the same evil woman you've been when I've met you for the first time." Tanya seemed unsettled by Alec's cold and collected voice. Her voice trembled slightly when she asked her question. "Why are you listening? This has nothing to do with you." Alec chuckled as he heard that. "Oh, that's not entirely correct. After you murdered my baby, I didn't want to deal with you and all I wanted was to never hear of you again. But that was wrong. My father tried to reason with me and to get me to file for divorce. But I refused to listen to him. But now I will." In that moment the bell rang and Bella walked to the door and opened it. The person she saw on the doorstep was unknown to her, but his purpose was known to her. Bella motioned him inside and followed the man to where Tanya stood. "Mrs. Tanya Volturi?" the dark man asked in a disinterested voice. "Yes," the whore answered unsurely. She had no idea who this man was and what he wanted from her, and Bella couldn't wait to see her face when she realized what his business was. The plan worked better than Bella had anticipated. The dark man handed her a thick envelope which Tanya took with a lightly trembling hand. My name is Andrew Hunter. Consider yourself served. Tanya's face was even better when Bella had expected. From one moment to the other her confused expression turned furious. Her skin changed colors and the red looked very unattractive on her. Tanya's usually very beautiful eyes went wide and then narrowed to slits. It was surprising that she could even see anything at all. What? She screeched, but Mr. Hunter wasn't impressed by her behavior. He just wished everyone a nice day and left the house. Bella bit her lips to keep her laughter in. Because it wouldn't do to make the situation any more complicated. She looked at the faces of her family and it was obvious that Bella wasn't the only one who found this development highly amusing. Rose's shoulders were shaking but her face was turned away so that no one could see that she was laughing. Emmett and Jasper also appeared to be very entertained. The rest seemed to be shocked and confused. Tanya, in the meantime, had ripped open the envelope and scanned through the papers. She was not happy. Alec, what is the meaning of this? That should be obvious, even to someone with your limited intellect. I want the divorce and I want it done quickly. I don't care what you want or how you feel about it. Before the year is over we'll be divorced, one way or the other. I'll use whatever means possible to make you pay for the pain you've caused me and my unborn baby. That wasn't what Tanya wanted to hear and she thought she could change his mind. Alec, please, why do you want to do this now? I haven't broken our agreement. Are you kidding me? Alec growled. You forget that I know what has happened between you and Edward Cullen. Of course, most of it is High's fault because he fell for you, but still, you acted like the witch you were and I won't watch as you destroy another one's life. You're a bitch and deserve only the worst. Now, I have better things to do than to talk with you. Bella, I wish you a good day and hope that your husband will prove himself worthy of you. Bella had to smile as she heard that and how Edward reacted to that. He looked a little sheepish but smiled at her. Thank you, and I hope everything turns out how you want it. A soft click announced that Alec had ended the call and for a few seconds everyone was silent, but that didn't last. Tanya, who had been too shocked by her still husband's words to react, she was raving mad. This is all your fucking fault. She yelled, and if looks could kill, Bella would have been 6 feet under already. If you hadn't started snooping around, then Alec wouldn't be divorcing me. I know he'll sick his damn pit pull lawyers on me. They'll find everything and ruin me in the eyes of the society. Well, that's your own fault. No one forced you to act like that, Bella commented with a careless shrug and moved so that her back was towards the front door and edged slowly backwards. You reap what you sow. Tanya seemed to be contemplating attacking her but decided on another tacking. She gave Bella a contemptuous half-smile. Do you really think that Edward will stay with you after you got rid of me? Edward may play the devoted husband for a while, but you won't be able to hold his attention for long. You're too boring and uninteresting. He needs a true woman. One that knows how to behave in public and in the best circles. And let's face it, you're not it. Hey, don't talk to Belle. Edward stared to yell, but while Bella loved that he was willing to defend her, she didn't need it. That may be true, but that is none of your business. Let me worry about the future of my marriage. I don't know if Edward and I will be happy together, but we're both willing to try and give our best. Should things not work out, then we'll deal with it, but I won't be like you and try to ruin Edward or his family. I have more self-respect and dignity than that. Now I think there's not Hing left to say, and it's time for you to leave. Please, don't come back and never even think of us again. I can say that we most surely won't. You're not important enough. You're just a slight inconvenience. Oh, and before I forget it, I offered Alec our help should be wanted and advised him to make some of your poor choices public so that you will agree to the terms of the divorce faster. Belle, I had chosen these words carefully and they had the intended effect. Tanya nearly turned purple, before she screamed and jumped at her. Bella was aware that the others tried to interfere, but she had been prepared for Tanya's attack. With one swift move, Bella opened the door and span around so that Tanya stumbled outside without touching her. Before she closed the door, Bella talked to Tanya one last time. "You've embarrassed yourself and acted like a conceited and spiteful bitch. Do yourself a favor and leave our estate before we remove you forcefully." Then she slammed the door shut and allowed herself a pleased smile. Yes, she may have acted a little evil, but Tanya deserved it. She'd had enough of her and people who thought that they could control her life or disrupt her peace. It felt good to fight back, even if her methods were a little dirty. Edward couldn't believe that Bella had just thrown Tanya out of the house without even touching her, and it looked as if she wouldn't try a NY thing for now because she had bigger problems. He really wanted to know how Bella and Jane, as he was sure that the she-devil had something to do with it, had managed to get Alec Volturi involved. Not that he was complaining. Volturi's involvement would most likely keep Tanya busy for a long time, and after the divorce was over and done with, Tanya would need some time to lick her wounds. Now Art and his family had really something to be thankful for. Edward though wasn't the only one who was impressed and very happy about the development. Emmett and Jasper were laughing and Rose looked a little sad that she hadn't been able to help Bella getting rid of the wicked witch. Edward's parents appeared to be surprised that Tanya had planned something so vicious and that Bella had handled her so well. Without any violence and with minimal effort. He listened as his family talked for a while and congratulated Bella, who just smiled and remained silent as she handed everyone coffee and tea. "Well, sir, I have to say that you've got yourself one hell of a woman," Garrett commented as he and Kate stepped next to Edward. "I know, and I'm sure that you gave her a hand." Garrett smiled at that but didn't try to deny it, as no one would have believed him. He and Kate left soon after to pack their things. They would be visiting Kate's family for the holiday and planned to leave early tomorrow morning. Jane stayed a little longer, but she also had some packing to do, but she hadn't said where she and Felix would be going. Bella advised him not to ask as he wouldn't be able to stomach it. That comment made Edward really curious, but Jane's smug smile told him it was really better not to ask. The rest of the family stayed for another 2 hours, and strangely enough Alice didn't say one word. Today's revelations must have given his little sister much to think about, and Edward hoped that she had learned something from this whole mess. Before Edward had time to blink, it was Thanksgiving and he was banned from his own kitchen. Bella had bought everything she would need 2 days ago, and since that day she'd started the preparations for the great feast. It was truly mind-boggling to see just how much food Bella expected them to eat. From what he'd seen, it was enough to feed a small army. Not even with Emmett's help would they be able to consume everything. And that was saying something. All Edward was allowed to do was checking the good porcelain and glasses to that there would be no dirt or spots on the table. Bella instructed him to polish the flatware and to chose the nay before she set the table and put the decorations on it. On one hand, Edward was happy that he didn't need to help too much, but he felt like a kid that should stay out of the way. The smells coming out of the kitchen were delicious and his stomach was cramping with hunger, but he knew better than to enter the war zone. This morning he had dared to brew himself a simple cup of coffee and had Ulrea. Di feared that his wife would stab him with one of the many knives she was using. Insane and scary, that's what it was. Edward's family arrived, of course, 10 minutes early. From a very young age, every member of the family had been taught that it was rude to be late. Especially to a dinner. The women wore elegant but comfortable dresses while the men, like Edward, had decided on dress pants with a long-sleeved shirt and a sweater. "Hey, bro," Emmett greeted him with a nearly painful hug and sniffed the air. "Damn, it smells good in here. I hope it tastes just as good." "Emmett," Rose snapped. "Sorry, Edward. Sometimes I swear that all he cares about is food, sport and sex." Edward laughed at that and Carlyle rolled his eyes. "Believe me, Rosalie," Carlyle said. "We know. Do you think Bella needs some help in the kitchen?" His mom asked him after he'd handed everyone something to drink. "No," Edward nearly yelled, which earned him the startled looks of his family. "She's scary," told Me she could work better when left alone and that she would yell if she needed help or when the food is done. Carlisle and Emmett just nodded understandingly while Esme and Rose smiled. Alice remained silent and still. Edward knew from his dad and Emmett that Alice had been unusually quiet these last few days. The confrontation between Tanya and Edward and Bella had worried her greatly. Alice Dee spent most of her time at her own flat or at work. Edward knew from her coworkers that she'd done her work without any complications or attitudes, something that had worried Edward, but he'd decide to give it some time before he talked to her again. The family sat in the living room for about 15 minutes before Bella called for Edward. Somehow the kitchen didn't look like a bomb had exploded. Ed in it and Bella was clean and presentable. Her hair was pulled back in a simple tail and she wore the green dress that Edward had bought for her on their honeymoon. Her feet were bare and in Edward's opinion she was the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen. Everything is done and ready to be served, Bella announced with a pleased smile and handed him the huge turkey. Please, ask everyone to sit down. Okay, I will, Edward answered and carried the bird to the dining room before he told his family that dinner was to be served. He helped Bella carrying the dishes to the table. The food looked and smelled mouth-watering and Esme had already slapped Emmett's hand to stop him from filling his plate before Edward and Bella could even sit down. It was a good thing that they had a big table, or they wouldn't have been able to put every single dish on it. Just as Bella was about to sit down the bell rang and they knew that Jasper had arrived. She quickly opened the door and ushered him in. Come in, Jasper. Edward is about to carve the turkey. Thanks, Bella. I'm sorry that I come unannounced but the trip home was hell, Jasper said and followed her to the dining room. No one was surprised to see him. Although the timing was. Normally, Jasper came much earlier or called before he arrived, but no one commented on it and Emmett just handed him some wine. The food was even better than Edward had expected and the men couldn't stop eating and even Rose ate more than she normally would have. And surprisingly there weren't much leftovers. Everyone helped cleaning the table and the kitchen before they went to the living room where Emmett switched the TV on just before the kickoff. Okay, Jasper, now tell us why you're here and not in Texas, Emmett said as he took one swallow of his cold beer. My mother had invited one of her friend's family, who have a wonderful daughter my age. Said woman was kind of beautiful if you thought too much makeup and petticoats were attractive. Oh, and her name was Peaches. What? Rose yelled laughing. Are you serious? Yes, and her dress, shoes, and jacket were peach-colored, too. It was horrible. I thought that I had somehow ended up in the 50s. My mom and grandmother loved her, of course. Now as you may have noticed, Peaches and her family had arrived one day early and planned to stay the night at my family's house. We dined together and I realized that the young woman was very friendly and very interested in becoming Mrs. Whitlock. I went to bed early because I couldn't deal any longer with my mother's pleased expressio. And Peaches' insistent and unwanted touches. I couldn't have slept for more than an hour when someone entered my bed. When I opened my eyes, I saw that Peaches was straddling my hips, dressed in a fr. illy sheer negligee and trying to seduce me. By now everyone was laughing either at the hilarious story or Jasper's scandalous expression. Even Alice was giggling and Edward was happy to see that she was finally returning to her normal behavior. And she was perfectly polite to Bella, too. Jasper just shook his head at their amusement before he continued with his story. Yes, now you may be lying but you wouldn't if you had suffered through this ordeal. I was that shocked that I simply pushed her off of me in my bed. She even had the nerve to be insulted. That silly woman. Of course, every person in the house had heard her screaming. I explained what had happened and my mother chided me, because that was no way to treat a lady. Well, I don't think that Peach's behavior was out of a lady and I'm sure that some prostitutes have better manners and I told them that. Mom and Peaches weren't happy with that but I'd had enough at that point and simply left. And now I'm here. Emmett spit his beer at Edward because he was laughing that hard and even Nana was laughing and simply said that that woman had deserved being called a whore. The rest of the day was lively but peaceful. This was the best Thanksgiving Edward could remember, and most of his family agreed with him. It was just sad that Edward Sr. couldn't be with them and see just what an amazing woman he'd chosen for his grandson. Edward had to admit that his grandfather had known best. As always, we will continue in next part.